Hey, you Satan up. Who created your ass, Satan? Who created your ass? I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. The devil is a motherfucking liar. So you know I ain't worried. Biatch. Stupid bitch. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Cut that bitch off. Like I said, I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. I ain't playing with your ass. Don't call up and play with me. You don't like it? Kiss my ass. You don't like it. It's my house. You ain't down with that? Shut your goddamn ass up. Like I said, I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Cut that bitch off.
Morning, bitches. Fuck y'all up to? Being ignorant and shit? Welcome. You're gonna learn some shit today. How about that? I'll take my fault, bitch. Fuck out of here if you ain't thinking right. Alright? Okay, fuck, what you thinking? That's what I'm thinking. Welcome to the dojo, y'all. How you doing? Read off if I look blue ET99 and out. Got a little nostril edge there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Good morning here. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck no. Shit. My shit be broken, dog. Hold on. I gotta be fixing my shit. That's what I do, you know what I'm saying? I be fixing shit up in here. I got it. That's you tripping, motherfucker. Shit. You even be tripping. Ignorant and shit. You know what I mean? I gotta do my shit. You just chill out. Huh? Praise the Lord. Alright. Thing on the road here. I'll tell you my thoughts, bitch. This thing on the road here. Alright, boom. Where's my thing at? Yeah, boom. Look at the thing. We got a fucking bing, bing, bong, bing, bing, bong, bing, 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 bing. Hey, bing, bong, bing, bing. Hey, alright. Ping pong. Ping pong out there, bitch. How you doing? How you doing? I got a fucking community guidelines takedown yesterday on my stream. Because misinformation, by the way. They got me on misinformation because I said that we were live in Palestine when we weren't at one point, apparently. I don't even think I did that. It's because I had a fucking hashtag, I guess, that said live in Israel when I was showing something that wasn't live in Israel. Out of all the fucking thing, really? You got motherfuckers that are blatantly out here putting this something's live in Israel when it's like last week's footage. And they don't get taken down with thousands of people watching them. Me, I got 20 people watching, and 2 people were like, hey, this isn't Israel live, this is Mayorkas. I'm fucking reporting this guy. And I get, really? I guess it wasn't, like, it can be unapparent that it's not live, and they'll get away with it because it looks like it could be live, and it's actually tricking people. Or I could play fucking Washington, D.C. inside of a building and have a hashtag that says Live Israel, and I get fucking taken down for that. That's fucking YouTube, dude. Fuck YouTube! Fucking shit is so whack, dude. I do beyond due diligence to tell people when shit's live and when it's not live, and I make it a point to make sure it's live, unlike so many other channels. that don't give a shit. They actually do it intentionally, looping them, and they don't get in trouble. It's not, dude. It's a fucking idiot troll that's fucking reporting it is what it is. It's not YouTube. It's a dumbass troll. It's like, because I put them onto that the other day. Remember, I was like, yo, report this channel for misinformation. It's not live. Well, apparently some troll heard me do that, and he was like, ooh, I'm just gonna keep reporting you for that now. Yeah. What else would it be? A fucking disgruntled little piece of shit turd burgling bitch that I banned, probably, with multiple accounts. Because they loved me so much. Because they wish that I would stick my dick in their mouth. It's not happening, bud. You're diseased. You give motherfucker AIDS out your mouth, probably. Can't be risking that. Where's this sound coming from? Repeat the sound again. Great, where's this sound coming from? Repeat the sound again. Great, where's this sound coming from? Sound again. wow, I can even pop up Africa TV's chat now. Not that they ever say anything, but at least I'll be notified if they do. Or if I could do Twitter too. Nobody ever says anything over there. Hey, Lou, I see you over there, man. There's no way to pop out. Hey Lou, I see you over there, man. Like, there's someone's gonna make it pop out though. Need to pop it out to do what I want to do here. It was over on Twitter too. Oh my goodness, Simon. Dude. Fix 55 boxers, bro. There's no way we're gonna pop this. No. know why it makes me do this shit every day. Dude. Do it. Oh well. To make it too hard. Okay, I'm changing the fucking thumbnail, dude. I'm already sick of seeing you guys talk about this shit. Oh fucking god. I didn't know the fucking thumbnail would be the discussion of the day, dude. Honestly. Make it something a little less fucking conversationalist. It's stupid, man. How about it's dumb as rocks, dude? If I could make it nothing right now, I would. Just so I don't have to hear about fucking burgers or Burger King anymore. Matter of fact, I'm borderline about to get the fuck off here already. Here. Start talking about that stupid fucking thumbnail. Daughter needs coffee. That's not something I needed to know. Anybody need to know that? I don't need to know when you need coffee, when your daughter, when your fucking grandma, when your dead aunt. I don't give a shit.
Hello?
Yeah, Debbie? Is that Debbie?
Yes, this is me. I want to tell you that I totally agree with you and everything you say. And I just want to know,
Well,
are you single by any chance?
I watch this all day and not give a fuck about any of y'all.
Real nice.
How about that?
I've, come from Texas lately.
I don't give a shit.
Man, and I agree with everything
Any
you say.
fucking
I
more. Here, oh here. I don't want you to fucking report me for there not being a live fucking stream up for Israel. There you go, asshole.
Yeah, I understand.
Do you understand? If you get with me, I will run the household as the father has recommended.
You control my world.
That's the woman that will will donate all of her earnings into my hands that I may do my father's will. Along with mine, gather our kibbles together. You down with that?
I can make you bitches watch this all day long.
Read you some more of my scriptures. You have not yet resisted the bloodshed, striving against sin, and you have forgotten the exhortation which speaks to you as to sons. My son, do not despise the chastisement of the Lord, nor discourage him when you are rebuked by him. For whom the Lord loves, he chastises and scourges every son whom he receives. If you endure chastisement, God deals with you as with a son. And if you can't deal with chastisement, then God will deal with you as a hoe.
As a hoe.
What son is that whom the father does not chastise?
Hoe.
But if you are without chastisement, of which all have become partakers, then you are illegitimate and not a son.
You illegitimate as fuck. I've seen you walk.
We have had human fathers who corrected us. Your human daddy whoop off in the ass real tough. And you repay them respect.
You better respect.
Much more readily be in subjection to the Father of
fucking recognize, fool.
For they indeed for a few days
I get the power switch on this shit in a quickness.
Best to them. But he for God for our profit, that we may be protectors of his holiness. Now no chastisement seems to be joyful for the present, but painful. Nevertheless, afterward it yields a peaceable fruit.
And I just want to know, where did you come from?
I'm from the kingdom of heaven. I walk in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit.
But why so much personal stuff? I believe in God.
Motherfucker, because I'm God.
Stupid motherfucker, hold on. Hello?
Why you cursing, bitch?
Oh, wait, she didn't mean to curse. Let me ask you a question. How come when you read it, you act like you have a hard time reading?
Because I'm God, bitch.
Wait.
Why you asking stupid ass questions?
Before?
I said I'm opening this book to
Are you in
inflict. I said I'm opening this book to
Look in the house, Charlie, you heard that?
I told you I'm opening
I better make it more. I better make the fucking Israel stream bigger.
To get it right, to stop all the corruption, to help the poor, the fatherless, and widows. Don't ask me no stupid ass questions, you ignorant slut. The motherfucker would study your Bible to show your ass approved. You believe in God. How you believe in God? You believe in God like he's something you just wipe your ass with? How you believe in God? You don't believe in something you honor him, huh? You give more respect to popos, huh? Right, the popos ride down on your ass, you change your whole goddamn personality. Stupid ass bitch. Motherfucker, cause I'm God. That's why. Arnold, what blasphemy have you to
See that to the right? That's fucking live.
We're on the air.
What you talking about, Willis?
Speak up, boy. You on the air. What you got to say?
What you talking about, Willis?
Goddamn, every ignorant motherfucking house nigga in all the motherfucking South Central want to call fuck with the Lord. You can't hang with me, bitch. I'm strolling straight from the survival scroll. What you studying from?
Israel, bitch. Right over there. You see it? Fucking live. Israel.
I gotta keep my motherfucking shirt on. Motherfucker. I'm getting naked for you assholes.
Fucking blind ass you two bitches.
Motherfucker, cause it's my world. And every
Fuck yeah.
motherfucking thing.
This is fucking my world, bitch.
You don't find no motherfucking pistol when the motherfucking police.
Wish that would have been your forehead.
Back a police car. You ain't saying you ain't God. Stupid bitch.
Here's Simon.
And have a blast. DD.
What the fuck type of shit you on, you faggot ass snaggletooth looking motherfucker? What type of shit is you on?
Okay, that put me
Yeah,
low.
it's over here, boy.
You put me low. I come in the
Going.
name of Jesus by the power of the Holy
It's not
Spirit.
just some charm or
I
something.
come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. I ain't on with slow.
Charm, that's what's wrong with your ass. You want that shit. You want that shit, nigga.
Bitch, it ain't what you're thinking. It ain't a damn thing about what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. Fuck what you're thinking. You ain't God. Stupid asshole. Ignorant slut.
You'd rather ask Burgers Flip? Well, go fucking watch it then. I'm sure there's plenty of videos for it.
You slaying that pussy, but it ain't for God, huh, bitch?
Loser.
So you motherfuckers can look in my asshole, see if you find any sin.
Go watch it, cricket, bitch.
What you know about God? Come on, J-Rock. Speak up.
This is Jen Rock.
Come on, J-Rock.
Revolutionary soldiers. What are you doing for the
Say what?
revolution, motherfucker, that you want to put it like that?
Who the fuck is you, though?
I am Jen Rock.
Fuck Jen Rock.
Okay.
What Jen Rock done done?
Jen Rock is doing it.
What Jen Rock done did
Excuse me,
great?
my brother.
Jen
What
Rock
great
is
thing
shit.
In the
did
name
Jen Rock
of
do?
Jesus Christ, I'd like
What great thing did Jen Rock do?
Right near the damn
What
thing.
great
And I'm watching
Jen
God, and I want to bow
Shut
down
the
to you.
fuck up.
This guy's a legend. This guy's a legend.
You stink to high heavy. You smell like shit. Motherfucker, I know my business. Motherfucker, you don't know a damn thing about my business. My business is to invoke the holy words of the scriptures, the law of the goddamn land, on Congress,
Damn.
politicians, and everybody who
Talk
thinks they
about.
setting up laws without considering these words, without considering these words. Stupid ass house nigga. But I know you like getting served up the ass, so I should forget about it.
Served up the ass. You getting served. That's an ace.
Next call.
Shut up, motherfucker. You ain't God.
What? I am. Biatch. Stupid fuck. Goddamn blasphemer. You're a goddamn fish. That's what the fuck you is.
Blasphemer. Yeah.
You motherfuckers won't know. You won't understand till I'm bringing some sharp ass chipper steel around upon your goddamn neck. That's when you gonna understand me. Motherfucker.
Miss Bungle, it's never a good morning
You
here.
motherfuckers telling me what I am ain't. You don't know me. You never seen God. And bet you see it clear of the Bible, cause white supremacists told you. It ain't gonna help you.
Never.
Next call.
Yeah, I thought
Started
God
off with
wasn't human.
Say what?
I thought God wasn't human.
You don't like
Something
me.
else.
Sorry, farted. But the motherfucker.
Top of the shitty day to you too.
Dumb bitch. Motherfucker, I'm signed, sealed, and delivered. Hey, motherfucker, I'm the one you got to answer to. Correct my style for you. What you doing for God? What you doing in Jesus' name? Not a goddamn thing.
Tell him,
Because I'm
preach.
God.
He knows what's up. He knows I ain't doing nothing because he gets all the prayers.
These motherfuckers keep calling me. I'm looking for my 144,000 who know these scriptures and not who think they believe. That's how they convicted OJ. They convicted OJ what they think they believe. I think I believe OJ. Who gives a fuck? You ain't seen shit. You don't know me, never seen me probably before this program. So motherfucker, so for all you know I could be God, huh? But you don't know God. Shit is, bitch. No way, you'll never make it. Come with the weak shit, I'll break it. Step into my zone, man. Scriptures will stifle your punk ass. Lines like rifles go blast when I decide to get that ass. A lot of ministers be like one-line wonders, couldn't say the righteous law, even if they were one line under their noses. I hate the motherfucking foes. And I'm so real to them it's scary. With my unique style, nah, motherfucker, you can't compare me. And no, this is not a knock.
Hello? I think, hello?
Real to them it's style, all you whack a
Hold up, man. What's going on? Oh no. Oh no, he's turned into the demon. This is good, man. To the dark side. This is how it all ended. This is the last episode. And then we never heard from him again. Actually, he has a YouTube channel now. This guy. Who's that? The healing dance. Oh,
Then your light shall spread
I definitely
forth.
need some healing.
Then you shall call, and the Lord shall answer. Then you shall cry, and the Lord shall say.
Oh, that song gets me though. He got me blocked in Russia for this one yesterday. Damn it. Fuck you, Russia. It gets blocked in all of Russia for playing this song. Why? Why does Russia like this song?
Slices on the bump. Fasten the light and humble slice on the bump. Y'all motherfuckers ain't ready. Nope, I know. Birds are few. You bitches probably can see me with the bird's eye view. Ooh, visualize to the light. Stop walking the one way to a fucking dead end. But you're yellow, coward heart. Better bring some water. Get the gasoline can on. Get this fucking fire started. Your heart like a bass drum bump. He's better than a nigga without a gator in the swamp. Here I go.
Y'all getting healed up? Come on, feel that healing, that spiritual healing, y'all.
God.
Oh, God.
Who put you on a planet?
You did. He must have. God. I remember.
Back the camera off, you know, so they can see me dance.
That's my favorite part. I can't see enough of him. Oh, God. Oh. I feel better now. My asshole was hurting a second ago. It was tingling. I think he just scared me. He's such a good man. You know what I mean? For the people. Always there for the people, dancing for us. Where's a new video of him though? It's hard to find the new ones. Oh, here's a newer one.
I walk in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit.
I haven't seen it.
God don't mind slaying your ass at the end of time. You got to be out of your goddamn mind. Got to be doomed to die. Got to be doomed to die. I am the light, mother. You just blind, doomed to die. I'm gone. You not.
Seems a wee bit sacrilegious.
Repent for your past.
It's a fucking Tosh.0 episode. Go figure. Can't play that. Yeah, you made the Tosh, dude. That's pretty impressive. This him? No. Wannabe. He's not near as good. Oh, I gotta put Reverend X to find the new stuff. That's what it is. Hard to find. Because the old stuff's all the bangers. What is this one? Oh, it's a parody. No, I want a real one. Oh man. No, none of the new ones are on here. Dude, he does like call-ins with videos with other people. Like, oh, he went outside.
Yes, you're not getting away with the extortion. And I will huff and puff and blow this motherfucker down.
Oh, his laugh. That's right. He's got this weird laugh now.
Motherfucking ass fucks. The end of grace, officially. The end of God's grace, officially. Wait a fucking minute. They extorted me for dollars off of my car. They extorted motherfucking off of my car. Motherfucking ass fuck. We already started at 30 here. They keep trying to tell me shit. We'll go do this and shit. We already established authority here. I walk in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. Fucking weirdo ass fucks. You swear it all, huh? What the fuck you mean that's none of my business? We walk in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit, and it's the law.
He's not crazy.
Motherfucking law. Where did we park at?
Everybody else is crazy.
It seems like we've been walking forever.
You get it, man? You're the crazy one. You're the program. They're still showing nothing. All these channels that are just showing this stupid shit. It's the war, man. I'm showing people what's happening in Israel. There's nothing happening in Israel anymore. Just turn your fucking streams off. Losers. You're not showing shit. Hence why I'm like just trying to fucking put stuff on the screen, because who the fuck wants to see this stupid shit? Oh look, there's something happening. There's a flare. Oh, look at that. Would you just look at that? That's content. Yet there are thousands of people that want to see that stupid shit. Brain dead individuals of the world. That's most of Lickner's chat. Probably makes sense, doesn't it? It'll run that shit into the ground. Every day has less and less viewers. Like now it's at 2.7k. Used to, he'd be away and it had like 5,000 people there. You know? Getting less and less people caring about it because there's nothing to see, dude. There isn't any news of anything. Oh, we got here. We got United Nations. Communications were completely cut off, and it's breaking news. Gosh.
Pop your pussy like this. Shake your shake your shake your shake your body, don't stop, don't miss, just do it, do it, do it. My dick, my back. Slow fuck until the crack of dawn. My neck, my back, 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 my neck, my back. Lick my pussy and my crack, my neck, my back. My neck, my back, my neck, my back, my neck.
wrote on that one. That's pretty good though. That was a certified banger, man. Oh, is this thing finally broken? Did I finally break my mic? Fuck, I can only be so lucky. Every day I try to break it. Doesn't break. Oh, the sound of the voice is better now. There, maybe that broke it. Fucking thing is too rugged. Dude, I'm just so fucking over it with you two giving me a takedown yesterday for yesterday's stream for misinformation. Because at one point, apparently, I didn't have a live stream up of Gaza or Israel. So I was misinforming people, and it was harmful. It was harmful to the world. When people are, man, people don't even have their cameras on here, and they're doing the same exact thing, but intentionally looping videos that aren't live. And so if you make it look like it's actually real and it's not, you don't get in trouble because they can't prove it. But if you have something else on the screen, like say something in Washington, D.C., while you said that it's live in Israel, oh, now I'm fucked because it's too apparent that it's not actually in Israel. They want it less apparent. They want people to actually be tricked by it because those people are okay. If you're actually tricking people, it's okay. No one was fucking tricked yesterday by my stream thinking, oh, is this Israel? Oh my God, this is Gaza? They're having a meeting about anti-Semitism? Oh my God. What are they doing? Saving the fucking retards out here? Who gives a shit what they think? Well, the retarded people, well, they might not know it's not Israel, so we need to save them. They might flip out and start shooting people all of a sudden or something. They're retarded. It's just so fucking backwards and stupid as shit, dude. It's not getting any better either. The more money YouTube makes, the more fucking shitty bullshit rules that don't even make sense they're going to impose. Because they don't need the small guy anymore. They don't need the people that helped build this motherfucker anymore. You got mainstream media looping stuff all day sometimes. They got millions of subs saying shit's live. They don't get any trouble. But they're actually tricking people. Lots more than I am, if I were to have been. But I wasn't even doing that. Mainstream media gets a pass to trick people. Because they're making a money. long as you make YouTube money, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Luckily, I was streaming to other channels, so they can't just delete my stream everywhere, you know what I mean? Luckily, it's out there still. Elsewhere. But otherwise, if YouTube would have been my main squeeze, boom, there goes that whole day's work. And I've already tried appealing it. Then it got denied within like 10 minutes. The quickest denial I've ever gotten. They're looking out for you guys. They're looking out for the people, right? They just like they were looking out for the people when they kept removing streams that were doctors talking about COVID. How they were saving the people from the doctors, or saving the people from talking about elections fraud. Yeah. Just deleting streams of the ex-president talking about election fraud. Just giving copyright, or no, giving community guideline strikes for it, actually. Got a couple for that. Oh, but now you're okay to talk about that stuff. But I don't get my warning or anything taken back from back in the day. It still stays there. As that was my first warning on this channel, I think. Let's see. Dashboard, community guidelines. Yeah, look at this. In case anybody forgot about this day. Warning, March 1st, 2021. Donald Trump speaking live at CPAC. Misinformation. As if I was the one fucking putting the information out there. The same bullshit community guidelines takedown I got yesterday. Misinformation. Apparently protesters have shut down the Bay Bridge in San Francisco for a ceasefire because they're fucking useless college kids that don't have anything else better to do. There's no audio for it because this news station's ass. What, I live on a farm? Yeah, if it was mine. I mean, these idiots in America actually think this shit does anything. Yeah. They all just want to get laid. Like, this guy wants to fuck that fat chick right there. Who else? It's the only reason these people do this stuff. Because they're trying to get pussy or penis. They want to go fucking talk about how they're so awesome.
Oh, I love you. Standing up for the people.
They cry while they're fucking.
We love you. We appreciate you. We want to continue to struggle with you. We have local and national media televising us right now because we shut it down.
Hey, fucking Rumble, if you don't start talking, I'm gonna shut your chat down. How about that? You won't be able to talk. You want that? How about I just shut the Rumble stream down altogether? There's 6 of you there. If one of you didn't say something within 5 minutes and put your fucking thing on the board right up here above, you see that right there? It says 5 people have talked in the past 5 minutes on YouTube. If one person doesn't talk on fucking Rumble in the next 5 minutes, I'm shutting your fucking shit down. Hey, dirty, there it is. Hey, you saved the day.
You are not here a part of our party today, but I want you to open your eyes, and I hope that you continue to join us in the streets, and that you learn about this struggle.
Morning, dirty.
Because it's not
Glad
just
to have
our
you, man.
struggle, it's your struggle
Thanks for showing me
too.
someone's actually there willing to talk.
The police here, from San Francisco, from Oakland.
It can be rough over there on Rumble.
For the Israeli
I saw you yesterday, man. You were holding down heavy. You were saying some funny stuff too, man. I didn't see so much afterwards, man. I'm sorry. I was a buzz last night. Oh, YouTube, y'all good, y'all. Y'all good. It was Rumble over there looking kind of weird.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Y'all got 7 people said something in the past 5 minutes, man. It's like, you see this? We got a tracker above y'all's viewer numbers there. That's how many people in that platform have talked in the past 5 minutes. All 4 of those platforms are on there. Fuck you, D-Light, man. D-Light makes me want to just turn it off for good, dude, because it's just a shit platform. You know what I mean? Force chat is the best. What does that mean, Cricket? What the fuck does that mean? Are you talking shit to me right now? Huh? Say something else that pisses me off. I don't give a fuck what you think. If you don't want to fucking talk, you know what, motherfucker? This right here, guess what? Guess what that just did for you? Guess what it did for you, asshole? Let me help you out. Where are you? Let me just help you out there, buddy. Fuck your words. Get the fuck out of here. Next time you piss me off, I'm banning you. You act like I have no reading comprehension. Like I'm not gonna read what you say or something. This ain't the place to piss someone off. At least this guy. Don't do it to this guy. Not anymore. I don't give a fuck about you people like that anymore. I'm over it. That's better. Game request. What's going on, man?
In the home where our hearts once were. We nurture, we defend, we fight, we honor life, we honor the life they lived, that we still live.
What time? Where are you at, Dirty?
In the home where our hearts once were. We love bigger than what love once was. We transform this sick and sorry world.
I'm not kicking its ass yet, man.
Energy that we
almost.
Charge,
I still got lung pain. But oh, Arizona. I thought you were another country or something. Horse chat has to happen sometimes. You sarcastic fuck. Otherwise, people sometimes will just fucking sit there for literally hours. I've had it happen to me before. When I just didn't say anything, when I'm just there talking, and then I'll notice it, like, and I'm like, motherfucker. No one said anything in 2 hours right now? Who the fuck's here? You know what I mean? Yes, sometimes it's necessary. I don't want to just end this all. You know what I mean? I'm not a radio station, dude. My face is here. I can be stared at for an hour straight and no one say anything. That gets creepy. Think about it. Put yourself in the situation. Try it sometime even. Get stared at for fucking an hour. Knowing people are there. It's weird. Some people will probably be like, yeah, just stare at me. Dude, I'm not that one, okay? I've never been that one. I've always made it abundantly clear that shit sucks. I got a face for radio, dude, so it's kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Kids look at me in public and freak out. Parents have to tell them to stop it. I get it. It's funny looking. Stop fucking staring at me. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Action may include the use of less lethal munitions or chemical gas agents, which could cause significant risk or serious injury to those who remain. If you resist arrest, reasonable force will be used. Section 409 of the Penal Code prohibits remaining present in an unlawful assembly. If you remain in this area San Francisco.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Sometimes stream is running while I'm working around the yard, so the neighbors are hearing too. Oh no. Yo. God dang. Yo, what are you doing? Oh my god, I hope they got to hear the preacher earlier.
Says, still have yet to drive on the new Bay Bridge. Remember the day it collapsed in the 87 quake, drove on it 4 HRS before. Ruby Ocean says.
We're making Rumble part of this thing, y'all. Y'all can't see what Rumble says, but make it so you can. You're on the new COD, Bubba? No. No, you just made my stomach hurt, dude. I'm ashamed. What have you done? Really, dude? You went over to the gulag and shit again? Gulag, man.
Ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
My friend thinks he was certain because he's 6'5". I'd feel like God. Oh. I mean, it's more than tall with me though, dude. I'm a weird looking tall dude. I know it. It didn't just happen. I look like a horror movie character to some kids, actually. I can see it in their face. They're not like, whoa, they're like, ah, Mom! Ah. Actually, I don't imagine this shit. I'm not schizophrenic.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Simon's staring at me. He thinks I'm hot, though. Why are we so sick? He wants me to rub his back right now.
Ceasefire now!
like pretty hard. I'm pretty much giving him a massage, but he rolled into it. So this is what he wants. He's even pushing with his legs against my stomach. Some people actually take their cats to the vet to have them massaged. Heat therapy, acupuncture. Oh my goodness, it's making a mess, buddy. They're everywhere. Oh my gosh. Oh dude, there's a car. I didn't realize there were cars on there.
Are you a part of this demonstration?
Dude, I don't know, man. Like that protest that I went to. You know, the KKK thing in Memphis in the late 90s that I went to, that's on YouTube. I've showed it before. We didn't chant like this, dude. I don't know, it was in the... What was it that... I don't remember it being that type of situation. People chant so much now. Like, you can't even hear it in the news broadcast that, you know, that was in. There was no chanting in there. The KKK was, like, doing their speech, but we weren't drowning them out with anything. That's what's interesting, huh? Like, nowadays, they just try to drown out shit. Fucking just annoying, dude. Protests didn't used to be as annoying. This is real. They used to be easier to want to watch, or like as a viewer, they're fucking annoying. Low IQ, repetitive. You know what I mean? It's just. I gotta go. The camera dude's like, yeah, I'm gonna get back over here. We carried signs and soon people could read. Yeah, that too. Yeah. It wasn't like, I'm not trying to go deaf out there. I'm trying to lose my voice for some... I had a poster that said a racism on it. And I mean, people knew what we were doing there. We were in opposition, but peacefully. And as a white person there, to be against the KKK was like on the black side. I don't know, man, that was insane enough. These people are just... A little bit annoying because what they're doing right now is that someone's probably dying because of this. It's a possibility. This bridge being shut down could easily kill somebody because they can't get to the hospital that they need to get to, and the helicopter is already tied up because, you know, because of this. If they're in the traffic back there and they have a heart condition or something, they didn't bring their medicine, they just forgot this morning, they weren't realizing the bridge is going to be shut down. Like, they don't think about how they could actually be doing harm to our citizens. For what? This ain't gonna... They're getting a ceasefire to happen. You know? And how they... Like, how they're singing like that is so fucking annoying. It doesn't... like make I don't think it makes more people want to go join them or be like them. It's just kind of like they're the idiots. Like, this isn't anything to do. It's not George Floyd. You know what I mean? George Floyd hit closer to home because it was here, and people aren't giving a shit about Gaza. You know what I mean? Most people aren't really. They don't give a shit about Palestine and. If anything, they're probably like, fuck them. I'm Christian, or I'm Catholic, or I'm Jew, and yeah, go back to Egypt. Ottoman Empire's over, bitch. You know? So, they're in the extreme minority of the entire world, and they're just wasting time, possibly killing somebody that's in traffic. Causing a business deal to sit through someone's fingers because they can't get in town in time. So many different things could be happening negatively to people because this is a major thoroughfare, and from both sides, people trying to get right. Do they have the whole thing blocked off? Another cam. There might be a chopper camo.
Don't worry, we got you. We got you. Don't worry, 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 we got you. Don't worry.
Gosh, yeah, they're
trying to stay out of the way, but also give you a better look at what's happening.
See one of the officers pick up what appeared to be bolt cutters and also a saw because some of these protesters were connected by chain, it appeared.
Oh yeah.
And it appears like they are actively about to tow one more car. That's what we're standing right next to. That's why this is so noisy. This is presumably a car that belonged to one of the people that was protesting here on the Bay Bridge and may potentially be detained. Again, CHP is just trying to clear this out so that people can get to work here in San Francisco or get to the APEC event, get to their business, because people have been trapped in this traffic for a very long time. Keep in mind, this has been going on for more than an hour now. So you can only imagine what a headache this has caused for Bay Area drivers this morning.
It's not gonna make them be like, yeah, ceasefire in Gaza. You made me late for work. I'm totally down with your calls now.
No, you're fine.
amazing number of officers out there right now.
And understandably so, given the impact of this.
My name is Pete Wywode, W-O-I-W-O-D-E.
And you are with what group?
I'm with Palestinian Resistance here. The organization is Palestinian Resistance, with thousands of people across the country and here in the Bay Area demanding that Joe Biden call for a ceasefire immediately.
This action here today.
So we're here with hundreds standing up for thousands and millions of people around the country who are demanding ceasefire now. Joe Biden is in San Francisco talking with world leaders and putting money into the ongoing genocide, and we need to stand up and stop it now. Should we go?
How many of you are here?
There's hundreds of us here.
Do you want to
come with us?
Do you want to come with us?
Come with us.
Do you want to?
Do you want to?
My car and everything.
Do you want to live with me? I got an extra room. Oh, he was cute. I wanted him to come with us.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing? That's why I'm so itchy. I forgot I was petting Simon all, massaging him all hard, and there's hair everywhere at this point. You are loving this, bro. I'm loving it. You're loving it. He's laying on his side. His tail is going all over the place. His pupils are dilated. Hair is everywhere. Oh my God, Simon, stop it. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's time for his heart medicine. Alright. Hey.
Thank you.
I wonder if he needs it. Let me look at his breathing. It's the really tiny hairs that you can't see, man. Those ones that the ones that itch like crazy. They're everywhere. They're super lightweight, you know what I mean? So you can't see them. They just float right up in your nostrils. Dander, I don't know what it's called. It's the small ones. It's probably all over my arm too. This time it broke.
That way.
All media, stage right here.
Perfect. Yeah. It just walked up. I walked up with a guy from Channel 7. He walked up.
Hi, before you set your stuff down, we're going to open this lane up right here. Okay, so we're going to have you guys just go on.
Right there in the 4 lane. Have you guys stayed right there in the next one.
I'll give it to him now, at least. Let's get it. I know. Maybe I'll give him less of it tonight.
We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! You cannot! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! We
Oh, this one ended. Wasn't really in it, just not showing much. Well, I guess they're only blocking one side of it. Because this side's still, the other side's flowing. I have a leak in the system. I hear myself so crazy. Where is that leaky? I have a leak in the system. I hear myself so crazy. I didn't do anything for this to happen though. Leaky. I have a leak in the system. It just happened. I hear myself so crazy. I didn't do anything for this to happen though. Leaky. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Nope, it's not. I hear myself so crazy. I didn't do anything for this to happen. It was leaky. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Where is it? It's not. I hear myself so crazy. Where I didn't do anything for this to happen. It was leaky. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Where is it? It's not. I hear myself so crazy. Where I didn't do anything for this to happen. It was leaky. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Where is it? It's not. I hear myself so crazy. Where I didn't do anything for this to happen. It was leaky. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Where is it? It's not. I hear myself so crazy. Where I didn't do anything for this to happen. I don't know where it's at. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Where is it? It's not. I hear myself so crazy. Where I didn't do anything for this to happen. Can't be any of it. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Where is it? It's not. I hear myself so crazy. Where I didn't do anything for this to happen. Can't be any of it. I found a leak in the system. It just happened. Where is it? I hear myself so crazy. Where I didn't do anything for this to happen. Can't be any of it. It's not that one either. Not that one. Didn't do anything for this to happen. It's not that one either. What is it? Didn't do anything for this to happen. It's not that one either. What is it? Didn't do anything for this to happen. It's not that one either. That one. Not that one. What is it? Didn't do anything for this to happen. It's not that one either. That one. What's malfunctioning or something, right? It's not that one either. That one. What's malfunctioning or something, right? It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning or something, right? It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning? Oh man, I thought I found it. It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning? Oh man, why did it stop for a second though? It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning? Oh man, why did it stop for a second though? It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning? Oh man, why did it stop for a second though? It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning? Oh man, why did it stop for a second though? It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning? Oh man, why did it stop for a second though? It's not that one either. But it's left. That one. What's malfunctioning? Oh man, why did it stop for a second though? It's not that one either. Doing some weird shit right now, dude. It's not some. I've looked at every tab. I've looked everywhere. Something's malfunctioning. Stop for a second though. It's not that one either. Doing some weird shit right now, dude. It's not some. I've looked at every tab. I've looked everywhere. Something's malfunctioning. Stop for a second though. It's not that one either. Doing some weird shit right looked everywhere. It's something's malfunctioning. Stop for a second, though. This weird shit right now, dude. It's not so good. I've looked at every tab. I've looked everywhere. It's something's malfunctioning. Stop for a second, though. This weird shit right now, dude. It's not so good. I've looked at every tab. I've looked everywhere. It's something's malfunctioning. Stop for a second, though. Yeah, it was that. It was the fucking thing I'm using to, for some reason, it just started doing that. And I had to completely close out all those. I don't know if the thing's even working anymore. I had to close Chrome that this thing was working with. I guess maybe it's still working. I don't know, dude. That was weird. There wasn't anything I could do except for just close Chrome because it was doing something. And I couldn't make it stop. There was nothing I could do. Everything was paused. All of them were muted, and everything was paused. It was still doing it. I had no control over being able to mute or pause anything for wherever that was coming from. That was weird. Jeez, yeah, it's fucking
corridors
shit.
because they would usually get off. Like in Emeryville, right, and then take a bus over the Bay Bridge to San Francisco. That can't happen right now, so they
annoying.
are
Oh my god, what the
honoring
fuck,
tickets
man?
from the Capitol Corridor. I'm not the traffic expert, but I think I got that right.
You did. You got it, Brent.
As someone who has done that before, I understand that transfer process.
You've been doing it this morning with traffic. Yes,
I'd like to know why that happened.
And it is a little tricky to understand if this is not a part of your normal commute. But the thing that is easy to understand is that the westbound lanes of the Bay Bridge are closed. And
the eastbound lanes are not great.
Not good at all. So don't think because you're coming out of San Francisco that this is going to be some sort of easy feat. And I have, I believe, our colleague Lena Howland on the phone here with us because it's been a little tricky to get to her. So Lena, what are you hearing and seeing there?
Hey, Jovina, if you can hear us now, I'm through my cell phone and not through our big camera, so hopefully you're getting a little better. Right now, we're taking a look at the lane that CHP said they are trying to reopen eventually. However, it's just not clear when that's going to happen. It does appear as though they have a tow truck in that lane and they're trying to tow another car, presumably belonging to one of the protesters that was a part of this demonstration. I know that we've been talking about how there may have been upwards of 200 protesters here. So that makes us wonder how many protesters left their cars on the bridge. We've seen more than a dozen cars already be towed away, and we've seen dozens of protesters detained with their wrists being zip-tied together in sort of makeshift handcuffs. Again, the reason why these folks are out here protesting during the week of APEC is because they are calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. They do not want to just see a humanitarian pause. They do not want war whatsoever. This is their message to world leaders that are here for APEC. They want to see a ceasefire, and to get their message across, they decided to block the Bay Bridge right before 8 o'clock this morning to block people from first getting into the APEC CEO Summit, but second, just regular people going to work in San Francisco. Everyone was blocked trying to drive across the Bay Bridge this morning. It's still a very, very active scene out here right now. As you can see all around us, there's an incredibly heavy CHP presence. We're seeing many deputies from the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. What we're showing you right now is 2 buses that were brought in from the San Francisco Sheriff's Office, and they're escorting each protester individually that was detained onto these buses, where they will likely be taken to jail from here. However, it's not totally clear, and it's not totally clear on the timing of this. I know the number one question people watching want to know is, when is this going to reopen? That's what every single person on this bridge is asking at this moment. And right now, CHP officers don't have a clear answer, and they're not giving us one at this moment. They just said, we're trying to reopen the far right-hand lane soon. We have to stay out of the way because of it, but at this point in time, that lane is still blocked by a tow truck, presumably trying to get a protester's car out of the way. We have still been seeing more arrests happen. So the people you're seeing over at the buses, they may not be the only ones. We've seen a couple more being taken away in zip ties from the scene where the demonstration was just here in the past minutes.
Now, Lena, let me ask you about that lane that they're making reopen. You said the far right lane. Is there any indication, because that was the lane that was closed the last couple of days because of APEC, is that something that they want to open to regular traffic now?
We had the same exact question to the CHP spokesman that we talked to. He said that wasn't quite clear, so we don't know if they're just trying to reopen it specifically for the emergency first responders that are out here, because as you all know, there are many CHP officers and police and sheriff's deputies on this bridge right now, so it would seem like that might be left open for the first responders first. But again, we still don't know if, they're trying to let regular commuters in through first. But I think it seems like they need to get these towed cars out of the way before anybody can pass.
I see. Okay. And how would you measure the progress right now in terms of them detaining the demonstrators? Would it appear that most people are gone? Are they about halfway? What do you think from your view?
I would say it's hard to tell, but from our perspective, it looks like the majority of those that were a part of the demonstration are over here at these buses from the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. We were pushed back very far away from where the demonstration was happening while they were making arrests. But I mean, just turning around, looking at this scene, I'm seeing another person being detained and walked it towards us. They're walking towards these buses from the Sheriff's Office. So we know these arrests are still happening right now. That's what we're still seeing actively happening. We're not seeing dozens happening at a time, but it's like one or two every few minutes. We're seeing two more coming through right now. So this is still a very active situation, and it has not resolved yet.
What's wrong
the
with
other
that?
interesting note you made was talking about the amount of cars involved. So we obviously saw the main row of cars blocking traffic, but did I understand correctly that there's the belief that there could be other cars essentially abandoned within the backup?
That could be a possibility. If we've been talking all morning how there could be upwards of 200 people physically that were a part of that demonstration, and it's not clear how many cars they drove in. It's not clear how many of those that were detained left their cars physically parked on the bridge. Obviously, they weren't allowed to go back to their cars and just sit in there after being detained. So it is possible we're dealing with several abandoned cars, knowing that dozens of people have been detained from this scene on top of the Bay Bridge.
I see. Okay. And we're also learning here now that there is going to be a news conference at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza at 10 a.m. for anyone that's just joining us and wanting to know a little bit more about what's happening there. We're also getting in some first images now from BART at the Rockridge station, which is in Oakland, showing a packed train there. So now we're starting to see the effects on mass transit. And Lena, there looks like there's a car moving through this live picture I see here that's driving. Do you know what is happening there?
It appears, I'm waiting to see who gets out of the car. Yes, it appears as though that was a CHP officer moving one of these cars out of the way.
Okay.
It's not clear who that car physically, or who that belonged to, if it was one of the protesters. But it appears as though that was a CHP officer that just got out of the car to move it out of the way, likely so they can get it to a safe spot to tow it away. We're also showing you a live look at two other cars being taken away. One that has a sign in the back seat taped on the window saying "Ceasefire now." So their messages are continuing to come out even after they've been detained. They left them behind on their cars as they're being towed away.
Brilliant.
I see. We're also looking at some live pictures from the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza.
The correct information.
about protesters that
There's
were
some college dick suckers here on this news station, I
I
think.
don't have an exact time. They're working on getting the numbers, so
Okay.
it'll be a little bit.
Okay, and that was somebody
supportive.
from CHP that just came over to talk to members of the media here, letting us know that they will be sending somebody from CHP over to come talk to us out here on the bridge in person to give us a more accurate look of what actually happened out here, how many people were detained, and what their progress update is on getting this cleared and getting the bridge reopened. That's the number one thing that they are focused on eventually. We're seeing another group of CHP officers kind of move over. But again, right now, it looks like the focus is on these tow trucks moving some of those possibly abandoned cars left behind from the protesters, getting them out of the way.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Lena. So what is the sense now? Can you all stay where you are? Are you able to get closer? Is the protest itself kind of dying down? From the live image we see here, I can tell you are a little further back from where everything was unfolding.
Yeah, CHP officers kept us pretty far away. As soon as they started making arrests, we were pulled back from the scene, presumably for our own safety, but we're still trying to document accurately what is happening out here. But we were kind of continuously pushed back away from the scene.
Where
This
there's
is kind of as close as
safety.
they're letting us get to it. We just took a few steps forward, and we're seeing it appears as though 2, maybe 3 other protesters on my right-hand side are being detained as well. So we know those arrests are still happening, and this is not resolved.
Even our police are starting to
I
fuck
was
with
just
the
gonna say,
media
I know
way
that
too
CHP
much,
officer came
dude.
to you all and said they'd be sending someone over to give some numbers and some insight
Not
as to
let
what
us
was
see
going
what's
on. Did he
happening.
say when that would happen?
He did not say when that would happen. He
Okay.
said it would happen soon. He did not give us an estimated time frame on that. He just told us to kind of stand by and be ready for that update. So, that could come any minute now. And of course, we
Like,
will
it's
be here.
dangerous
We'll
over
make
there.
sure that
Get the fuck out of
their
here.
messages are
What are they going to do,
relayed
hit him with a
and,
beanie?
carry that live.
Okay, thank you so much, Lena. We'll check back in with you soon, or feel free to give us a call when you have that update, and we can listen in live with you as well. All right, everyone, if you're just joining us here, just to bring you up to speed on what's happening on the Bay Bridge, you are looking on the left at a live picture that is a bit frozen. We're still working on our signal there, but that is the Bay Bridge, all westbound lanes blocked there, and several police officers. You can see a heavy presence there. On the right-hand side of the bridge is where you see the backup in those westbound lanes. The westbound traffic is not moving. And since this image is frozen off to the left-hand side, I'm curious, are we able to bring in a live picture from the Bay Bridge toll plaza? Because we did want to look at something there. If you see the traffic slowly crawling here, this is a live picture from the toll plaza. And if you look to the left and you see that white car turning left, what we're seeing is a lot of people are turning around because they can't get through. And it does appear that there might be some CHP vehicles staged where people approach the toll booth and are blocking traffic and turning people around there in an effort to prevent further backups on and at the bridge as we move on throughout the day. We are also beginning to hear from our colleagues as we approach the 9:30 hour, which is when most people would be arriving here to the station to work our daytime shift. And many of them are coming from the East Bay and are stuck or taking the ferry or on a very crowded BART train. So this is a picture from the Rock Ridge BART station on the left-hand side that was taken maybe about 20 minutes ago or so. So it's crowded. People are finding other ways to get in, Reggie.
Ooh, it's crowded. Wow. Well, when we talked to BART earlier, they were saying that their numbers have not peaked because
that
have
bad,
not
really?
shown any kind of spike due to APEC. That will definitely change today. It's
not exactly
For sure. And we have Zena Jandali, who is stuck on the bridge. Zena, are you here with us?
Hi, yes, I am.
Zena, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. You've been there for, I'm sure, well over an hour at this point. What can you tell us? When did you start to see things go a little sideways up there?
Yes, so I was in that traffic jam for an hour and a half right at the beginning of the bridge. It was right before 8 when I got stuck. And then I noticed that people were able, if they were at the beginning of the bridge and not quite in the middle or on the bridge, that they were doing U-turns to merge left, take the exit, and come back around. But in all honesty, I was stuck there. I missed my medical appointment, and I took today off for work to go to my appointment. But at the same time, I understand why they're doing it. I really support the protesters, and I applaud what they're doing.
Damn it.
Right now, there are thousands of people in Gaza being bombed, and over 11,000 people have been killed. Many of those are children. Every 10 minutes, a child dies, and it's actually U.S. tax dollars that are contributing to this.
So when you said you were at the beginning of the bridge, were you past the...
Somebody's got to win, lady.
The metering lights?
No, so I did go past the fast track entrance where they scan my fast track, but I was not quite past the lights that go onto the bridge.
Okay.
I see, okay.
Right before.
So you had just made it through the toll booths, essentially, and that's when traffic stopped?
But stop giving them humanitarian aid, though.
Yes. And it was congested before then, but it was...
We can stop getting Israel money too, though. At the same time, that'd be pretty cool.
And people were coming out and doing U-turns, so I did ease a little forward, but for the most part, I was just stuck in the same spot essentially for an hour and a half.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry you missed your medical appointment. Zena, when did you know that this wasn't normal Bay Bridge traffic? When did you start to notice that this is something
ask
different?
her that, man.
So I was using my GPS, and I was supposed to get to my destination at 8:30, and then I noticed that suddenly my GPS was rerouting me to go back, take the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, go through Marin County, and then go to San Francisco. And it was strange because I was right at the Bay Bridge, and it was no longer allowing me to take a route that goes through the Bay Bridge.
Well, we're glad you're safe, Zena, and thank you very much for talking with us. Sorry that happened with you this morning. We appreciate your attitude about it.
Thank you very much.
Such a good attitude about it.
I know. She
God,
said
the
hour
news
and a
is
half
ridiculous.
before. Okay.
Yeah. There is supposed to be a 10 a.m. news conference that CHP is holding, so when that happens, we will...
Act like she just went through some war zone her damn self. How'd she do it?
For just a moment, Reggie and Lena was on the phone with us, and we did overhear a CHP
gynecology appointment.
approach her as well, saying that they were going to send an officer to talk with them too. And I wonder if that's what we're maybe getting. It looks like people are trying to cluster, but our signal is a little spotty. So as soon as someone starts talking, I will stop talking so that we can hear what they have to say. Okay, it looks like we're going to get somebody from the CHP. Again, he is standing in the westbound lanes on the Bay Bridge.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Give us an update on what's happening.
Okay.
First, give us your name.
Yeah, Chief Ezri Beauchamp with the California Highway Patrol, overall CHP operations in the 9 Bay Area counties.
Getting an update right now.
So approximately 7:41 this morning, reports came in of vehicles slowing and then coming to a complete stop. Westbound 80 on the Bay Bridge, just east of Treasure Island. This appears to be a very calculated movement based upon individuals having multiple layers of vehicles stopping and slowing traffic with individuals getting out of their cars. We had units here within just a couple minutes, but unfortunately all lanes were blocked, backing up traffic. Let me state first and foremost, we are 100% in support of people's rights to exercise their First Amendment. This is the wrong way to do it. This is 100% wrong, it's unacceptable, and it's illegal. Up to this point right now, we've made 50 arrests, we've towed 15 vehicles, and we're still making our way through vehicles and various protesters. We estimate more vehicles are going to be towed, 25 to 50 more people could be arrested. This is very dangerous. You could have people needing to get to the hospital right now. People are needing to get to work. Emergency vehicles can't respond. Again, it's unacceptable for these individuals to do this. What they've done has put people's lives at risk, has impacted people's lives, and has made for a very hectic day within the Bay Area. We are doing everything we can to process the scene
They gotta
quickly.
go down
with the
for it.
assistance of the San Francisco Sheriff's Department, approximately 250 CHP personnel are on scene. They're making active arrests as I speak, and they're towing vehicles as we speak, working with Caltrans and our law enforcement partners. And I'm welcome to take any questions.
Were you caught off guard?
I will say that we were not caught off guard. This was something that we were anticipating happening. We were here within a couple minutes, but they were planned. They worked together. They brought their vehicles to a stop on the freeway, and that got accomplished within seconds.
What kind of charges are the people facing?
That's something that we're going to have to work with the San Francisco District Attorney. We're going to look for the full array of charges that we can press, not only impacting traffic, impacting emergency vehicles, and not allowing people to have movement. And so we'll be looking at what those various charges are and working together to increase those charges based upon people working together to do this.
How many police officers total do you think are here?
I would estimate right now total police officers among the various agencies approximately 250.
What's your estimate of reopening the bridge?
So our goal is within 15 to 20 minutes to hopefully have one lane open. It could take up to 30 minutes.
How many people are getting murdered right now? Holy shit.
There's vehicles that are abandoned and vehicles that they took their keys and they tossed them into the bay. And so we have to tow those vehicles. We have no other choice. Ultimately, we don't want to open the lanes until it's safe to do so for all people. But as quickly as we can, we do want to get one lane at least open.
And for our viewers who are just tuning in and watching it live right now, repeat how many people were arrested, how many vehicles you still have to remove?
So 50 people approximately have been arrested so far. 15 vehicles have been towed. Again, those keys were tossed into the bay, and that's that calculated movement of working together that they did. We could still have 5, 10, 15 more cars to tow. Each time we work our way through the next set of vehicles, we're finding abandoned cars and more protesters. We estimate another 25 to 50 arrests could be made today. Once all arrests are done, we will provide those final numbers to the press. Thank you.
How far back are you having to go down the bridge to see if these vehicles are still?
So right now we're having to go hundreds and hundreds of yards initial scene where we're still finding protesters in vehicles. And that's what's really causing the major delay. If it had only been one set of vehicles and one set of protesters, we would have gotten out of here very quickly. But again, working together, this group stopped traffic in layers and is making it a process for us to get through.
But if you're going hundreds of yards away, how do you know the people that you're arresting hundreds of yards away are protesters?
So we've been videotaping and we've been watching individuals. And so anyone who is arrested, it will be because they were actively participating in the protest, that we had eyes on them, and that we've identified them as an active protester disrupting traffic.
Where did that video come from? Officers who were in the mix?
Yes, we come out here. We have a video that we take. We'll have to comb through that video to see if there's other vehicles that we missed, other individuals that we've missed. That will be investigation that we do.
Are the protesters fighting back, or is it civil disobedience where they're just being arrested and peacefully walking with you?
They have not actively combated against us, if that's what your question is. I don't necessarily call it a peaceful protest when you stop tens of thousands of people from being able to get to the hospital, being able to get to school, and being able to get to work. They also put themselves in a device called a sleeping dragon, which is where we have to get out tools to remove that, making it again more difficult for us to be able to make the arrest and to free up the scene and allow people to eventually get going on westbound 80.
And one of the lanes, the far right lane has been closed for much of the week as a security precaution for APEC. Did that closed off lane, open lane, facilitate any of the protesters' coordination in terms of slowing down and stopping?
I couldn't give you an answer to that question.
Are tow trucks the problem to get here? Do you have enough, or is this hard to get through traffic?
We do have enough tow trucks, as you've seen, and I'm sure you have video. The tow trucks are actively taking vehicles, taking them off at Treasure Island, and then coming back and getting more vehicles.
What is Treasure Island? I want to go there. Sounds fun.
Right now, it would just be an estimate. We believe there could be upwards to 20 to 50, but that's an estimate I'm providing right now.
And the abandoned cars?
That could be 5, 10 more. We're just not sure. It's you encounter a vehicle, no one's in it, there's no keys. We have a legal obligation to tow that vehicle. It's blocking the lanes.
And we know you had officers staging on the bridge. blocking that one lane all morning long. How was this still able to happen knowing you had officers staged and ready to go?
You know, obviously we can't be everywhere of every second at every location. Our officers, again, they were working in conjunction together. The officers we did have on the bridge, they got in front of them and they slowed them down, making, again, our job more
All right, we are
difficult,
to see if the signal
impacting public safety and impacting people's lives. What these protesters have done, again, is unacceptable. It goes against what we need people to do. Again, work in schools, they're going to go to jail, their vehicles are going to get towed, and we're going to press all the charges that we can, working with the district attorney.
There was no way to prevent this from happening. You had the intelligence, you had the manpower, but if they had the determination, there is no way. To prevent this from happening?
No, that's a tough question to answer. We did everything we could to prevent it, and we will continue to do everything we can to prevent these type of events from happening. To do what they did, and they were successful, and it was wrong.
A logistical question. You said you've had to go back hundreds of yards so far to check each row of cars to see which ones belong to protesters, which ones have been abandoned. Are you going to go all the way down to the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza? Is that the idea? And if so, how long is that going to take?
Yeah, we'll continue to work our way through until until we have no more abandoned vehicles and no more protesters. We have officers on the Oakland side near the toll plaza, motor officers that you've seen. They're working their way up, and so we're going to do it safely. We're going to do it as quickly as we can, and as quickly as we can get the vehicles out of here, we will.
And again, just to clarify and reiterate, the way you're going to identify people who may have been part of the protest and may have just versus someone just stuck in traffic is through video?
Well, I don't want to say just video. It's all of these officers we have on scene that we've put eyes on the individual protesters out of their vehicles, actively participating in the protest.
So if someone got out of their vehicle, that they could be subject to arrest?
No, I don't want to say that. I understand that people have been stuck here now going on 2+ hours, 3 hours if I'm looking at my clock right. And I understand that individuals get out of their cars, they look around to see what's happening. They're not going to be subject to arrest. It is when we are with 100% confidence that you are being arrested because you were out here breaking the law.
How can you ensure that with 100% confidence?
Again, I know you just probably got here, and I apologize for that. It's because all of these officers that were on scene, putting eyes on the protesters, we gave a dispersal order that they were to leave the area. Those individuals that didn't leave, those individuals that continued to protest, are the ones going to jail.
Any chance to get the innocent bystanders to go around, reverse their car, or they're in it for the long run?
There's no way to reverse traffic on the Bay Bridge, unfortunately. The backup is massive, and we understand that. That's our goal, to get traffic moving as quickly as possible. I can take one more question.
Can you reiterate the estimated time of reopening for the far right lane and then for the entire bridge?
Yeah, our goal is in about, again, 15 to 30 minutes to hopefully have a lane open. I wish I could give you an estimate for all lanes, but please, people, avoid traveling on westbound 80 coming into San Francisco. Thank you very much.
Chief, your first name again.
Chief Ezri Beauchamp, EZERY BEAUCHAMP, Chief of the California Highway Patrol over Golden Gate Division. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief.
He's a tall
We got a
Ezra.
lot of new information then.
My name's Ezra.
To reiterate, they've arrested 50 people, as you can see, or it was at the bottom of your screen. They are looking for a possible 25 to 50 more people that they might be arresting. And 15 cars towed so far. The interesting thing was that he says that people parked their cars, got out, were a part of the protest, then threw the keys into the bay.
Yes. Lena Howland, our colleague there on the scene, is there. Lena, we heard what you heard. What's the feeling now? We hear, 15 to 30 minutes for one lane to open, and no idea when all lanes will open.
Yeah, so at least that's some kind of a progress update now that we know they are trying to reopen at least the very far right-hand lane sometime in the next 30 or 15
Why
to
so
30
long,
minutes.
dude?
However,
They're fucking hard. Like,
the
what do you
CHP
mean,
chief
dude?
of this
Just
division
push them
that
over to
we
the
just
side of the
heard from
fucking
said
road.
He does not have an estimate of when they're
Oh, they
going to be
can't
able
hurt
to
their car at all. That's
reopen
right. It's
all
gotta,
lanes
yeah,
of
they
the
gotta,
Bay Bridge. He
Man, what a
said
pain
that's
in the
because
ass.
they are
We're gonna end
still
up turning
in the
into
process
a different
of making
country
more
over
arrests.
time
They're
because
still
stupid
going
people like
through
this.
cars that have been abandoned on scene.
They're gonna
They
make
said
new laws
there could
where if
still
you go to a
be
protest,
upwards of
do this kind of
25
shit with your
more
car,
arrests. There
they're
could
able
be
to throw it
5
off
to
the side of the
15
bridge.
more abandoned
Like
cars.
they can fuck it up
CHP
if they want
officers said
to.
they had to go back at least
And you can't say
100
shit
feet
about it.
into traffic, going car by car to find some of those abandoned cars, which, like you guys just mentioned, we heard CHP officers say that some of those drivers, those protesters, had thrown their keys into the bay
Because this is a serious
either before they were arrested or just at some point
issue.
during
Like
the demonstration.
people being able to do this, and they have to be so careful
And
with
we
their
also saw
fucking
many of those
junky car,
cars
probably.
have signs on them inside
But
against
really, they
one of
should
those
be able to get in
windows
there
that
with
said
a
ceasefire now. That's the reason why
forklift and
many
just
of these
push them
protesters
all over to the
were
side
blocking
real
this bridge
fast.
in the first place during this week of the APEC CEO summit. While we do have so many world leaders here physically, including President Biden, they want to make sure world leaders are listening to what's going on here. They're calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, and they do not
this isn't
want
the
to
type
see
of
just a humanitarian pause.
protesting that is
So
beneficial
that's
to
kind
our
of the gist of what we just heard
society.
from CHP
you know?
officers.
It's
Again,
dangerous.
50 people
it's
have been
reckless.
arrested so far, and they are expecting
selfish.
more arrests to be made here in the next few
There's
hours.
protests
But
that
we
can be
still
done
don't
that doesn't
have a
put
clear
people's
estimate of
lives
when
in danger,
all lanes
dude.
of this bridge will
So shit like
reopen.
this shouldn't be
But
like they should
hopefully
be able
in the
to
next
just.
15 to
Oh,
30
you want to do that
minutes,
with
we
your
will
car?
see some
Okay.
movement on the very far
Knock it the
right-hand
fuck out the
lane
way
of
with a
bridge.
forklift
However, it's
then.
still being blocked by
That's what happens when you
CHP
do that type of
officers
shit.
right
And your
now.
insurance
So
ain't
that's
covering
kind
it.
of the gist of what we are hearing and what we are seeing on the ground now on the upper deck of the Bay Bridge.
You asked him,
Like people are supposed to die over this person's personal property not getting damaged.
One lane closed, and the CHP
Does
had
it
a
seem a little
presence on the
backwards?
bridge during the entire
Where
conference.
that means
and what
we're
was his answer?
valuing property over people.
I mean, I asked that question
People that
to try
put
to
their
hold them
own
accountable
property
because they
at
said
a risk like
they were
this,
having CHP officers
shit should get
staging
fucked up.
in that one open lane. We are seeing one driver being escorted out. It's unclear who that person is, but one car, actually multiple cars, are being escorted out right now. We're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 cars driven
And this
by,
is how
it appears
the left
regular people,
uses
not CHP
the
drivers.
Antifa and shit to help make us have more laws.
Escorted out
The
by
left does
CHP
this. They act like they're trying to help with our civil liberties, but the left, oftentimes, their protesters are the ones that cause us to have more laws, more strict laws.
As CHP officers
It's intentional.
They have 250 law enforcement officers on the bridge right now. That explains why we've seen such a huge response, and that includes the people on the eastbound side too. We're seeing some motorcycles, and these look like regular people making their way through, so that's good news. Maybe that 15 minutes came a little sooner for them. I would hope so. We also learned something kind of interesting, that the police departments, in addition to, there's cameras on the bridge itself, were apparently filming people in the crowd to see whether or not they were participating
They'd have a
in the
motorcycle
protest,
on.
and we'll use that video to identify suspects as well, which is interesting. And also that this was a coordinated event. According to police, they had anticipated something like this, and I did hear Elena's question to the officer, and the response that I gather from him is essentially they did what they could. He said that the officers were there when they saw these people start slowing down, so they kind of cut them off to slow them further so they didn't get too far onto the bridge, because that is true. They could have gone a lot further. They could have stopped inside the tunnel or past the tunnel so that they had the entire bridge blocked. They didn't even make it all the way up before they seemed to have been clued off that something was happening.
And Lena, we
There's a
can hear you and
tunnel
see you
at the
again.
end of it. What is, dude? I'm looking into Treasure Island.
Hey,
It
yeah,
sounds really
so we are
cool.
seeing a long line of motorcycles being escorted out right now. It does appear that these folks are hopefully being allowed off the bridge any minute now. We're going to approach a couple of these drivers here in just a moment, but trying not to get in CHP's way while they're working to clear these folks out. Right before we saw this line of motorcycles being escorted up here by CHP, we saw about 5 or 6 regular cars being driven by regular people being escorted out. So hopefully that's our early sign of people just starting to being let off of this bridge.
And Lena, what is it that they are waiting on now? Is someone holding them up so that they can't drive all the way off the bridge?
Yeah, they are being held up by, it looks like 2 CHP, 3
It's
CHP
a World's
officers on their
Fair
motorcycles.
site.
They were told to follow them.
It's artificial.
And I can see the officer in front just waved his hand.
People live
He's
there
putting
now.
up kind of like the 1-minute signal. And all of these drivers, they all have their engines running. They appear to be about to be escorted off this bridge. And everybody looks like they are very, very anxiously awaiting this.
There's a
I mean, keep in
military
mind,
base there.
a lot of these people may have been stuck on this bridge for more than 2 hours now. And we've all been stuck in traffic on the bridge before, but nothing quite of this magnitude, with the entire bridge completely shut down heading into San Francisco at rush hour, especially on a morning when we have the APEC CEO Summit in town. We have several world leaders in town, including President Biden. So this is a big deal. We do know CHP officers said they are working to make more arrests. Right now, they're also working to go through a lot of the cars still parked on the bridge. And we're finally seeing these motorcyclists being escorted off the bridge by CHP officers. So again, that's our second sign of good progress happening now. Live on the upper deck of the bridge. Behind these motorcycles being escorted off, you're about to see a few more regular cars being driven by regular people. So we have a truck coming in, another car, and it does appear like they may be opening that very far right-hand lane of the upper deck of the Bay Bridge. But it's still just like 1 or 2 cars at a time, and we're not seeing all the traffic flow through here just yet.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm curious.
It's a very slow and tedious process.
Yeah, I guess so.
It still hurts over here on my lung, man.
Interesting, yeah. We can only guess, and maybe it could have been the positioning of where they were, something like that. Maybe they got mixed up into the protests themselves, but were not a part of it. That's also possible.
That's a good guess.
Right, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible these cars were just kind of stuck in the mix, mixed in with other protesters, and they needed to possibly get to an abandoned vehicle left behind from a protester, maybe parked behind some of these cars. So these are the cars that needed to be physically moved out of the way to get to the other abandoned cars.
Oh, I know this person is happy right here.
Let's see if we can talk to this guy. Hey, sir. Can you
His window's
How are
down.
you feeling?
Well, I missed my flight about a half an hour ago.
You missed your flight?
Yeah, I did.
SFO?
Yes.
Where are you going?
Tucson.
What is this like for you?
Sympathy and a little bit pissed off. Kind of a combination. I understand their plight and certainly admire it, but wish I'd gone further.
Okay, what's your name?
Brad Howard.
Brad Howard. Thank you, Brad.
You
All right,
admire
we just got
it.
moved away
You
and said
suck.
we're not allowed to do interviews.
Brad, you fucking moron.
By
Of course
CHP
you're not. You're
officers.
blocking
I know
traffic.
they are trying to protect our safety and make sure that we
What's
are
up
out
for your
of the way.
safety?
But this is the second
fucking-
time CHP officers have interfered with us doing an interview.
because he
It's not
doesn't
like this
like
man
you.
was arrested. He's just a regular person that was trying to get to SFO that just missed his flight because of all of this. He said he's incredibly
Why
frustrated
isn't traffic moving though, man?
that he
What
kind of
the
got stuck
fuck?
in all of this.
They're past it already, aren't they?
Sympathy, and I must say I am struck by mood and tone of the people that we have spoken with that have had their mornings really disrupted. We've had a missed flight,
too. It's ridiculous.
a missed doctor's
Why do they
appointment
not
that someone
care?
took off of work for, and I mean, that man didn't outwardly say it,
They're
but
like,
I think
I
he
get
at
it,
least seemed to be
though.
understanding of why the protesters were there.
Yeah.
I get it.
Dude, most
the
everybody's
motorcycles
gone from
who
North Gaza
went
now. These
across
people
a
don't know what the
second ago
fuck's
are
going
just
on
getting
with the
off
war.
the
All they
bridge.
know is the
Just saw
sound
them
bites
go
and clips that they get
past
after they're off from
Vantage
work
point
or
here,
whatever.
South
You know, I mean, they're not watching this shit all day like I am.
Okay,
I know
so
for
we're
sure.
seeing some progress here.
None of
and
them
this
are.
is the shoulder, by the way, where the vehicles are moving. This is not the far right lane.
I mean,
The
look
far
at what they're
right
doing
lane is
right
where
now.
the
Are they watching
officer
it
is
right now?
standing.
No, I am.
So maybe they were able to get that
All right.
shoulder open. You see an ambulance there.
There you go. Case
which
in
does
point.
point to something that the CHP officer spoke about, which is that this
Did she just say point at the same
impact
time I did?
way where the vehicles are moving. This is not the far right lane. The far right lane is where the officer is standing. So maybe they were able to get that shoulder open. You see an ambulance there, which does point to something that the CHP officer spoke about, which is that this did impact emergency vehicles in the area. And she has a right to be there. And they are not supposed to interfere, actually. So well, we might have to revisit that. But for those of you that are just joining us, since we are just past the 10 o'clock hour here, we will recap for you what has transpired this morning. So around 7:45 is when we got initial reports.
I don't need to hear a recap. I was here for it. I'm already tired of hearing that bitch talk, dude. You know what I mean? They're non-stop. They don't know how to do it. Stop. They tell them to just continually talk the entire time until a commercial's on. This is real, dude. Did Statue Treasure Island have a state-sanctioned homeless encampment called Slab City in the 90s? I don't know about that, man. Did it? Anybody know about that? State Department will be live any minute. Oh, 9 minutes. I wonder why the cars are coming through so slowly, though.
Then they cannot see
The arms and where to cut. I see.
Yes. So
Okay.
it makes it a lot harder for police to separate them, and that is what CHP was talking about earlier when they mentioned that technique. CHP also was really clear about their view on today's protests, saying that they support First Amendment rights, but they also said, quote, this is the wrong way to do it, and that, quote, this is illegal.
They also gave us some numbers here. They say so far they've arrested about 50 people. They predict somewhere between 25 and 50 more people may be arrested. They towed 15 cars from the scene. They had roughly 250 officers, and I should say still have 250 officers there. The car situation, though, is interesting because the way they described it is that these vehicles all started to slow around 7:30, and there were already CHP vehicles staged in that area. They say this wasn't a huge surprise. They anticipated this, cut those vehicles off to slow them down, so they didn't cross the entirety of the bridge. But there were other vehicles in the backup that have since been abandoned, and in some cases, the protesters threw their car keys into the bay. So that makes it difficult to move the cars from there. And they still need to find them. So
And they
that's taking time.
There were several
The Arab group
layers
talked
and
earlier.
rows of cars that were involved in
You want to
today's
hear
protests.
the Arab group talk about
We have an
this
image
shit,
from the
bruh?
Bay Bridge Toll Plaza, and this is a sight that we almost never see.
Yeah.
These people are important. All of them could have you murdered, probably. I'm sorry, but they probably could. That's not even misinformation. This dude, if you wanted to, he could have you killed. I don't even know who the hell he is. Each one of these could.
national capacities, just to add to what
Especially
the
this guy, that's
ambassador of Malta has
Afghanistan.
said,
No, I
we
mean,
don't
that's
have much additional to add,
Palestine.
except that we think
I
today's
recognize
resolution
them.
represents an important
Who's
first
she?
step for the Council to have taken action on the crisis that is
Arab
unfolding in
Emirates.
Gaza. It's the first
the main
resolution
one.
since 2016 on the situation in the occupied Palestinian territories, so it was a
China.
big move and a lot of compromises from different council members to
India.
get us to this clear voice from the council today. And the calls in the councils and the demands in the councils for the clear implementation of international humanitarian law that is binding on all parties is perhaps one of the most important defining operative paragraphs of the entire resolution, under which all the other operative paragraphs come. This must be heeded. The second point I'd like to highlight is what really brought the council together today was the desperate fate of children in Gaza. We have all been haunted by the scenes of children under the rubble, unable to send in search and rescue teams to bring them out. 5,000 children have lost their lives. This is unconscionable. And I think this move around children, including the release of children hostages also held in Gaza, has really brought the council together today. It is a first step. Of course, we would all want to see a full humanitarian ceasefire, which is what the United Nations has called for. But we have to thank Malta, who have led this topic and led this file with so much dexterity and diplomacy. And we have to thank China in their capacity as President of the Council for steering the Council's output to this conclusion. It is a first step. It is not enough. The destruction in Gaza is horrifying, and we are all condemning it on a daily basis. But we will build on this to subsequent Council action on this file in the coming days and weeks.
They
and we
all
hope for a
have too
better
small
outcome,
jackets. What are they?
for the people,
What are they
the Palestinian
doing?
people. And of course, ultimately, the two-state solution remains the only option on the table for a durable,
China's the
lasting
only
peace.
one with a big enough jacket.
Ambassador, how many children do you think this resolution will save when Israel's envoy said they reject it outright?
Israel may have rejected it. I haven't seen the statement myself, but a council, but the council resolution is binding on all parties, and operative paragraph 1 demands for its implementation. Please read that operative paragraph carefully. Also read operative paragraph 6 carefully, where we've asked the Secretary General to report to the Council on the implementation of the resolution and to bring ideas to the Council of what he would need and what his team would need for further monitoring and implementation on the ground. This is the Security Council's work. This is the toolkit that we have, and we have utilized it to the furthest possible extent today. And I think that's a first step. It won't bring back those lives. We all feel devastated by that. But it is difficult geopolitical times, and to bring the unity of the Council today to speak with one voice on this subject that has haunted all of us over the last month is, I think, a momentous resolution for the sake of children today.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Arab group and the Islamic group, I just want to also thank Malta for their hardest efforts that they did in order to put this together. Also thank our colleague, our Emirates, UAE, for their
Yo,
really
he just got
hard work
pissed
in order
off
to
and
pull this
left.
together.
You see that shit?
Definitely, it isn't.
Damn,
really
he was
up
behind
to
everybody.
What we want to see.
What just
But we
happened?
see it
Who was
as
that?
the beginning of the
Oh,
first
poor
step
guy.
towards hopefully a sustained ceasefire.
Is that India?
We know how challenging it was to reach this point. It has been late. We reached a point where we're almost now 12,000 civilians have lost their lives, 5,000 of them children. So it is time to speak up. The attacks that are continuing on civilians and hospitals, and most recently on the Shifa hospital, is not acceptable. Therefore, actions are needed. We thank China for their presidency and what they're doing in order to push this forward. We're not going to stop here. We see this as a continuation of the resolution that was adopted in the General Assembly, which we stated very clearly 3 main objectives. First was a ceasefire, then humanitarian aid to enter immediately and stop any forced transfer or displacement of the people in Gaza. This is a small step that we see might be done through this resolution, but also in the same time, we're going to see how it's going to be implemented, and we want to call for accountability for those who will not comply. And this is very important. We'll be following this, And we're looking forward also on Friday, where we're going to be holding a humanitarian briefing in the General Assembly that we have called as the Arab Group and the Islamic Group. And there we will see what the situation is. And we always have to focus on saving lives. And this is our ultimate goal in this stage. Thank you.
I want to say a few words in English and then a few words in Arabic.
Palestine, I know who that is.
In English, I want to first thank my brothers from the Arab group, in which we were unified from day one in pressuring the international community to accomplish three objectives. As my brother Tahir said, ceasefire, stop the killing, stop the aggression. Then massive humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people, food, water, medicine, fuel,
applesauce
at scale as suggested by the Secretary General to reach all corners of the Gaza Strip. And thirdly, to stop the crime against humanity of forced mass transfer. We do not want a second Nakba to happen. We want to live in our country, in our beloved Gaza Strip, and we want to rebuild it. I am grateful, as I said, to the unity of everyone in the Arab group that allowed us to keep inching forward towards these objectives. And also I'm grateful to the unity of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, who are also with us, and we work together whether in the General Assembly or in other components of the United Nations. This unity allowed us also to have a strong representation in the Security Council. My sister, you know, Her Excellency Lana Nusseibeh, the PR of the United Arab Emirates, she represented us well. She coordinated with us in every minute detail, and we complemented each other in order to accomplish the things that we've accomplished in the General Assembly, in the Security Council, and with the Secretary General of the United Nations. We are grateful to her and to her skills in also bringing along a friendly country, Malta, to introduce this resolution through a collaboration between the representative of the Arab countries, United Arab Emirates, and Malta, that allowed us to have this small, modest resolution. And of course, we are honored that during the presidency of China, a true friend to the Palestinian people and to their cause, that this resolution was adopted during their presidency. We are grateful to you and to many friends from all corners of the globe. The big test for us was in the General Assembly. We prevailed. We produced a humanitarian resolution, important one. We did not deviate from the objective of concentrating in a humanitarian way in putting an end to this crime that is unfolding before our eyes, engulfing the Palestinian people, the 2.3 million of them in the Gaza Strip and the millions in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. And our hearts are torn apart when we look at the children being killed and injured or trying to dig them out from under the rubbles. 5,000 children to be killed in the Gaza Strip while the international community watching, while the Security Council is watching, is a stain in the forehead of the Security Council. They should have acted long time ago. That would allow for the saving all those children. But nevertheless, we want to save the remaining hundreds of thousands of children and civilians. We need to save their lives. That's why this resolution is a small step in the right direction. It did not produce ceasefire, but it's a step in that direction. We want ceasefire, permanent ceasefire, to take place. And we will keep knocking on the door of the Security Council. the crime committed yesterday and today in the Shifa hospital, something that we will not forget. And we will keep coming back to the Security Council, and we will go back to the General Assembly in the format of listening to representatives of humanitarian organizations of the United Nations to brief the international community about the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, especially in the Gaza Strip. And we will decide on further steps as we move forward. We will not relent. We will not stop until we see the accomplishment of the resolution of the General Assembly and this small resolution in the Security Council in our way of putting an end to this crime against the Palestinian people and the barbaric attacks against our civilian population in the Gaza Strip. And then hopefully after that, a door will be opened for a meaningful political process. Let me just say a few things in Arabic, you know. أنتم تغطون دائما. I want to give my friend.
Whoa!
No, just a second, please.
Did you see that?
I
Yo,
should say
I got
I
the
fully
magic
agree
fingers.
with what has been said by Ambassador Nusseibeh, Ambassador Mansour, and other colleagues. And simply to say that, first, the resolution adopted is really a meaningful step towards the final ceasefire and also the settlement of the conflict. And for that, I should really highly appreciate the strong solidarity and unity demonstrated by the Arabic countries and Muslim countries, and in particular the leading role played by Ambassador Mansour and Ambassador Nusseibeh, and also the great contributions made by other colleagues. I don't believe that without this solidarity, this unity, we can get what has happened to happen. And second, we have adopted a resolution, but we should not simply stop here. There are many things to be done. And the most important thing is to get this resolution implemented fully, and so as to realize a complete and lasting ceasefire and peace. And for that, we need to continue to make our joint efforts. And as the rotating presidency of the Council, we will continue to make along that direction. And third, in the long-term run, the solution lies in the implementation of the two-state solution. We have mentioned that many times. And if we do not want to see the resurgence of such tragic situations, we need to give all the fundamental rights back to the Palestinians and to get the two-state solution realized, and also to let the Palestinians to decide their own future. That's really what I wish to emphasize. And thank you again.
Thank you.
How would you explain this vote to the families who have lost their children in Gaza and for whom this resolution comes far too late, is a failure for them? How would you explain it to them?
I'm sure you know very well what happened in the past 40 days, and there's a strong willingness in the Council to have a resolution adopted. So we tried the Brazilian one, we tried several times the Russian texts, and then, you know, for the reason we all know that we were not able to get there. But we have never given up, and it's late, but that it's a very, very important and meaningful first step. We hope that with this step, with our further effort, we can see a lasting peace, and also, at this moment, a really consolidated ceasefire.
I promised you to ask a question.
you.
You are the last one, and I
Thank
think
you.
we need
In
to go.
1973, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia announced an embargo on oil sales to Western countries plus Japan in retaliation for their support of Israel. I wonder if you expected same support from Arab countries since October 7th.
I missed the first part that you
in 1973,
73, yes.
King Faisal announced that embargo.
Yes.
You remember that. So I wonder if you expected same support from Arab countries since October 7th.
I think that the Arab countries and the Muslim countries just concluded a summit in Riyadh, and they adopted very strong declarations, and I advise you, to go back to that very strong, statement that contained a number of elements that are very strong and powerful, and we will be working and guided by such declarations from Riyadh that, among other things, that it helped us and the pressure that it created, it was an added element that allowed us to have this small step in the Security Council to have a humanitarian resolution without condemnation of anyone, which was the position of a number of countries fixated on the condemnation of one side, and they are not moving beyond the October 7th, and as if, history started on October 7th. So I think that there is this document, and of course we are only at the beginning of the process because there are attacks, against the hospitals. The Israeli government declared before the end of this meeting that they will not honor it, they will not implement it, which means that very likely we might come back again soon to the Security Council, demanding, that they find ways for the implementations of their resolutions, including this last one, 2417. So therefore, there are a lot of things before us that you could see through them the demonstration of the strength of the Arab and the Muslim countries and other countries, not only them, because now we are going to meet with different, regional groups, and we are going, to continue the mobilization so that we can succeed in having a ceasefire, in implementing, the essence of the resolution of the General Assembly, and to expand on the current resolution that was adopted today, and move into the political horizon and move into the accountability dimension. So there are a lot of things before us, and this current Israeli government is not going to respect anyone, any obligation as we see it on the ground, which means that we will be coming back again, and we will assess and evaluate, and we will take all the necessary steps that allow the General Assembly, the Security Council, and the Secretary General to keep pushing ahead to put an end to this aggression. We thank you very much. And
on the side of that tape right now, and in her was found the blood of the prophets and the saints. Wait, what was it? It says the lamp of a light shall not shine in Uncle Sam's ass no more, and the voice of the bridegroom and the bride shall not be heard in you anymore. For your merchants were the great men of the church. Could you play the other side of that tape, that Biggie Small tape?
Yeah, let's go. Get it.
For your merchants were the great men of the earth, before by your sorceries all the nations were deceived. By the sorceries of leprechauns as I crush so-called willies, thugs, and rapadons. And in her was found the blood of prophets, saints of all who were slain. And Christ Jesus, that's my main concern. I'm getting about to the business of who killed my son. Motherfucker, I give a fuck who hung your grandmama and your grandpa. I probably had it coming to the end. You don't seem to mind me that happened in the past.
something. You should know my stilo. Went from 10 G's for blow to 30 G's a show to orgies with O's I never seen before. So, Jesus, get off the notorious.
That's the other side of the tape I told you.
If the beef between us, we can settle it with the chrome and metal.
Oh
shit.
shit!
Like a kettle get.
You put the wrong side on.
Who sent you? You still pedal shit. I got more rides, the great adventure.
How are you gonna do it? Do it.
Kick in the door.
You put the wrong side on, bitch. Go and tell her now.
Turn it up. Go ahead, turn the kid, let it play.
Oh, my man.
Okay. Damn. Go to my poetry. One poem that's been given to me so far. Let me tear it off your ass.
Dude, this is before
I come in the
Outlaw
name of
4
Jesus by the
Ministries.
power of the Holy Spirit, and when the little Lord sounds the sound and shows the sign, ain't gonna be no time to ponder the message in your feeble little mind, cause it's just gonna be going on like Donkey Kong, 144,000 strong, faithful and true king singing a brand new song. You don't know my words, your best bet is to learn. Know who the fuck you supposed to be. Don't act like you don't know me, fool. What? You don't? Ain't no shame on me, motherfucker, shame on you. Oh, cause you think you believe God don't mind. Because if he did, God would do. Believe it or not, house niggas, is all on you. But God knows you don't mind stinking ass Congress politicians sticking up your non-believing ass all the time. I am the light, and you, motherfucker, you just blind. If you had stayed in my words, I would have referred to you as being divinely inclined. And to a goddamn devil-worshipping Ku Klux Klan member house nigga, can I be kind? Can I respect the Antichrist non-believer in exercising his right to call God Almighty a lie? Well, you've got to be out of your goddamn mind. Got to be. And doomed to die. If you don't mind, God don't mind slaying your wicked ass at the end of time. Motherfucker, if you only knew in your heart and in your mind who it is you are referring to, who it is you are referring to, you will repent for your past, arrest your own motherfucking ass. What I'm sincerely trying to say is check yourself, motherfucker, before you wreck yourself. I'm God and Ku Klux Klan members, goddamn house niggas, you're not. Y'all way off with finding my song. It was right in the back of that one song. Nasty boy. Easily. Take that. God damn, how you get there? Yes, I'm the one that is written of. To come and show you all how this real shit is done and run. I'm the Lord, motherfucker.
I ain't never seen this one
Not who you thought
before.
I was supposed to be. That's right, anybody can talk big, bad, and mighty. But only one motherfucker has the right, you see. And that one motherfucker just so happens to be me. Divine right.
Fine.
Am I high and low?
Where my Jews at?
Motherfucker, I'm the inhabitor of eternity. Hey, any of you non-believing, Antichrist achieving, devil worshipper receiving, house nigga that's grieving, struggling his house nigga ass all the way up the ladder of white supremacy, feel a strong urge to crucify me, then you know I got to be. And no motherfucker does it better in any weather. I'm the top seller. Like my nigga Mystical say, gonna be that way long after release Mandela. Because you ninkum fucking poops don't know Jesus from glory, holla stupid. I will stick my sword in that ass so fast you will swear my name is Cupid. Truly God's salvation is near them that fear him. You don't fear God really though, huh? You fear him when you die, huh? Then eat a bowl of hearts and a big plate of man, cause the shit's surely about to hit the fan. Being tossed by the man with the plan in his hand. The blueprint even. And you Ku Klux Klan members, goddamn house niggas can surely start grieving. I couldn't give a mad ass fuck what you believe in. Because what you think you believe in, the first man Adam fucked up, God Almighty through Jesus made even. And we give glory to God Almighty by the name of the sinless man called Jesus.
This is almost over, don't worry, but you need to know
The
this.
Most High don't give a fuck if it's morning, noon, or evening, what time it is, or the goddamn season. Anyone opposed will have to be leaving, got to be. Hop the first hell bop.
Bop, bleep,
Getting
bop,
somewhere over the rainbow that dead asses will be fleeing. For mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. And you need not be looking for another motherfucker. If the first sacrifice of God wasn't enough, maybe you would prefer to pay God with your funky ass blood. God will squash your ass like a bug in the rug. You and the goddamn doctrine you rolled in on. This is the one-man show. And although I am rule over many, I ain't talking about we. And fuck another motherfucker contrary to me. You're just a Ku Klux Klan member wannabe house nigga. Dying to swing from a tree. I'm God, and motherfucker, you're not. So now will I cry like a woman in travail and growl like a bear. If it's hell you trust in, motherfucker, get there. Hop the first hell bop. For God gives that which is good. My words, the truth is that which is good. Apart from my words, there ain't no good.
This is how you worship.
And my truth shall yield my increases to me like a flood, with or without the shedding of blood. And after this great war, the master will tally up the score, then turn these fake-ass Congress
There's
politicians
no difference
into
between these two
handmaids
people.
for a quarter. Then Ku Klux Klan members and goddamn house niggas will become allergic to law and order. Then will the children praise the Almighty Lord and glorify the name Jesus. God has established this forevermore.
He is him, and he is him in another
you go to
life.
sleep and you wake up tomorrow, it'll still be Jesus forever. Don't fake on me now, motherfucker. You in schooler. I'm ordained to be ruler, and I'm coming like the true savior. Can I crystal blue persuade you? The VU is not Deja. I'm the
VU is
player.
not Deja.
You still waiting
A
for
deja
tomorrow
vu, dog.
someday, huh? Behold, motherfucker, Jamaica. Goddamn Jesus hater. So therefore, I'm gonna stump your ass till your ass turns blue. There's only one thing I hate worse than the devil.
This guy's a
and
genius.
That's a goddamn devil-worshipping Ku Klux Klan member wanna be like you.
I mean,
Shame.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Hey, if you missed this banger earlier.
You ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your shake your shake your body, don't stop, don't miss, just do it, do it, do it. My dick, my back, my dick, my back. Slow fuck until the crack of dawn. My neck, my back, 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 my neck, my back. Lick my pussy and my crack, my neck, my back. My neck, my back, my neck, my back, my neck, my back, my pussy and my crack.
They could have made that song. So this is still happening, apparently. digging it, bro. He likes being up there. It's his favorite place to be. Oh, what's this? What is this? We got some crazy shit. What? Allah Akbar vision. What's gonna happen, man? Something about to explode? I think I'm watching a Jack in the Box right now, dude. I don't want the dude to explode. Oh, Simon, it's not time, man. Not time for you. Did he find it or something? What happened, man? Oh, that one's done. Oh, what is this? Is this happening right now? Oh, it's time. Boom, 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 boom. Boom.
Good afternoon. Don't have anything to start with, so
really,
Matt.
No? Well,
see you writing out your questions. Do you need a minute?
No, it's such a quiet Tuesday.
What? That's why I wanted to defer to your questions for you to ask about. For you to ask about all of it.
I'm surprised you don't have anything to start with, but that's okay. Let me begin with something about Gaza. And this is the letter that was signed today by the heads of a number of UN agencies as well as NGOs, and that opposes the creation of a safe zone or safe zones in southern Gaza, and also calls for an immediate ceasefire. I suppose none of that is particularly surprising, but I wanted to ask you about the fact that there are at least 3 American citizens, 3 Americans who are signatories to this, who are heads of UN agencies, who this administration nominated, supported, and lobbied for to win their positions, who signed this. And so the first thing on that is.
Go ahead.
Well,
I don't think it calls for.
No longer, they are not employed by the U.S. government.
Can I say factually? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it calls for an immediate ceasefire. Correct.
Calls for a ceasefire. I'll go back and.
I'm happy to be proven wrong if I read the letter quickly this morning, but I don't think it calls for an immediate ceasefire. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, anyway,
I may have that detail wrong.
I might have it wrong as well, and I'm sorry if I do. But at any rate, the content of the letter is not in alignment with what the administration's policy is right now. Obviously, these 3 people that I'm focusing on are not employed or employees of the U.S. government, and so they don't necessarily take their direction from the administration. So one, they didn't clear or let you know in advance that they were going to sign this?
So I'm not aware whether we had conversations with them in advance of this letter. I would say we, of course, supported all those nominees, as you point out, and support their ability and right and authority to make their independent judgments about what is the best policy. I will say one thing about what the letter calls for with respect to safe zones. I think the letter points out that they are opposed to safe zones in which there is not agreement from all the parties not to attack those safe zones. I think the point they're making is if you direct people to go to safe areas, they have to be sure that those areas actually will be safe and not just targets for the civilians who have been moved there.
You're saying targets from
targets.
Israel?
The civilians won't be targets.
These are Israeli proposed safe. This is an Israeli proposed safe area.
What we are working on with the
I gotta go
Israelis,
pick up a bunch of fruit that's outside right now, real
in the last
fast.
24 hours.
It's made
is
a
about
damn
what
mess
is the
out there. I
best
gotta go
way
get
to
it.
implement protection for civilians in southern Gaza. And we continue to work through those details. I don't have any announcemos to make about where we might land, but it's a conversation that's ongoing with the Israeli government right now.
Okay, and then just more broadly, because we're all aware of the foment inside the administration and inside, inside Washington and inside the country about what the policy is. But these are three prominent people, including two of which, Kathy Russell and Amy Pope, had senior positions at the White House. Kathy Russell is still, as far as I understand, extremely close to both the president and the first lady. And then Cindy McCain, who everyone knows who she is. Is it problematic for you guys at all that you have these three people who are, the heads of important UN agencies who are disagreeing with the administration's policy?
Again, I don't necessarily agree that they are disagreeing with our policy. We want to see that whatever protections exist for civilians in southern Gaza, that there are areas that are protected from attacks from Israel, from Hamas, from Palestinian Islamic Jihad, from anyone else operating there. So we would agree with that notion, and it's something we're working with the Israeli government to try to implement and figure out the details of now.
So the administration does not support the creation of a safe zone.
We create.
I thought that was one of the.
We do want to establish areas that are safe for civilians in southern Gaza, but working out the details of that when you have an armed conflict going on is complicated, as it always is in the middle of armed conflict.
Okay, so you're not particularly concerned?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Related, but not totally. Of course, there's the operations in Al-Shifa Hospital. There are also operations surrounding another hospital, which I think the name was Ali Arab. There's been strikes on the Jordanian military hospital in Gaza. All hospitals, is it still your understanding that there would be Hamas commands in all those hospitals? And more generally, again, I repeat, is it a legitimate thing to hit or strike or attack or what have you in the hospital?
Let me say a few things about that. First, just as a matter, we never said that there were command posts in all of the hospitals. We said that it is our assessment that there are command posts in hospitals. We did make a specific assessment as it related to Al-Shifa, but we did not say that there are command posts in every hospital in Gaza. But there are command posts in hospitals there, and there are tunnels underneath hospitals there. Let me speak first of all to the Jordanian medical personnel that were injured outside a field hospital in Gaza. We are deeply concerned that they were injured. The Jordanian government has done incredible work establishing this field hospital and other medical facilities in Gaza. We think they're essential and it must be protected. That work must be allowed to continue, and we reiterate the obligations under international humanitarian law for all parties to take feasible precautions to reduce the risk of harm to civilians, and we urge all possible steps to mitigate civilian harm. As it relates to hospitals, as we said before, we don't want to see hospitals struck from the air. We understand that Hamas does continue to use hospitals as places where they embed their fighters. It's places where they have tunnels running underneath. And so it can be appropriate for Israel to conduct limited military operations with respect to hospitals, but we want to see them do it in a way that minimizes civilian casualties. We do not want to see hospitals in the middle of firefights. We do not want to see patients put at risk. It's why we've called for the evacuation of hospitals when appropriate and said we would support international humanitarian organizations evacuating patients so they could be put out of harm's way. This is, I think as I've said before, this is such a difficult issue because two things can be true at one time. One, we want to see hospitals protected. Two, Hamas is operating outside of hospitals, and Israel has a right to try to attack Hamas and hold them accountable and keep them from launching new attacks. So how do you square those two things? the way we try to square it is to say, number one, no airstrikes on hospitals, and number two, if Israel is going to conduct limited military operations in hospitals, as they're doing with respect to Al-Shifa now, that they try to do it in a way that minimizes civilian harm, and so they only are putting in jeopardy Hamas fighters and not civilians. Okay. Said, as is true every day, I will definitely. I always come to you. So go ahead.
Just to follow on that one specifically, so you say no airstrikes on hospitals. Well, there apparently was one on the military Jordanian hospital in Gaza. So you say you're deeply concerned. You don't want to see hospitals struck from the air, etc. But you condemn that strike.
I'm going to say we are concerned about those reports. We're concerned that hospitals hit, and we do not want to see airstrikes against hospitals. We want to see hospitals protected.
So you don't condemn.
Would the U.S. support establishing safe zones?
I'll come to you.
In northern Gaza?
I know, you can follow, and when I come to you, you can follow up on that and whatever else. You'll get as many as you need.
Would the U.S. support establishing safe zones in northern Gaza for things like field hospitals? I mean, you can't evacuate these people and put them, where they aren't going to be safe. So if you're calling for patients to be evacuated, field hospitals would de facto be the best option, but if they're not safe either, I mean, how is it approaching that?
I don't want to speak to try to prescribe specific proposals from the podium when this is an ongoing conversation we are having with the government of Israel and with international humanitarian organizations who themselves are trying to figure out the best way to implement this in what is an active conflict zone. I will just reiterate the general principles, which is we do want to see places established that civilians can be safe. We want to see places established where patients can be safe and patients are protected, and that's what we're in conversation every day with the government of Israel about, and with the international humanitarian organizations. And I will just repeat, as I've said the other day, remember that it is Hamas that is putting all of these people in harm's way. It is Hamas that continues to operate inside hospitals as they have done inside mosques and schools and other civilian infrastructure. It is the Hamas that is the root of all this problem. That is creating such a difficult challenge for the international community and for the Israeli military. So I don't have any illusions that Hamas is going to change its practices, so that puts an added burden on Israel to conduct their operations in compliance with international humanitarian law, and we expect them to meet those obligations, and we have conversations where we make that clear with them all the time.
Would you support safe zones established in northern Gaza, because to this point, you've only mentioned southern Gaza?
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the conversations that we're having with international humanitarian organizations about what the best way is to protect civilians from harm. It is an ongoing conversation, and I don't think I should try to prescribe where those conversations will land from here.
You said you're pressing Israel to conduct their operations within the confines of international humanitarian law. Have they done that to this point? Does the U.S. assess they've done that?
Again, we have not made any assessment that they have violated international humanitarian law, but we constantly are monitoring facts as they develop. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, just on that particular issue, the president yesterday did talk about indiscriminate bombing. He said this is a different story than what I believe was occurring before an indiscriminate bombing. He's kind of talking about how the U.S. has been able to influence the way that the Israelis are conducting this campaign. So does that mean there was an assessment at some point that it was indiscriminate?
So as always, I will let the White House speak to the president's specific comments, but I think the point that he was making is that when you look at the way they have conducted their military operation around Al-Shifa, it has been a targeted operation to move slowly into the hospital. They're moving one building at a time. They have not. It's an operation that is yet ongoing. My understanding is they have not completed operations against every building in the hospital as of yet. It's something that's ongoing. And he was contrasting that with the airstrikes that Israel has conducted that even when targeted can produce significant collateral damage and loss of civilian life.
So indiscriminate is not this building's assessment?
It's not an assessment that we've made, and again, what I think the president was referring to was contrasting ground operations with airstrikes, which even when targeted can produce significant civilian casualties, as we have unfortunately seen, and lead to loss of thousands and thousands of Palestinian lives.
And just back to Al-Shifa specifically, you had talked earlier in the week about a plan to evacuate patients. Obviously, the operation, the Israelis are now in the hospital, and there hasn't been an evacuation. So was that something that you were trying to hold the Israelis back from going in there so that you could get people out? And can you, I guess, What happened? What went wrong?
We have not tried to dictate the tempo of military operations to Israel. We're not in any position to do that from thousands of miles away. They have to make their own decisions about how to best conduct a military campaign. We were liaising with humanitarian organizations about conducting evacuations. There have been evacuations that have been conducted from Al-Shifa and from other hospitals in the north. There weren't any that I was aware of this week in the last few days as this military operation took place. I'm not really in a position to comment on what's going on the ground right now. We don't have eyes and ears there, but no, there wasn't any significant evacuation that took place before.
And just finally, on you mentioned the hope that there can be these safer areas in the south of Gaza. The Israelis have started dropping leaflets on certain places around Khan Yunis. Are you concerned that basically the area that could be in some sense safe for civilians in Gaza is just shrinking and is basically going to be non-existent?
I will say we are in active conversations with the government of Israel about ensuring that civilians can be safe from harm. We obviously saw the step that they took with respect to Khan Yunis. They originally told people to move from the north to the south. We have been in conversation with them to impress upon them that as they continue to look at expanded military operations or ground operations in other ways, in other parts of Gaza, they need to ensure that they are safe, that there are humanitarian corridors for civilians, there's protection for civilians, there are human pauses so civilians can get themselves out of harm's way, and that we can get humanitarian assistance into them, and that there are ultimately places that they can be safe from harm. That is an active, ongoing conversation between our government and the government of Israel. Let me go to Saeed, because I did promise I would come to you.
You know, I mean, you see, and the administration, the president himself, seemed to be certain that the Shifa was a headquarter for Hamas, although no evidence has been shown. You talked about tunnels. The Israelis have not been able to show any tunnels, but I don't want to get into that. So there's been absolutely not even a shred of evidence. They showed a backpack with one rifle.
I saw a host of rifles in
maybe
videos.
Maybe they have police protecting the hospital.
I saw a host of assault rifles. I'm not aware that there's a sort of acceptable threshold level for assault rifles held in hospitals. It's not general humanitarian practice.
Right. I think there are police guards in most hospitals around the world. But let me go on with what the director of the hospital said today, Mohammed Abu Salmiya. He was speaking to Al Jazeera. I put the things in English. He said there are by the way, do you consider the hospital to be militarily occupied by Israel? Is it an occupied territory?
I don't have an assessment of that because I think there's an ongoing. Hold on, let's just try to establish a ground rule and then we'll continue. I will let you. I'm not going to interrupt your questions. Don't interrupt my answers. So to answer that question, there's an ongoing military operation as I understand it right now. I obviously cannot offer an assessment to the exact facts on the ground from here. We don't have eyes and ears on the ground there.
All right. There are, according to the director of the hospital, there's 7,000 people at Al-Shifa right now. They are under total siege. You know, they destroyed something like 45 dialysis machines. There are 36 premature babies that probably are dead by now. But, you know, there's no food, there's nothing. So should the Israeli army that is currently roaming, as you suggested, roaming all buildings and all rooms and all corridors of the hospital, should they be responsible for the goodwill of these people that are in the hospital?
So, as I said, we expect Israel to comply with international humanitarian law, and to the extent they are taking territory in Gaza, of course we would expect them to ensure that patients are treated humanely, that patients have access to food, to water, to medical care. We absolutely would agree with that proposition.
To the best of your judgment, have they been doing that?
I don't. Again, okay. I cannot speak to facts about what was a very actively evolving situation on the ground.
All right, the Israelis just destroyed this morning the last working flour mill in Gaza. It's where the only place where some flours are. Is that suspected to be a Hamas headquarters?
I again cannot speak to an individual strike where I don't have all the facts at my disposal.
And I have just two more questions. One, I think just to follow up on what Matt and others and so on have been saying, I mean, the American public is really opposed. I mean, they are for a ceasefire. They want a ceasefire. This is the first time that a ceasefire has become such a dirty word. So why not go along with the sentiment of the public? That would be quite democratic, wouldn't it?
So, first of all, I've seen a number of polls about this very question, but it actually doesn't matter. We don't make our decisions based on polls. We make our decisions based on what we believe are the best foreign policy judgments on behalf of the American people and their national security interests. And the President and the Secretary have come to the judgment that a ceasefire at this time would only benefit Hamas. But we have been very clear that we believe there should be expanded humanitarian pauses to protect civilians, that there should be ways for civilians to get out of harm's way, and that we should do everything we can to get humanitarian assistance in for civilians in Gaza. The Secretary has spoken very clearly that in his judgment, far too many Palestinian civilians have been killed as a result of this conflict. Far too many children have been killed as a result of this conflict. There's a tragedy that has been inflicted upon the people of Gaza that is not of their own making. It's because Hamas launched a terrorist attack on October 7th. Israel has a right to conduct military operations to hold those terrorists accountable. We want them to do it in a way that minimizes civilian harm, and we want to do everything we can to get humanitarian assistance into civilians. And that is the work that we are doing every day to try to effectuate.
And lastly, by the way, history did not begin on October 7th, but let's not get into that. Do you have anything to say about a more mundane issue like the visa waiver?
So with respect to the visa waiver program, so we are aware of reports that there are American citizens in the West Bank who are unable to transit through Israel as they are allowed to do under the requirements of the visa waiver program. We have expressed concerns about that to the government of Israel. I won't get into the full details of our private diplomatic conversations, but we expect Israel to address those concerns. We expect them to be in full compliance with the visa waiver program, and there are remedial measures that that are available to us if they are not.
Okay, let's just, on that. Like they can be suspended?
There are a full range of remedial measures that can be taken before ultimate suspension. That is, of course, for any country in the visa waiver program, the ultimate action that we can take. There are measures you can take to try to bring a country back into compliance. I can't get into the specifics from here. There are a range. Hold on. There are a range of measures we can go into in detail.
Right. And then
offline.
Okay, but I mean, well, we can talk about this later. But literally, I mean, after October 7th, it was going to be literally impossible for Israel to continue to meet the criteria for this. Is what you're saying now that you have told when you're expressing your concerns to the Israelis, are you telling them that, hey, you're no longer in compliance with what you agreed to and fix it, or something's going to happen?
I am not going to get into the exact conversation that we have had, but we have expressed our concerns that American citizens in Israel or in the West Bank that want to travel through Israel cannot do so, cannot fully exercise their rights under the program. We expect them to be able to do so.
Are Israeli passport holders aware of the fact that the actions of their government may eliminate them from the program, so that they would have to go back and get visas?
I don't know if they were before. They probably are now.
All right. And then just the other thing is that, you said the letter that I mentioned earlier didn't talk about a ceasefire.
Was I wrong about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We also renew our call for a humanitarian ceasefire to ease the suffering and to help facilitate humanitarian operations and the release of all hostages.
So
you don't agree with that?
So
you think that's not?
So
that's I'm quoting from the letter.
So you're right. They called it a ceasefire. We are for a humanitarian pause to allow the delivery of humanitarian assistance and.
Well, how can you say then that?
And ensure the release of all hostages.
They didn't say humanitarian pause like you got in the G7 statement.
Correct.
They said humanitarian ceasefire.
We would disagree. We disauld with a call for a ceasefire.
Okay. And so you
absolutely.
And that is still not a problem that you have two of whom are former senior White House officials, and one of whom, is well known, and not just because of who her husband was, but for her own work in her own right.
As I said,
publicly disagreeing with the administration. And this isn't like, some 23-year-old kid who's got a, who's working upstairs and on the 4th floor or something like that. These are serious people.
As I said, we expect them to exercise their independent judgment, fully support their ability to do so.
But you don't care what they have to say.
With respect to a ceasefire, oftentimes when ceasefire gets thrown around, it's the idea of a ceasefire that will lead to a full cessation of hostilities, a humanitarian pause. I understand it's called a ceasefire.
Are you suggesting that they don't really know what they're talking about?
No, there may. I don't want to get into the full details, but a short pause that would achieve the goals that they outlined is something that we would support, of course. Go ahead, Olivia.
Thank you, Matt. Just to clarify on these conversations that are ongoing about potential evacuations of hospitals, I just want to confirm that you do have interested humanitarian organizations, third parties, that would be willing to effectuate these evacuations.
There are third parties who have expressed an interest to do so, and we have not, for a variety of reasons on the ground. Remember, they're both Israel and Hamas, who are parties to the conflict here. It's been impossible to ensure that they could move safely to conduct these evacuations.
Right. So can you offer any clarity? I mean, is it Hamas? Is it Israel? I mean, 2 days, you first mentioned these conversations were ongoing 2 days ago. 2 days is a long time for critically ill patients or premature babies, you know, all of the patients who are
So Israel has said publicly that they would welcome evacuation of patients. The problem has been Hamas.
Can I ask you about, to provide an update on the number of Americans who have been able to leave Gaza? How many have been able to leave? How many are left? And then if you could separately address how much aid has gotten in recently.
So we have nearly 700 American citizens, legal permanent residents, and family members who have gotten out of Gaza through Rafah Gate. There are a little under 900 who are left. Of that number, around 300 of them or so are American citizens, and the others are legal permanent residents and their family members. We're trying to get more out all the time and remain in contact with the American citizens and family members that are left. In terms of the amount of aid that has gotten in, so a couple things I want to say about that. Number one, yesterday for the first time, fuel moved in to Gaza through Rafah Gate to allow the delivery of humanitarian assistance inside Gaza. So you have to remember there's two issues, right? One, I know you know this, but for everyone, you have to get the trucks moving in through Rafah to the Gaza side of the border. Once there, they unload into warehouses, and then you have to have humanitarian implementers that have trucks that take that and deliver the aid all around Gaza. And the implementers had run out of fuel to do that aid, and so we got fuel in yesterday to allow those delivery trucks to continue to do their work. But because the warehouses were full, no trucks moved in yesterday because they didn't have anywhere to unload. Fuel went in. Implementers have started emptying out the warehouses. Today, trucks have started to go back in through Gaza. As of yesterday, a total of around 1,100, a little over 1,100 trucks that had gotten in. None went in yesterday, but more are going through today, and I'm sure at the end of the day we'll have an update on how many got in.
Two quick follow-ups. Sorry. So of the fewer than 900 Americans and family members who are left in Gaza, have any of them been killed or wounded while waiting to get out?
I don't have confirmed reports of that at this time.
So there are reports. You don't have confirmation.
We don't have confirmation. Yeah.
And then on the question of these deliveries, I mean, early on or earlier, I suppose, you know, the goal was set to have at least 100 trucks coming in a day. I mean, obviously, we are falling very, very far short of that number. The secretary earlier discussed the possibility of Shalom opening or considering the opening of that crossing to deliver more aid. Why isn't that a more viable route?
We are continuing to talk. First of all, let me say the question is not really about the number of gates that are open to get into Israel. The question is about screening mechanisms and being able to screen the number of trucks. There's plenty of room for Rafah to get enough trucks through to deliver humanitarian assistance. The question has been getting those trucks screened, getting an appropriate number of trucks screened and in through Rafah. So we continue to work with the Israelis on an appropriate screening mechanisms. It's conversations that David Satterfield has been having on the ground with them. We continue to push. We don't have an agreement on it yet. It's taken longer than we wanted, but it's something we're very focused on and trying to get accomplished. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yesterday, Israel only allowed some 24,000 liters of fuel, and the UN agency UNRWA says it is not enough, much more is needed, and it's the only equivalent of half a truck. And UNRWA's head Lazzarini also accused Israel of using fuel as a weapon of war. Do you agree that Israel is using fuel as a weapon of war? And can you update us on the U.S. efforts to get more fuel into Gaza?
So I would say we agree that more fuel needs to move into Gaza. We've been very clear about this. Publicly, we've been clear about it privately. We want fuel to move into Gaza, not just for the delivery of trucks, which is what the fuel, or the delivery of humanitarian assistance, which is what the fuel that went in yesterday would support. But we also want fuel to go in to power generators for hospitals. We want it to go in to power desalination. We want it to go in to power other humanitarian purposes. So we are very supportive of the delivery of fuel. It's something that we have actively pushed for with the Israeli government. The secretary had conversations with members of the Israeli government yesterday about it. Other members of the administration have had those conversations. It's something we are actively pushing for all the time.
Can I have one more, please?
Yeah.
The UN Security Council yesterday adopted a resolution calling for extended humanitarian pause in Gaza. The U.S. abstained from voting, citing the lack of condemnation of Hamas. But does the U.S. support the call for extended humanitarian pause in Gaza? And will you encourage Israel to abide by the UN Security Council resolution, which it has rejected?
We do support expanded humanitarian pauses in Gaza. The president's made this very clear. When Israel announced humanitarian pauses last week, the president said he wanted to see longer ones. And we do want to see longer ones, and we continue to push for longer ones. We did vote against the resolution, as you said, because it did not condemn Hamas, which we think is important step for the UN Security Council to take. But we supported a number of provisions in the resolution, and we do hope there will be longer pauses.
Just a quick follow-up on that. President Biden has been calling for the reform of the UN Security Council and called on member states to refrain from the use of veto except in rare extraordinary conditions. But since the start of the war in Gaza, the U.S. has used its veto power, I think it's 3 times. How do you explain that in terms of consistency?
We thought those were appropriate uses of the veto. We were trying to reach a compromise resolution, which ultimately the Security Council was able to do. Tracy, go ahead.
Thank you. On the truck inspections, you said the problem with the trucks getting in is the inspections.
Yeah.
Does that mean Israel is dragging its feet or slow walking?
It means we have had difficulty reaching an agreement on the appropriate inspection mechanism. I'll leave it at that.
You don't want to say what the whole.
I don't, but we've had a problem getting an agreement on what the appropriate inspection mechanism is.
Okay, and on the hospital evacuations, you said the problem is Hamas. But if, as Israel claims, they've taken over Shifa, the Hamas is on the run, or they've been killed or driven out, how is Hamas physically an impediment?
Yeah, it's a different question. I was referring to, following up with Olivia on a comment I made the other day before Israel had gone in to Al-Shifa Hospital when we were supporting evacuation of patients, and Israel said at the time that they would support evacuation of patients. They were not in control of parts of the hospital yet. They had the hospital surrounded and would have to let patients come out, and said that they would. And Hamas was objecting. Well, in our assessment, wanted to continue to use patients as a human shield. Different question now.
So now?
We would continue to support. I don't have an update on conversations about whether that's an actual possibility. It may be that it's overtaken by events and that the hospital can get back up to running, but that's not able to make that assessment at all at this time.
Sorry, the question before, Tracy, about the UN resolution, you said that was in reference to the resolution, the UN Security Council resolution?
The one that passed.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you voted against it.
Sorry, abstain, misspoke, abstain.
Yeah, you didn't vote for it. But
we abstained, sorry.
If you had voted against it,
I'm aware. I'm allowed to misspeak sometimes.
No, you are, but I just was a little bit confused because I know that, that it passed.
Yes, so. Yes, I'm aware. My grave apologies. Alex, go ahead.
Bravely.
Question of substantial military presence versus operation at the hospitals. You did mention a number of times that it's Hamas operates inside the hospital, and you also said you have seen rifles. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what else you have seen that we may not have seen?
No. We've seen I will elaborate on the public evidence that we've all seen, but in terms of any kind of intelligence that we have, no, of course not.
But you have seen the presence of operation.
We are confident enough to make the statement we made 2 days ago that Hamas operates tunnels under hospitals and that they operate a command node at Al-Shifa Hospital, but I'm not going to get into any other detail about intelligence matters other than that.
Thank you. I'm asking because both the President and the Secretary multiple times called on Israel not to make the same mistake that they have made, the U.S. has made after 9/11. Just want to make sure we aren't helping them make the same mistake by just making those statements about operational part. If we have only seen the evidence of presence, not operation.
If you're only, I lost you.
If you have only seen the presence of Hamas.
Again, I want to reiterate what I said a minute ago, which is my understanding Israel is in the middle of this operation to take Al-Shifa and have not fully taken it yet, and I think it's a little too early to be passing definitive judgments.
I have Azerbaijan.
Okay. You want to do it now before I come?
Yes. Thank you very much. Azerbaijan rejected peace talks in Washington next week. Let me get a fresh reaction so I can follow.
Look, I'll say,
He's so hard to understand,
that we continue to support peace talks to resolve the issues between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We would encourage the two parties to engage in those talks, whether they are here, whether they are somewhere else, and that'll continue to be our policy.
As a secretary,
I'll come to you next.
As the secretary yesterday said that they have downgraded, they've cancelled a number of high-level meetings with Azerbaijan. When you say high-level, how high do you have in mind? I'm asking because his own deputy was in Azerbaijan a couple of weeks ago.
Let me take
a country that has never received, vice president.
Let me take that.
Pretty high.
Let me take that one back.
And just one quick follow-up. So you had this decision not to have high-level meetings, but you did have exemption for Karabakh talks because you invited the foreign minister. Is that the case?
Again, let me just take that one back, Alex. Michelle, go ahead. No, go ahead.
They'll be quick. I'm sorry. One is, have you lifted sanctions on China's Institute for Forensic Science? And the other one is on Guatemala. The Supreme Court is allowing these cases to go ahead against the president-elect. He's calling it slow motion coup, and I'm wondering if you guys think it's a legitimate case or not.
Let me start with the China piece. So first of all, let me talk about the meeting yesterday and what the president was able to announce, and that is the resumption of bilateral cooperation to combat illicit drug manufacturing and trafficking, including, most significantly from our standpoint, fentanyl, the establishment of a working group for ongoing communication and law enforcement coordination. We have seen China take 4 important steps in this regard. Number one, they are issuing a notice to their domestic industry advising on the enforcement of laws and regulations related to the trade in precursor chemicals and pill presses, something that we think is very important. They did a similar notice in 2019, and it led to a drastic reduction in the seizure of fentanyl shipments to the United States. They have begun taking law enforcement actions against Chinese synthetic drugs and chemical precursors. As a result, there are PRC-based pharmaceutical companies that have already ceased operations, others that have had international payment accounts blocked. At the beginning of this month, for the first time in nearly 3 years, the PRC started resubmitting incidents to the International Narcotics Control Board's global database, which is used to share real-time information internationally about suspicious shipments and suspected trafficking, which is important to let global law enforcement, including U.S. law enforcement, take action against the shipment of precursor chemicals. And then fourth, as I said, we've relaunched this working group so our policy and technical experts can discuss law enforcement efforts and exchange information. So we think those were incredibly important steps. And then with respect to the delisting of the PRC's Ministry of Public Security's Institute for Forensic Science, that is a step that we have taken. It became clear to us in conversations with the PRC, dating back to the conversations that the Secretary launched in June when he traveled to Beijing, that the continued listing of the IFS on the Commerce Entity list was a barrier to achieving cooperation on stopping the trafficking of precursor chemicals. It was a top priority for the Secretary and for the President to stop the trafficking of precursor chemicals into out of China that can be used to produce fentanyl that comes into the United States. And so when we evaluated the issue and looked at all the merits of delisting the IFS, ultimately we decided that given the steps China was willing to take to cut down on precursor trafficking, it was an appropriate step to take. Stop there in case you have any follow-ups, and I'll go to the...
no, that's okay.
I can go to the Guatemala one.
Guatemala would be great, yeah.
Yeah. So on Guatemala, we are aware of the reports that the public ministry raided the homes of Samia party members and others while also pursuing politically motivated arrests. We are also aware of leaked documents allegedly belonging to the public ministry indicating their attempts to undermine the Guatemalan presidential election. We condemn these provocative attempts by the public ministry and others to interfere with the transfer of power to President-elect Arevalo. These actions show a blatant disregard for the will of the Guatemalan people as expressed on Election Day, and we will continue to use all available tools to promote accountability for those involved in significant corruption and those who attempt to undermine democracy or are engaged in human rights violations and abuses in Guatemala.
Matt, can
Go
I
ahead.
follow
Yeah.
up on the sanctions?
Yeah.
Listing. So the sanction of this Institute of Forensic Science was related to human rights violation. So by removing it from the entity list, is the United States saying that there is improvement of China's human rights practice? And how do you respond to human rights groups who is saying that this raises questions about U.S. commitment to human rights and all abuse against Uyghurs and minority groups?
So I think our record on on human rights in China is pretty clear. In fact, yesterday the president himself underscored the universality of human rights and the responsibility of all nations to respect their international human rights obligations. He raised specific concerns about human rights practices in PRC with President Xi. We've taken a number of actions since the outset of this administration related to human rights practices in China, and we will continue to do so. I think our record is very clear. But when you look at the decision we had to make, we ultimately decided that the listing of the IFS on this commerce entity list was a barrier to taking action that would save thousands and thousands of American lives. And so we have to make tough decisions in this administration, and the decision that we made was that when you looked at the potential of saving American lives by securing this cooperation with China on fentanyl trafficking, it was an appropriate step to take. Now, it's not the end of the story. We're going to watch how China complies with the commitments that they made to us. We're going to continue to talk with them about other steps that they can take, and we will continue to hold them accountable for their human rights record.
This was an action taken by the Commerce Department, right?
Correct.
So why are you talking about it?
Commerce Department doesn't have a podium, I think.
Well, they have email.
They do, but
they put out.
I try to be responsive here at the podium.
Fair enough.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have a question about the Al-Shifa hospital. You talked about the host of weapons, but in the images that the IDF shared yesterday, we're seeing rifles that are in number less than 10, say a couple Qurans, discs, a laptop. Did you really look at the images and say that this is a proper headquarters, or are you hoping to see more?
Again, I didn't know that there was a sort of acceptable threshold level of rifles to be held in hospitals.
Look,
I'll just say, look, I'm from Texas. Even in Texas, we don't keep assault rifles in hospitals. It is true. It is true. I looked at that. That's not. I'm surprised when I hear people saying, "Oh, there were only 10 rifles in this room." It's a hospital. It's a hospital.
It's in a war zone.
Hold on. There shouldn't be any assault rifles at a hospital.
In a war zone, there might
The second thing I would
be.
say is Israel continues to conduct its operations to clear all the buildings in
In
the
a hospital.
And number three, we
my
stand by
pink
the assessment that we
tie.
made the other day.
Just one thing, I'm sure you've been in the Middle East. I worked in the Middle East, like in courtrooms, I know shops, hospitals. There's weapons everywhere. So, what the intelligence was that it's a proper terrorist organization network headquarters. So the pictures are showing like a couple Qurans a desk, a laptop, and like in a 7-8 rifles. That's
Exactly.
why you're making that assessment. Not that as a
Again,
threshold.
it is an ongoing operation.
Idiot.
I think people should wait till the operation is concluded.
So you're hoping to see
Hold on,
more?
no, just let me
The
finish.
first thing I said
To
yesterday
draw
was like, what
their
is this?
final
There's
conclusions.
nothing there. They got a couple
but again,
guns, a couple
I am just,
rounds.
given all
a
the
wing
look,
grenade.
I fully expect people to stand here and challenge the things that we say as the United States government, challenge the things that I say from this podium. I am surprised that people do not, I'm surprised that people have ignored the weight of public evidence over years and years of Hamas using civilian infrastructure as human shields. You can read multiple articles and forget the United States government, forget the intelligence assessments that we make, forget what the Israeli government says. You can read articles by multiple respected news organizations around the world whose reporters, Saeed, I will send you, I've read article, there's an article I read, so Saeed, again, can we go back to the not interrupting each other rule, because I try to behave by that. There's an article in the New York Times about at the end of a previous conflict when they went through a mosque in Gaza and found headquarters of Hamas being based in that mosque and firing on soldiers from the mosque. There are multiple well-documented reports in international news organizations going back years. So again, fully respect everyone's right to challenge us, and we will back up the claims we make with evidence. But the idea that Hamas uses civilian infrastructure as human shields is not one I think that is really contested. Go ahead. Go ahead. What's that?
You just said you back up claims with evidence. In this particular case, you're not going to.
We make our again. Oftentimes, it's difficult with us with intelligence matters, but like as I said, it's an ongoing Israeli operation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Different subject matter. Bangladesh government announced the election day for the parliamentary election on January 7, ignoring the protest from the opposition parties and the U.S. calls for a political consensus. So, and obviously all political parties rejected it, and the crackdown is going on. So what is your position to hold a free, fair, and credible election and make the government accountable?
So we have been consistent in our message regarding the upcoming elections, and that message remains the same now that the polling day has been announced. We want what the Bangladeshi people themselves want, free and fair elections which are conducted in a peaceful manner. We do not support one political party in Bangladesh. We don't favor one political party over the other. We urge all parties to exercise restraint, avoid violence, and work together to create the conditions for free and fair elections conducted in a peaceful manner.
One more. Ambassador Peter Haas continues to receive death threats from the ruling party members. From central to grassroots level, ruling party Awami League leaders are speaking in the same tone, wanting to slaughter the ambassador. And the ambassador himself yesterday expressed his deep concern for his security and the embassy personal security. Does the Secretary General taking this threat seriously and this violent rhetoric?
So the safety and security of our diplomats overseas is, of course, our top priority. We take any threats against them very seriously. Violence or threats of violence directed at our diplomatic personnel is unacceptable. We have repeatedly raised our concerns about the threatening rhetoric directed at Ambassador Haas with the Bangladeshi government. I would remind them that they have an obligation under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations to ensure the safety and security of U.S. diplomatic missions and personnel, and we expect them to act on those obligations. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the Hamas using Palestinians as human shields, there are also articles like this article that I just found on Reuters, dated 2013, that Palestinian children are also tortured and used as shield by Israel. So it goes both ways. So my question is, do you have any information about reports by doctors in Gaza of the use of white phosphorus in Gaza and in Lebanon lately?
I don't. Go ahead.
Thank you. A different topic. So the day before yesterday, Jan Sapko testified at Congress, and he said clearly that the Taliban in Afghanistan are getting the U.S. aids that's supposed to be for the Afghan people. And he said clearly that whoever have guns in Afghanistan control the aid in Afghanistan. And also he indicated clearly that it is the way that the Taliban got access to these aids somehow support terrorism in Afghanistan. So I know you before said that there was some intervention from the Taliban in terms of the aid that the U.S. sent for Afghan people. But what John Sopko explained at Congress is way more beyond that what you said. So before.
A few things. Number one, the U.S. government has robust oversight measures in place to monitor the implementation of U.S.-funded humanitarian assistance around the world, which we provide to help save the most vulnerable of lives. In cases where the Taliban makes demands of our partners beyond routine operational costs, our partners pause or adjust their operations accordingly. We work with trusted international partners who have extensive experience working in the challenging environments like Afghanistan, where we have no presence. And we continually assess our activities to ensure both our assistance is reaching those for which it is intended and that our partners have appropriate mitigation measures in place to help safeguard against diversion. And if we need to take steps to change how we're delivering our aid, we, of course, will always do so. Go ahead.
Matthew, good afternoon. Simply, what's the latest on the efforts to get the hostages freed?
It continues to be a top priority. You heard this president speak about this a little bit yesterday. The secretary has been engaged in it. Other members of the administration at the senior most levels have been engaged in it. But it is just not a topic we find productive to talk about publicly in terms of details.
I'm hearing fluctuating numbers: 239, 240. Do you have a precise number? No. How confident are you right now, as we speak here, as we sit here, that they're all alive?
I'm just not able to offer any assessments about the condition of the hostages. Our focus is on working to try to get them home.
Okay, one more, please. Catholic Relief Services has staff on the ground in Gaza helping people, and they just told us the other day that even if more humanitarian assistance comes into Gaza, it's impossible to distribute it without a cessation of violence, in their words, a cessation of violence. What is your what's the State Department? Do you agree with that assessment?
That goes to the exact point we've been making, which is that there need to be expanded humanitarian pauses to allow, among other things, to allow the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people that need it most.
And finally, if I may, go to Africa, Sudan.
I thought you said that was the last one.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. One more.
I misspeak too sometimes.
Fair.
There we go.
Fair.
Just a simple one. Yeah. Pope Francis tweeted the other day, quote, "May we not forget Sudan, which suffers greatly." Is the world forgetting Sudan?
I hope not. We certainly haven't forgotten about it here. You may know that we just recently launched renewed talks with respect to Sudan and continue to push for the parties there to refrain from hostilities. We've had diplomatic personnel on the ground engaged in those diplomatic efforts. It continues to be a tragedy that we, just because there's not, there's always it's a big world, a lot of things going on at one time. Just because the focus, the international focus sometimes is lost on one country or the other. The big State Department, and there are a number of people still actively focused on trying to resolve the conflict in Sudan, which remains a very, very difficult situation.
Thank you.
Go there, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay. Changing to APEC. During this APEC Leaders Week, the IPEF partner nations had a chance to meet and conduct negotiations. They were able to make major milestones on Pillars 2, 3, and 4, but did not conclude negotiations on Pillar 1 for fair and resilient trade. Do you have a comment on the meetings and outcomes?
I don't. It's something that we continue to work on, and we'll have a full readout at the conclusion of APEC. With that, we'll wrap for today.
Can you send Saeed your
you want him to?
Your articles? No,
Sure.
I would like you to send at the same time to me, at least, and anyone else who wants it, the findings of your exhaustive, I'm sure, canvassing of Texas hospitals that proves that there are no weapons, assault rifles or others, looking there. Because as far as I know, there are armed guards at most hospitals in the United States, and I presume that Texas, being a Second Amendment haven, that there are weapons.
Why? Audio was taken from me. Why? What was that? Stuff's missing off the screen. Weird. Said.
Over the next 30 states, a moment, so many patient. Good morning. Please have a seat. Welcome to San Francisco. This Marconi Center is about as big as my state. This is a city of synonymous with innovation and breaking barriers, where collaboration and coming together have always been key to unlocking our potential. It's a city that has been shaped by centuries of deep ties to the Asian Pacific region by contributions of people of Asian and Pacific Island heritage. So San Francisco is a natural place to gather and innovate and collaborate for the 2023 APEC Summit, the CEO Summit, and all the events that are taking place this week. And I want to thank everyone who's made this week possible, especially those serving in APEC's Executive Secretariat, APEC Business Advisory Council, the National Center for APEC, and so many others. Today, 21 APEC economies make up more than 60% of the global GDP. We're almost half the global trade. The Asia Pacific is projected to be the largest contributor to global growth over the next 30 years. So, the vision we pursue for the economic future of our region will rebound far beyond the Asian Pacific. The choices we make are going to matter, it's not hyperbole to suggest, for the entire world. It's up to us to harness the dynamism of our economies and tap the entrepreneurial spirit of our people and unleash the potential, the unlimited potential of our partnerships in order to realize a future that will benefit people not only in the Asian Pacific region, but the whole world. And I mean that sincerely. People everywhere. A future where prosperity is shared and is inclusive, where workers are empowered and their rights are respected. Our economies are sustainable and resilient, and the bridges that connect our people open a golden gate of opportunity to create lives of hope. Just lives of hope. Most people are just hope. You know, it's been my approach here in the United States from the moment my administration took office. We're building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up. Trickle-down economy worked okay sometimes, but not a whole lot trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. But when the middle class does well, the poor have a chance and the wealthy still do very well. Because what happens, the poor have a ladder up, the middle class and the wealthy still do well. Folks, we're already seeing the results. The last quarter, the American economy grew 4.9%, the highest growth rate in 2 years. More people in the United States because of many of you sitting there, the CEOs. Let's give credit where it's due. More people in the United States are in the workforce today than any time in American history. Our unemployment has been under 4% for 21 straight months. Inflation has come down by 65%, more to do. We now have the lowest inflation rate of any advanced economy in the world. Meanwhile, median household wealth has grown by 37% in real terms since before the pandemic. I acknowledge there's a disconnect between the numbers and how people feel about their place in the world right now. We can deal with the second part as well. We still have work to do, but our model for growing is delivering real results for all Americans. Significant black unemployment, Latino unemployment, et cetera. The strength of our economy is driving growth and spurring investment throughout our region. And again, because of many of you sitting in front of me made those judgments. And it's drawing investments to the United States, especially from Asia-Pacific economies. Since the start of my administration, companies from across the Asian Pacific have invested over $200 billion in the United States. These are historic investments, creating literally tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. We're 14 million created just since we came to office. All across America in industries that are going to shape the future of this globe. Semiconductors, electric vehicles, batteries, critical materials, hydrogen hubs, and other critical emerging technologies. I've long said it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. Never. No, I mean it. Think about it. It's never been a good bet. And we're proving it once more. So my message to all of you here today is, leaders of government and industry, you can count on the United States. We're delivering on our promises and we're doubling down on our progress. And we'll soon be your strong and steady partner as we continue working together to realize the Asian Pacific region that is free and open, prosperous and secure, resilient and connected. By the way, twice since I've been president, I've had the leaders of the Asian Pacific Islands come and meet with me in the United States. They're all part of it. I thought when I left the G20 and Vietnam desperately wanted to see me and raise the relationship, it brought me back when I stood in front of that monument to John McCain. All my days growing up, I never thought that would ever occur. Today, I'd like to talk a little about the work we've done in the region to get there and how we're going to go about seeing this road forward. I've said for a long time, the United States is a Pacific power. I had that brief discussion yesterday with President Xi. He asked why he had asked me before, I reminded him, why we were so engaged in the Pacific. It's because we're a Pacific nation. And because of us, there's been peace and security in the region, allowing you to grow. He didn't disagree. By the way, it was a very good, straightforward meeting. We aren't going anywhere. For decades, America's enduring commitment to the region has been a springboard that's enabled growth, transformative growth, ensured the open flow of commerce, lifted millions of people out of poverty. Today, that relationship goes both ways. The United States remains vital to the future of the region, and the region is more vital than ever to the United States of America. It's been my administration's outlook from day one, and we have clearly laid out our approach with our Indo-Pacific strategy. We're delivering across the board, including when it comes to our shared economic agenda. The United States has deep ties with our fellow APEC economies. More than 60% of U.S. exports go to fellow APEC economies. Robust two-way investment between the United States and APEC countries supports good jobs and new opportunities all across the region. And American businesses, significantly represented here in this auditorium, are the largest source of foreign direct investment in the APEC economies. In fact, if we take just the U.S. companies represented here at this summit and look at their new investments in APEC economies in the calendar year, it totaled more than $50 billion so far. Investments announced today from companies like Amazon, United, Delta, Microsoft, to make sure our region is more inclusive and interconnected. Investments announced today from companies like Boeing, Apple, Flexport, Pepsi-Cola, or Pepsi Company, I should say, to make our economies greener and more sustainable. Investments today from companies like IBM, Organon, Visa. Look, they make our region more resilient. They all make it more secure. Here in this world-renowned hub of innovation, leading tech companies like Anthropic, and I'm going to mispronounce. I'm not going to even try. It's better not to try and not mispronounce than try and mispronounce. The point is, small and medium-sized businesses and startups are getting into action as well. All the announcements translate into real outcomes that matter to people's lives. They're proof that a strong, dynamic American economy is an engine of growth, economic growth, innovation throughout the entire region. And they're testament to the fact that American investment and American ingenuity are in high demand all across the region. Because when you do business with the United States and our companies, you know what you're getting. High standards, fair practices, protections for workers, world-class ideas and innovation, and a commitment to deal with the environment. Finally, it's a quality guarantee. Look, this is how we've been able to mobilize billions in investment, including major new announcements this morning through our Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We also work closely to deepen our bilateral economic cooperation with partners throughout the region, especially on the issues that will most impact our future economic success. For example, in September, when I traveled to Vietnam, as I mentioned earlier, to mark a historic new phase in our partnership of our countries, we committed to work together to strengthen the semiconductor supply chain. With India, Japan, Republic of Korea, and Singapore, we've launched new initiatives to shape the technologies and standards that will transform the future. We've deepened economic partnership with the Philippines, Indonesia, Australia, and others. We've renewed and elevated our engagement with critical regional bodies, including the ASEAN and Pacific Islands Forum. And when we offered to host APEC 2 years ago, we committed to modernizing this institution to to make it easier for us to work together as we take on the challenges of a new era, and there are many challenges. We're going to see more changes in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 50 years. That brings me back to the summit and where we go from here. The world is fundamentally different than it was 30 years ago at the first annual APEC leaders meeting at Blake Island in Washington State. The questions we must answer today are not about how much we trade, but about how we build resilience, lift up working people, reduce carbon emissions, and set up our economies to succeed over the long run. How to deliver growth from the bottom up and the middle out so no one gets left behind. And the idea behind this new Indo-Pacific economic framework, a partnership among 14 diverse and dynamic nations, all committed to tackling urgent issues like pandemic response, vulnerable supply chains, climate change, natural disasters, which we've learned can gravely impact our economies. We've announced the framework in May of 2022, and later today we're launching an important new tool to promote sustainable economic growth and create a race to the top, not the bottom. There are tangible commitments negotiated in record time that are going to deliver meaningful outcomes to make supply chains more resilient, facilitate clean energy transition, and fight corruption. For example, a new supply chain agreement will allow us to better monitor for supply chain challenges before they become the kind of full-scale disruptions we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, and ensure we're better prepared to shift and adapt when disruptions do occur, and they will. I know you all know better than I, our work is not yet done. This framework will be a platform for ongoing economic cooperation, and we will continue working to better facilitate high-standard trade that advances workers' rights with strong enforcement of labor standards. And at every step, we have upheld our commitment to unions. Each of the framework pillars includes strong pro-labor outcomes that will benefit workers of all economies. It's critical to building a stronger, fairer, more resilient economy for families across the Indo-Pacific. This week, my administration has launched our new global labor strategy to ensure that workers' rights are the centerpiece for economic strategy internationally as well as domestically. That's a primary concern to me. Last week in Illinois, I congratulated the UAW on their record contract with the big three U.S. auto companies. The contracts can lead to thousands of new jobs, billions of dollars in planned investment to keep American auto industry strong and competitive. And I urge any company investing in America to enter into partnerships with the most highly skilled, dedicated, and engaged workers anywhere in the world, American labor. And folks, I asked the Treasury Department to do a study. When labor does well, what does that do to people, all other non-labor folks around the country? Everyone benefits. And by the way, the reason many of you use labor is because they're the best workers in the world. Union. It's not like you show up one day and say, I want to be an electrician. You show up one day and you say, you got 5 years to practice. And then you get a card. I'm also intent on responsibly managing the competition between the United States and the People's Republic of China. That's what we talked a little bit about yesterday, President Xi and I. That's what the world expects of us. And I promise you that's what we're doing. I met with Xi yesterday, leader to leader, to make sure there's no miscommunication between us. As always, and I've met with him more than any other world leader because when I was vice president, it was concluded that I should get to know him. It wasn't inappropriate for the president of the United States to be meeting with the vice president. We've had, prior to this, 68 hours of private meetings, just he and I, each with a simultaneous interpreter. Our discussions have always been candid and constructive. I again emphasize to President Xi that the United States does not seek conflict. And yesterday we announced resumption of military-to-military communication channels to reduce the risk of accidental miscalculation. And it exists. This is not, as my generation would say back in the day, this is not all kumbaya, but it's straightforward. It's straightforward. We have real differences with Beijing when it comes to maintaining fair and level economic playing field and protecting your intellectual property. We're going to continue to address them with smart policies and strong diplomacy. We've also taken targeted action to protect our vital national security interest. Let me be clear. We are de-risking and diversifying our economic relationship with the PRC, not decoupling. Not decoupling. We'll be firm, standing up for our values and our interests. And I was very straightforward, as he was with me yesterday. At the same time, on critical global issues such as climate, AI, counter-narcotics, where it makes sense to work together, we've committed to work together. We're going to continue our commitment to diplomacy, to avoid surprises and prevent misunderstandings. A stable relationship between the world's two largest economies is not merely good for the two economies, but for the world. A stable relationship. It's good for everyone. Let me close with this. The leader's statement from that first Blake Island summit 30 years ago captured a shared commitment to, quote, deepening the spirit of community, end of quote, among our economies. For all that has changed over the past 3 decades, we have to continue to summon the spirit of community to meet the challenges of today and to seize the enormous possibilities that exist. My staff is tired of hearing me say this for the last, I don't know how many years. The world is at an inflection point where the decisions we make today, this is not hyperbole, are going to shape the direction of the world for decades to come. For decades to come. Just think of AI. That's particularly true in the Asian Pacific, where so much of the future of our world will be written. And I would argue each of us has a part to play in writing that future together. So today, I challenge all of us to measure our successes not based on the bottom line of our balance sheets, but with the lives we lift up through investments, the potential we unleash with our innovation, and the ability to continue to talk with one another. Let's build a global economy where everyone has a chance to succeed and workers have a fair shot, a fair share of the value they create. The United States is stepping up because of many of you in this room.
Global economy.
We're not talking to talk, we're backing it up with commitments. You're going to see us follow through. So I want to thank you again for joining us in San Francisco. Thank you for your commitment to APIC and the future of the Asia Pacific region. Thank you for everything you've already done to make this summit a success. We can do more. God bless you all. Thank you.
Just touch it. Do, 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 do. Just touch it. You gotta touch it now. You gotta touch it now. Boom. We have a boom. Hopefully you were touching it when it moved. I know. I would have liked to have been, you know what I mean? Little boom boom, little double boom action there with it. Let me just fix this right up here real fast. Alright, I'm just waiting for the family here. She was having better. That tickled my ear.
Syria could reach the US-Iranian rivalry in eastern Syria could reach a deadly tipping point because of the Israel-Gaza war. Pro-Iranian militias have been attacking US forces in Syrian areas east of the Euphrates River and to the south near the borders with Jordan.
Literally the
and Iraq,
last
according
fucking
to the
tab
US
I click
military.
on.
A number of American bases have been the target of drones, mostly flown from Iraq, as well as mortar bombs and multiple rocket launcher systems fired from Syria. The US military has recorded more than 40 attacks in Syria and Iraq that have wounded at least 45 personnel, with traumatic brain injuries among the injuries. The attacks began 10 days after Israel started its Gaza Strip offensive in response to the October 7th Hamas attack on southern Israel. A number of retaliatory strikes have since been launched by the US. These have included the bombing of a weapons storage center in Syria that, according to the Pentagon, was being used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Deir ez-Zor, as well as a training facility and a safe house near the cities of Abu Kamal and Mayadeen. The US has repeatedly warned proxy groups and Iran that it will not tolerate attempts to broaden the war into a regional conflict. But Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi has publicly said armed groups in the region must back Hamas. Syria's east is the center of the country's oil production, which mostly falls in areas controlled by American forces, who number about 700. The region also constitutes the main corridor for the transport of weapons from Iran to the Lebanese guerrilla group Hezbollah, Tehran's most powerful militia ally, according to American, Israeli, and Arab officials. US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has said that Washington will do what's necessary to protect American troops.
Was as informative as I wanted it to be. -2 points.
For the second time this week, an Israeli army spokesman brings the viewer on a tour of a hospital. This time it's Al-Shifa, the biggest one in Gaza, now under the control of the clinic. The complex, a whole city block, it will take time for the Israeli army to investigate. And this, presumably, is what they're looking for. 2 weeks ago, the IDF released a map of the site, which highlighted what they said was Hamas military infrastructure. The IDF said sections of an underground complex were situated beside both outpatients clinics, also under the emergency department, the surgery department, and the internal medicine block. A representative of Hamas, proscribed as a terrorist group by the UK, denied these claims today.
All those weapons were not in Shifa. There is no center or control room for Hamas in this hospital.
Speaking from Beirut, also ridiculed a 3D simulation presented by the IDF last month. At the time, the Israeli army said this wasn't a direct representation, but illustrated how extensive Hamas's control center under the hospital is, according to the IDF. The Israeli army also said today that they'd found data in the hospital linked to hostages taken on the 7th of October.
Bring them home now!
Families of the some 240 hostages marching from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem over 5 days, demanding their release. Many on the marches have tried to avoid politicizing this, but there are signs of patience with Benjamin Netanyahu starting to fray. The father of one of those taken and killed said this today.
As part of this deal, you will come and speak with us. We're done with being nice. We're taking our gloves off, and we're coming to fight you. You are abandoning us. You're not coming to see us. Shame on you.
There has been speculation that a negotiated pause in fighting is imminent to coincide with the release of a large group of hostages. That speculation went into overdrive yesterday after President Biden said this, complete with raised eyebrows from Antony Blinken.
I have been deeply involved in moving on the hostage negotiation. I think the pause and that Israelis have agreed to, it's down to, I'm getting too much detail. I know, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to stop. But I am mildly hopeful. I'm mildly hopeful.
In the last hour, news of hope dashed for another family in this war. The IDF say they've recovered the body of Yehudit Weiss near Al-Shifa Hospital, a mother of 5 taken captive by Hamas on October the 7th.
Porrick O'Brien reporting for us there. While our Foreign Affairs correspondent Sikander Kamani joins me now from Tel Aviv. Sikander.
Well, tonight there appears to be something of a communication blackout in Gaza. Yet again, very difficult to get in touch with anyone there. The Israeli Army Chief of Staff has said that the military is close to destroying Hamas's military capabilities in the north of Gaza. But for the moment, there does still appear to be clashes taking place in the northeast at times. Reports of a very heavy airstrike around Jabalia camp. At some stage, the military presumably is going to start turning its attention towards the south, where so many people in Gaza have fled, where military officials seem to believe Hamas's leadership is also likely gone. But before that, perhaps we're likely to see a pause in the fighting, something to allow a deal where hostages are released. But there's been talk of that for quite some time now, with nothing tangible to show. We are seeing an increasingly frustrated tone from the families of the hostages, not just because at the lack of progress in getting their loved ones back, but at the lack of communication from the government. A leading opposition figure in Israel has called on Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to step aside. Anger at Netanyahu is very high, but for the moment, many people are primarily focused on the war. Just one final thing. This morning, there was a shooting attack at a checkpoint just outside Jerusalem, leaving 1 soldier dead. It's a reminder that the violence may not just be contained to Gaza.
Sikander, thank you very much. Well, joining me now is Relik Shafir, former Israeli Brigadier General. Israel says Hamas HQ is beneath Al-Shifa Hospital, Hamas's beating heart. Is the evidence that the Israeli forces have supplied and made public so far consistent with that claim?
No, it isn't. The heart of Hamas's command and control center has not been found yet. There had been quite a few weaponries and result of warriors being in Shifa Hospital, but it's still smoke with no fire. But I expect that within the next few days, the tunnels will be uncovered. You have to remember that these tunnels have most probably been with IUDs. That means that it will detonate and may kill the soldiers going in. So these are very slow and maybe painful, time-consuming elements.
And do you have any doubt that there is a Hamas HQ underneath that hospital?
I don't have a knowledge, but we do know that the tunnels that run underneath Gaza, comprising of Hamas HQ and weapon systems and rocket caches, etc., are in that vicinity. They're in schools, they're in mosques, under hospitals, and there had been clashes with terrorists in the Al-Shifa hospital a couple of days ago. That all leads to belief that it is.
The point is that the intelligence has to be rock solid, doesn't it? Because if there is any doubt whatsoever, then international humanitarian law dictates that you can't attack a medical facility.
As you may know, the facility wasn't attacked. The soldiers entered in and actually took care of some of the patients there. So it wasn't bombed from the air, and you can't really constitute this as an attack.
Well, that is contested with respect. I'd like to ask you about something that you told this program.
You know, if we all had, or any of you had your sister, brother, mother, or child taken hostage and believed to be underneath that hospital, maybe you'd think otherwise.
And exactly, and at that point on the hostage, the IDF says tonight it has found a hostage nearby, not alive, sadly, they believe, not yet verified. But is this the right way, this operation, to get the hostages back alive?
Well, I wish there was another way. But when dealing with terrorists that nature, and remember ISIS, this is an ISIS-like organization. And remember how the coalition took care of ISIS by just dismantling everywhere they appeared and attacking them wherever they were. Just like you deal with terrorists, there's really not much of a choice.
Relik Shafir, former Israeli Brigadier General, thank you very much for speaking to us. We appreciate your time.
We want to get to Trey Yingst because those pictures that we've had on the screen there, while Ayal's been talking, has been the night sky lighting up over Gaza. Trey, what's happening at this hour?
Yeah, hey, Sandra. Israeli forces continue to operate inside Gaza at this hour. They use these flares that you see live on the side of the screen to illuminate areas and mark targets so those forces can either move forward or use their air force to strike the different targets. Really, though, we're following the news of the body of a hostage that was found in a building near the Al-Shifa hospital complex. We're talking about Yehuda Weiss, and she represents one of what we understand to be 240 people that were held inside Gaza following the October 7th massacre. And just to tell you a little bit about this woman who represents so many innocent Israelis who were taken and slaughtered by Hamas on October 7th, she was a woman in her mid-60s. She was undergoing cancer treatment. She had a husband who was also killed by Hamas on October 7th. We know from reporting that she and her husband were hiding in their bomb shelter known as a Mamad in Israel, in the small community of Be'eri that sits near to the Gaza border. We've reported from there often in the aftermath of that massacre. And this woman was a woman of peace. She was a woman who worked with kindergarten students and worked in the dining hall of her kibbutz, her small community. And she was taken into Gaza and slaughtered by Hamas. She was unarmed. And this was the result. And unfortunately, her story will not be unique. And we are being sensitive to the information that we know due to the families who are in desperate need of any information about their loved ones that were dragged into Gaza on October 7th. But when you look at her photo, this woman in her mid-60s, and you think about her story and her 5 children who tonight have learned that their mother, in addition to their father, was murdered, it it really cuts through this entire story, and the flares and the rockets and the bombs. This is a story about people, and people who are mourning tonight, a country that continues to mourn in the aftermath of this brutal massacre that took place in early October.
So Trey, hey Trey, it's John here. So just to be clear, because some of the initial reporting seemed to point to the idea that the hostage that was found dead was a member of the IDF. That would appear to not be the case. But Hamas also said a couple of days ago that an Israeli military hostage had been killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Do we know if that report might be true, or is that potentially Hamas propaganda?
Yeah, so this is a different incident with a 19-year-old soldier. And last week, Hamas released a propaganda video of this young woman speaking in front of a camera. And then at the end of the video, they had photos of her body. And now Hamas claims she was killed in an Israeli airstrike. We have no way to independently verify those claims. There have been widespread Israeli airstrikes against the tunnel network underneath the Gaza Strip. In the initial days of this conflict, Hamas and Islamic Jihad claimed they were holding hostages in that tunnel system. And the difficult part about this story is the Israelis simply don't know where all of the hostages are. They are trying to track down as much information as they can. The Israelis claim, and they've shown us laptops and notebooks they say have information about the hostages they were able to recover from the Al-Shifa Medical Center. We were not able to independently verify those claims either. We were not able to look at the laptops or notebooks. But it really gets to the core of the situation here. There are around 240 people still missing. Some of them are dead. Others being held alive by Hamas inside Gaza. We do know there are negotiations at a very high level behind the scenes. The Qataris are involved in these conversations, along with the Egyptians, the Israelis, and the Americans. The Israelis are trying to find diplomatic solutions to get those hostages that are alive out of the Gaza Strip, but they are negotiating with a terror organization. And Hamas is not going to be clean or clear in these negotiations, and that's part of the issue at play here. John, Sandra.
Trey, thank you so much. We will check back in with you again shortly. Thank you.
Trey, thank you.
Trey. What we do without you, buddy?
And Indonesia, the common thread across all of his engagements have been a shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. He heard directly from allies and partners who expressed their support for this goal, and the department will continue to work closely with ASEAN to promote a regional order based on the rule of law, respect for sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Also during his trip, the Secretary had the opportunity to speak with his counterparts from the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia to discuss a number of bilateral initiatives. Now, as you saw last night, President Biden and President Xi committed to the resumption of high-level military-to-military communication. Additionally, the U.S. and the PRC agreed to resuming telephone conversations between their theater commanders. Secretary Austin welcomes this announcement and will meet with his counterpart when that person is named. As these agreements were just reached yesterday, we know that we have work to do with the PRC military to solidify these principles for actions. We will keep you informed as these procedures are codified and when we schedule our first meetings and calls. And as Secretary Austin has said, maintaining open lines of communications between our two militaries is essential to avoid misunderstandings and miscalculations that could lead to a crisis or a conflict. Switching gears, earlier this morning, Congress avoided a government shutdown by passing the bipartisan continuing resolution, which I believe is headed to the president's desk for him to sign. This short-term CR will ensure that our troops and civilian workforce will be paid through the holidays. However, the department continues to urge Congress to pass a full-year appropriations, which is the best thing that Congress can do for our national defense. As we have long made clear, operating under a short-term continuing resolution hamstrings the department's peoples and our programs and undermines both our national security and competitiveness. We also urge Congress to pass our supplemental funding request that would allow us to keep supporting Ukraine and Israel, providing life-saving humanitarian assistance across the globe, and makes critical investments in the Indo-Pacific.
Big ol' piece of
The
ham.
supplemental doesn't just meet today's urgent challenges, but also invest in our industrial base here at home. Because as we send munitions from our stockpiles, the money to replenish our supplies invest in the American industry and American workers. These investments will mean greater prosperity at home and greater security abroad. And that's why we have submitted this urgent supplemental budget request to help fund America's national security needs and to stand by our partners and to invest in our defense industrial base. And lastly, also in Congress, an additional 3 nominations were submitted to the Senate, which means there are now 455 nominations concerning 451 general and flag officers who are currently impacted by Senator Tuberville's holds. We are encouraged by the efforts in the Senate to find a way to confirm all of our qualified nominees, given that these holds, as you've heard me say many times before, have an impact to our readiness, our national security, and our military families. These holds have lasted far too long, and every day that goes by, our department and our force suffer from them. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Kalita.
Thanks, Sabrina. One quick question on China. Do you know when the last time the so-called red phone or whatever it was called was used between the U.S. and China? And if you don't, if you could just, can you take that?
Yeah, I think I took a question similar to that last time when I was up here. So yeah, I'm happy to take that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the U.S. has now shot down a drone that was headed in the direction of the Hudner, and the Houthis have also shot down a U.S. drone. Do you believe that this drone was headed for the Hudner? Because the release says that the ship took self-defense action. Do you dispute it was headed for the Hudner? Do you think it was, or do you think it wasn't? And then, if so, at what point does the U.S. take some sort of action against the Houthis for these 2 very direct attacks on the U.S.?
So I'll take your last question first. So in terms of action, as you've heard me say before, but we always reserve the right to respond at a time and place of our choosing. I don't have anything to preview from here today, and I won't get ahead of any decisions that the Secretary or that the President decides to make. In terms of the assessment that where the drone was headed, our assessment right now is that the intended target was not the Hudner, but that the drone got so close to the crew that the commander did feel it necessary to engage and shoot down the drone. And I'm sorry, did you have one more question that I'm forgetting?
No, because it was self-defense. It was self-defense, correct?
Yeah.
So it was not targeting the Hudner, you believe, or what's
our assessment?
Because there was an assessment that it was targeting.
Our assessment right now is that it was not targeting the Hudner, but it was headed in that general direction. And also, just to very quickly go back to your first question on mill-to-mill communications. I should have also clarified that while I'm happy to take the question, there of course have been communications between our ships within the region where there are, moments where, there is deconfliction used. I think you're more specifically asking on like a high level.
That higher level drone that was set up a number of years ago and was used on and off, but had.
Yeah, I just didn't want you to think like while there have not been high-level mill-to-mill communications between the Secretary and his counterpart, at lower levels in theater, there have been communications to deconflict from crises. Idris?
2 questions. Firstly, yesterday, President Biden made a bunch of remarks about Israel, and one of the ones he made was he talked about how doctors and nurses were now being allowed to Al-Shifa, but then added that quote-unquote, what was occurring before with indiscriminate bombing by the Israelis. Do you agree with President Biden that there were indiscriminate bombings by Israel, or with Israel that was saying that their bombings were precision strikes?
Well, I can't remember his exact context, but I think what he was referring to, and I'm not looking at the remarks, but was that we didn't want to see indiscriminate bombing around or into the hospital. So what the IDF did was go into the hospital with more precision. It wasn't, I think the president referenced this, there wasn't carpet bombing around the hospital or at the hospital itself. So I don't disagree with what the president said or in his remarks, but I think what you saw when it came to the Al-Shifa hospital in particular is that the IDF was going in with more precision. And, we said all along from this podium and from others across the administration that we never wanted to see a firefight within the hospital. We never wanted to see innocent civilians get caught in those crossfires. And so I think that's what the president was speaking to.
And then secondly, I think in your last briefing you said that Hamas and PIJ were operating a command and control node from Al-Shifa Hospital. The Israelis have put out several videos over the past 24 hours of evidence of what they say, are Hamas weapons, a couple of machine guns, etc., but no real evidence of any command and control nodes in the traditional sense. Do you still stand by your assessment, and have you asked the Israelis to provide evidence of that?
Yeah, well, we still stand by the assessment that I think I read out on Tuesday, which what you're referring to is that we know Hamas has used hospitals like Al-Shifa to operate out of to conceal their military operations. I mean, taking a step back, a hospital should never be used for that to begin with. So however you define it, a command and control center node, a means of operating terrorist actions out of a hospital, that should never happen to begin with. We stand by the downgraded intelligence that I announced on Tuesday that we know they were using Al-Shifa Hospital. We know that they use other hospitals in the region when it comes to conducting their terrorist organizations and attacks. And so, yes, we stand by that, but we know, and you, I think, alluded to this as well, that the Israelis are there. They are doing an assessment of the hospital. They are on the ground. And so, we'll continue to receive that intelligence back as we get it.
Plan on releasing any evidence to that intelligence?
I'm not going to get ahead of anything right now. I don't have anything to preview, but if we do, you will be the first to know. Liz.
Thank you. There have been 58 attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria over the last month. There's been 7 since Sunday's U.S. airstrikes in Syria. So the rate is not slowing down of these attacks. Is the Pentagon waiting for a service member to be killed before taking stronger, more effective action?
No, absolutely not. I mean, we would never want to see that. We would never want that to be the outcome of any attack. I think, taking a step back here, as you mentioned, yes, there have been 58 attacks on our service members since October 17th, all of which have been unsuccessful. They have not caused significant damage to infrastructure, and they have not caused significant injury to any of our service members. And all of our service members who have been injured have all returned to duty. So absolutely not are we waiting for an attack to inflict more damage to alter our response. I think you saw our responses of our last 3 strikes hit. One of them hit a command and control node that was operating in a safe house. The others hit weapons storage facilities and a training facility. So our attacks have significantly downgraded and degraded, I should say, the access that these militia groups have to these weapons. And so we're not waiting on something to act. We have responded, and if there are more attacks, we will certainly respond at a time and place of our choosing. Did you have another? Sorry.
Totally separate topic on the audit. So the Pentagon just failed its 6th audit, I believe. What message are you concerned that sends a bad message to U.S. adversaries or U.S. allies? And if the Pentagon can't pass its own audit, how can the American people trust what weapons it's sending to Ukraine and Israel?
Yeah. Well, we're working on improving our process. While it wasn't the results that we wanted, we certainly are learning each time an audit passes, and it's a continuing and ongoing process that this building is assessing. One of the things that the audit did do this time around was it informed how what we had for how we could supply Ukraine, and then when the events of October 7th happened and the need to assess what we could supply Israel, we were informed very much by the results of the audit from our looking all across the entire building here, but also what we had provided for Ukraine. So again, it's a complicated process, and it's a complicated undertaking that this building has done, but we feel confident in what we are learning each time. Natasha.
The Pentagon keeps saying that
there have been no serious injuries from these attacks, but more than 24 service members have suffered traumatic brain injury, which seems like a very serious injury. So I'm just wondering, how are you defining that, and how are you defining unsuccessful? And then my second question is if you have any updates on the search and recovery efforts for the 5 special operations soldiers who died last week.
Yeah, I'll take the last one first. So of course, I can't remember if I addressed this last time, but that's our thoughts and prayers are of course with the families who lost their loved ones over this last weekend in a training incident. In terms of any updates on those service members, I would refer you to the Army. They would have the latest for you. In terms of the injuries, again, I know TBI, of course, that's something that anytime one of our service members is injured, whether it's serious or not, we certainly take it seriously as a department. 2 of our service members did go to launch school for further evaluation. They were returned to duty soon after. So, of course, we take any injuries seriously, but these were not serious injuries. And I think that's important to remember on these attacks, that these attacks have been largely unsuccessful, that they have not damaged significant infrastructure. And as a result, the United States took military action 3 different times and fully degraded some of their facilities. So I think in terms of our response, we've been very effective in responding back and sending a message to Iran. Constantine.
Thanks, Sabrina. On the Hudner,
Sure.
Can you say how close the drone got to the ship?
I can't say how close it got. I don't actually know how close it got, but it got close enough to the ship that the commander felt that it needed to engage the drone.
And can you say what weapon system the ship used to engage the drone?
I can.
Going back to the audit, the famous failed verb. It got a
I
disclaimer.
was surprised. Liz took your question. I felt like I knew you were coming around to this, so. I don't really care. Yeah.
The disclaimer issue. What do the best minds in the building assess when you may get a clean audit opinion? How many years might that be? Since getting the 6th audit took years and years to prepare, is there a ballpark estimate you can give? How many years will it take to get a clean audit opinion in all 29 of these component audits?
Tony, I'm not going to lie, I'm not an expert on the audit, but what I can tell you is that we do have those experts in the building, and I'm not going to get ahead of them or predict on when we are going to get a clean audit. What I can say is every time we go through this process, we are learning, we are improving, and we put into place measures that certainly monitor how we spend money. But again, there are people in this building directly focused on that.
Can you take that for that question? I mean,
well, that's a hypothetical question that I can't really get into, and well, I can't predict the future. I can't predict when we're going to get to what you're asking, and they won't be able to either. That's why each time we go through this audit process, even if it is our 6th time, we keep going through the process. We keep getting better and better at it, and when we get there, Tony, I will let you know.
It's a known unknown.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, Fadi.
Thank you, Sabrina. I have one question and then a follow-up.
Sure.
So you stated that, the Hamas were using Al-Shifa hospitals to conduct their attacks. And you referenced the intelligence assessment. When you talk about this, can you be more specific? Based on your assessment, do you have any proof that Hamas used the building itself, which is a big building, or are you referring to the underneath the building in conducting these activities?
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me, but I think Al-Shifa Hospital actually is multiple buildings. So what we know is Hamas was using Al-Shifa Hospital. I can't tell you specifically if it was just one building or multiple, but they were using the hospital to operate out of. That should stand alone as a place of concern. You have many injured civilians getting treatment there. You have babies who are just born. I don't think operating a terrorist cell out of a hospital is a way to conduct any operation, but they were doing that. So it's important to point that out. But in terms of more specifics on where in the hospital, that I don't have. That's still something that I've seen. The IDF is there and doing their assessment of where the Hamas leadership was operating out of. But what I can say and what I've said before is that we know that they were operating out of that hospital.
And thank you. And then. And you said we don't want to see a firefight inside the hospital.
Yeah, I said that on Tuesday. Yeah.
And again today. So the Israelis raided the hospital. There was no firefight because they didn't find any Hamas fighters. Does the Pentagon support these types of activities by the IDF raiding hospitals?
Well, look, that's something for the IDF to really speak to. We have been very clear with our Israeli counterparts, with Minister Gallant. The Secretary has engaged with him almost regularly, almost daily, that innocent civilians, people in hospitals that are seeking care, their lives need to be protected, and they need to be, that the IDF, as they conduct their operations, need to uphold humanitarian laws and the law of war. But that's how complex and complicated this entire operation is for the IDF. The fact that you have a terrorist organization embedded, or at least using and operating out of a hospital, that makes any operation for any military in the world incredibly complex. And so that's something that the IDF would have to speak to in terms of their operations, but we never want to see any type of terrorist organization operating out of a hospital, using it as a command and control center, because that does put innocent lives at risk. And that's what they were doing. They're putting these people, using them as human shields, for what? And so I think it's just important. You raise an excellent question, but I think it's also important to remember why these people were put in that position to begin with. Wafa.
Thank you, Sabrina. So can you please update us on the department level of engagement in daily military operations in Gaza? And also when you say you're engaged, like there's daily interaction, or you reach out to the Israelis on a daily basis, do they actually listen to you when you express concerns or ask questions about the military operations?
Sure. So as you mentioned, and I've said, we do have daily conversation or near daily conversations with the Israeli government. That's from the secretary. But of course, there are levels all across this government that are also having those conversations. I'm not going to go into more details of those conversations other than, we do put out a readout each time. You can certainly see a common thread of what we're emphasizing in those readouts, that yes, Israel has the absolute right to defend itself against the horrific terrorist attack that happened on October 7th. But of course, we are urging, as always, in every single call, that humanitarian laws, innocent civilians must be taken into account for any operation. We do feel like they've been receptive to us. They continue to engage in our calls, and that's a good sign. We want to keep those lines of communication open. And I'm sorry, you had a first question
the level of engagement, the department level of engagement in the daily operation.
Sure. So from the secretary, and then of course there are levels below him that engage with their Israeli counterparts. It's not just from the secretary's level. Of course, we have our policy team here. The joint staff engages, on their side. So it's multiple levels, not just happening at the secretary level.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
So when you say you have daily discussions, and can you please give us a sense about how what's next? What are the goals of the Israelis? What's the way ahead in Gaza? On day 41 or 42, I believe, and the Israelis couldn't achieve much but killing civilians so far. So do they share their goals with you on a daily basis?
So again, I'm not going to get into the private conversations. We have readouts that we put out after every call, and then we have engagements below the secretary's level that continue at all different levels and pretty regularly. I'm just not going to get into any further details of those calls. The IDF, we're not on the ground, we're not in their operations, but we certainly ask the questions that we feel that we need to ask. We push where we feel that we need to push, and that's what good partners do. And so I'll just leave it at that. Chris? Oh, did you have one more? Okay, one more and then I'll go to Chris. Yeah.
So I want to ask you about you still have the same level of concern about a wider conflict in the region, even though like Hezbollah didn't show intentions to really engage in a comprehensive war with Israel so far.
Yeah, we absolutely have concerns of this widening out to a wider regional conflict, which is why we have positioned the assets in the region that we have, with our 2 carrier strike groups, with more aircraft in the region, with the 26 MU also there that remains untasked, but ready in case needed. Absolutely, that's why we're concerned, and that's why you saw the secretary, at the direction of the president, surge these assets to the region to make a statement, and to make a statement to Iran that getting involved or seeking a wider regional conflict is not the right course of action. Now I'll go to Chris. Yeah.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Yeah.
I just wanted to pick apart the degrade versus deterrence element of these
Okay.
airstrikes. You said they were significantly degraded, these malicious capabilities. If the department deems these, and the president deems these strikes are necessary in the future, how feasible is it for the United States to destroy, blow up enough of their capabilities that even if they want to, they can't attack U.S. forces?
Well, that's just getting into details that I'm not going to speak to, because that gets to also an intelligence assessment. So what I can say is that when you were asking about degraded versus deterrence, I mean, we degraded these facilities enough that they can't use them anymore. So they're completely destroyed. So the ammunition or the weapons storage facility that is in Syria that we just hit this past Sunday, those weapons are no longer usable. That means that whatever groups were using those and wanting to inflict harm or more attacks on our troops can't use them anymore. So that's completely degraded their ability of at least another site to inflict damage on our troops. Joseph, yeah.
Thanks. One on the drone, the MQ-9. Can the Pentagon publicly attribute that to the Houthis, that they launched that drone?
I think we know it came from Yemen. Again, we're still doing an assessment of the attribution, but I would have no reason to doubt that it would have come from the Houthis, but it's not like they sent a note with it.
Sure. Yeah. All right, and the second one on Israel, senior...
Maybe that was more flippant than I needed to be, but you know what I mean. Like, we're still doing an assessment of the ownership of who launched the drone, but we do know it came from Yemen.
And earlier today, a senior defense official said that this department is involved in tracking civilian casualties in Gaza, obviously as a result of both sides, but also the Israeli strikes in Gaza. Is CivCaz involved? Can you elaborate at all? And is there a report that's going to be coming out? I mean, we're over a month into the conflict now.
I'm not sure what you're referencing by keeping track of civilian casualties in Gaza.
Based on U.S. military support to...
I haven't seen that. I mean, again, we do our own assessments, but I have nothing to read out of as we get information. Again, we're not on the ground here. We know that the health ministry does put out civilian casualty numbers, but that is run by Hamas, so we have to, of course, take that with a bit of a grain of salt here. But I don't have an independent assessment on our side that we're doing right now.
Are you guys asking the Israelis to try? I mean, obviously, they can't keep track of every single one when they're this high, the number. But are you guys asking them to keep track?
That's something that is going to be very difficult to keep track of. And that's not something that I think we're directing them to do, but something that I think most armies, in their operations would keep track of, just, general casualties, but we're not asking for a count every day. Again, we do our own assessments, but I just don't have anything more for you on that. Yeah.
North Korea announced that they successfully test a solid fuel engine for intermediate range ballistic missile. So do you think that this engine is related to the Russian technology and North may receive from Russia?
That I couldn't speculate on. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Sabrina. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he shared a detailed animation and the IDF as well of the Shifa hospital and a detailed drawing of the Hamas possible garrisons underneath the hospital building.
Okay.
So far we saw only a couple of videos established by or broadcasted by the IDF social media, shows us a couple of assault rifles only. since you have very close contact with your Israeli counterparts, do you have any information about solid proof of these animations that the Israeli Prime Minister shared before?
I can't speak to the animations or video that you're speaking about. I just haven't seen it, so it's hard for me to respond to exactly what you're referencing. We were very clear on when I came out on Tuesday, and can reiterate that we know that the hospital was used as a operation center for Hamas. They were using it. Had their, I don't know if leadership, but they had militants in there operating out of the hospital. But I don't have more for you in terms of what you're referencing in terms of the video. Sorry. Yeah.
I have a couple on Ukraine. So could you please provide a preview of the next Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting? I believe it's going to be the last meeting this year. So what's the focus going to be on, and do you expect to hear any announcement about new aid packages, etc.?
So I don't have an announcement yet for the next Ukraine Defense Contact Group, but you know that they meet monthly, and so I think we should expect an announcement within the next few days of when the next one will be. In terms of aid packages, you've seen us roll out pretty consistently aid packages for Ukraine. We have had to parse down our support and our security assistance for Ukraine because we don't have additional funding because the supplemental hasn't been passed. So we just rolled out our last presidential drawdown authority, and I believe that was last week. Look, when we're ready to roll out the next one, we certainly will. We know that Ukraine continues to face and continues to endeavor in its counteroffensive, and they need continued support on a regular basis. So we know that we have to do that. We know that we have to continue to meet their needs. And that's something that certainly will be discussed at the next Ukraine Defense Contact Group. But in terms of a package preview, I just don't have more for you to announce today.
And for how long can you support Ukraine until before the Congress looks into new funding? Because like the last packages were like thinner and thinner, we saw.
Well, that's because we don't have a supplemental. I mean, frankly, that is why we requested an emergency supplemental package to provide funding for, security assistance to Ukraine, and also to backfill our own stocks. The supplemental, again, is in Congress. We continue to urge Congress to pass a supplemental. A supplemental is put forward and packaged together because it's an emergency request. It's not part of the budget process. And so we have a large amount that we want Congress to authorize for Ukraine and for Israel and for our investments in the Indo-Pacific, and of course, for our own investments in our defense industrial base. So that's something that we're gonna continue to urge Congress to pass. But you're absolutely right. You have seen smaller packages because we need to parse these out. Because we don't know when Congress is going to pass our supplemental package. And so we're continuing to talk with allies and partners. We're not the only country here contributing to Ukraine's urgent battlefield needs. As you know, the Ukraine Contact Group is over 50 nations. So it's not that it's just the U.S. supporting Ukraine, but the president has been very clear that we are going to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. And so that means Congress passing our supplemental request, and we hope that they do that soon.
For how long do you think you still have them before Congress looks into that? Like it's going to be weeks, months, or?
Yeah, well, again, each package varies by dollar amount. So you've seen some smaller packages. I'm not going to forecast how long that's going to last. That certainly wouldn't do the Ukrainians any good. That would really benefit the Russians. And so I'm just not going to be able to, give you a timeline on how long we're going to be able to have these packages continue to go forward. But what I can say, and what I will continue to say, is that we need Congress to pass that supplemental request. Yes.
You keep talking about the intelligence in the past tense, that you believe, the intelligence believes Hamas has used hospitals. Do you have intelligence that they currently are?
I have only the intelligence that I read out, the downgraded intelligence that I read out yesterday, I'm sorry, on Tuesday. Past tense, present tense, I don't want to parse out words here, but we know that Hamas has been using the hospital, the Al-Shifa hospital, and other hospitals in Gaza. I'm not going to get into more specifics on, what they're doing now, whereabouts, all of that. We know that the IDF has taken control of Al Shifa Hospital, so I don't have more to share with you on that front.
But it matters because under international law, you have to have proof that a combatant is currently, right then in that moment, in the hospital in order to strike.
Yeah, again, when I read out the downgraded material, we felt very confident that Hamas was using that hospital to conduct its operations. And as you saw in open source, there have been evidence of that the IDF is showing now.
Well, and that's what I want to ask you. How would you characterize the video of that the IDF released? They said it's irrefutable proof that Hamas was there. Does the U.S. agree?
I don't think we're disputing that Hamas was using Al Shifa Hospital. I mean, I read that out on Tuesday. I said very specifically, Al Shifa is one of many hospitals in Gaza that Hamas uses to operate out of and to conduct their operations out of. So I'll let the IDF speak to their broader assessment. I mean, they're still ongoing right now, but I just don't have more for you or more intelligence to share, and I'm frankly not going to do it from this podium.
Sorry, just one more. So
Sure.
you're saying that the video of a blurred laptop, a flak jacket, a handful of rifles, that backs up what you've been saying, that Hamas is operating in the hospital?
I'm happy to repeat what I said on Tuesday, but the downgraded intelligence that I read out on Tuesday and that I will reiterate again today is that Hamas uses, Al Shifa being one of them, but hospitals in Gaza to conduct and to operate out of and to further execute on terrorist actions within Gaza.
Does that video back that up?
Again, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thanks. Do you have a question back here? Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Sabrina. Regarding to the, as you mentioned that there were like 58 attacks against U.S. service members since 17th of October. So do you have any plans to change your booster in Iraq and Syria, especially most of these attacks happens in these two countries? And how do you see the Iraqi government respond or react to protect these spaces? Do you believe they have the ability to protect these spaces? Thank you.
So I think your question was on force posture changes within Syria and Iraq. So I don't have any force posture changes to announce, but as you know, I can't remember the date, but we did announce that we were moving Patriot and THAAD batteries into the region to help protect our troops with more air defense. So that's something that we have done to bolster our protection measures of our service members in both Iraq and Syria and elsewhere. And all the Patriot batteries are there and fully running, and the THAAD battery, I believe, is still making its way over. But I don't have any more force posture movements to announce.
What about the Iraqi government? Do you think they have the ability to protect the bases that where the U.S. troops are being, like in Anbar or in the north of Iraq?
Yes, we continue to work with the Iraqi government and their military in terms of protecting our troops. We are in Iraq at the invitation of the Iraqi government, so we certainly work with them and partner with them. And they're, the secretary has had calls with his counterpart on making sure that our service members are protected in those areas, and we continue to engage them in those conversations. Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that.
And then we gotta wrap. Sorry.
Yeah, Tuesday you said 55 attacks since October
Yes.
17. We're hearing different numbers. Is that what's the latest?
Sorry, I can give you that rundown. So as of today, there have been approximately 58 attacks. So that's 27 in Iraq and 31 attacks in Syria.
30 since Tuesday.
Yeah.
You have time for one more quick. I'll be quick.
Okay,
Problem.
buddy.
Yeah, thank
One
you.
more. But then I feel like I have to do Tony. So okay, I'll do these two, and then I gotta wrap it up.
Give it to you. You're very generous with your time. Based on the intelligence that was recently downgraded that you talked about on Tuesday, and based on any other information that is available to you, how recent did Hamas leadership use a Shifa hospital?
Well, that would get into further intelligence assessments that I just can't get into from here. Again, as I mentioned earlier, and I told you, we feel very confident that Hamas was using Al Shifa and other hospitals to conduct operations out of. But just in terms of when, where, all of that, more specifics, I just can't get into those details. Did you have a question?
PDA
Sure.
issue. Just to clarify for the record and for those watching, doesn't the Pentagon have about $4.9 billion of authority left for PDAs? They just don't have. They got like $1 billion left to replace their equipment, but you can give like $4.9 billion in PDAs going forward.
Yeah, I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm just trying to tell you that yes, we do have $4.9 billion from the recalculated PDA funds that we continue to draw down of. That's what we're using. But we only have 1.1, I believe, left to restock our own inventories. And so, again, we know Ukraine is going to need more than that. Right. And so that's why we did submit that supplemental request. And a lot of that supplemental will be used also to replenish our own stocks.
I just want to make the point that it's not getting cut off the aid. You got $4 billion,
Yep.
only $5 billion left to play out, however long that goes.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, thank you. All right, thanks everyone.
That lasts forever, dude. I gotta go, dude. I'm bored as shit. I'll leave this up. I'm gonna take off though. Bye.
Another boom. 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 Kind of thing. Another boom. Oh, I see. Hold on. I see. We got a close up here. There's one flare there. You know, I don't know. This is interesting. It looks like AFP has somebody at the camera, because normally at this time of night, AFP is not zooming in on anything. But AFP, I don't know if the camera person woke up or something, but AFP actually is zooming in now. See, normally this is 2:30 in the morning. We normally do not get. This is normally not a manned camera at night. So AFP, there's somebody at the camera manning it right now. The Reuters one is not manned at night. I don't know what's going on. Still going, still going. Some of our viewers think Israel is attacking tunnels. That was a lot of explosions for several minutes. Several minutes. Well, I couldn't see much on either this. I have two feeds, AFP and Reuters, and you didn't see much on either of them. Some people said they saw a flash or two, but we heard, I mean, lots and lots of explosions. Lots for several minutes. You couldn't really see much on the cameras. Maybe it was further south, or just too far away from these cameras. Another airstrike or something. Another boom. I would expect there'll be usually like the Palestinian media accounts would post something about this. So I saw this. I don't think this explains it. Safa says an Israeli air raid targeted the Zarqa area east of Al-Nafaq Street, north of Gaza City, northern Gaza City. Maybe there was just a lot of airstrikes. I mean, but that was so many explosions. James Hembry says there were flashes in the distance. Biden has just started to speak. I don't think he's going to speak about. Oh, hold on. Oh, did he already speak? I think I missed him. while we were listening to all of that. No, let me just hear, I don't think he's going to say anything about this.
I was on the phone. Hello, everyone. We just came from please have your seat, a 3-hour meeting with all 21 APEC economies discussing how to generate more growth and more opportunity in the region, particularly to deal with climate change.
I don't think he's
Today,
going to
we're
talk about
announcing progress on the important initiative that we proposed with 13 of my colleagues here and of 13 of our APEC partners. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, Australia, Brunei, Fiji.
All right, I'm not going to worry about this. I only wanted to worry about it if he was speaking about this, about Israel. I don't believe he's going to. So I'm not going to worry about it for the moment. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I mean, that was something. Whether it was airstrikes or artillery or some kind of blowing up of tunnels or some kinds of weapons facility blowing up, that was like 3 minutes of sustained booms that you could hear. No idea what it was. No idea. Yeah, some people said they saw one flash, but I don't think if there's one flash, I don't think that's really giving us a lot of insight into what was happening. Because if it was really representative of what was happening, we would have seen a lot of flashes. Could have been just off camera for all we know. I don't know. One of our viewers said I saw several. Yeah, I mean, I saw one quick one on rewind, but there was way more booms going on for several minutes than flashes, so just don't know. Just don't know right now. There could have been flashes that had nothing to do with those booms somewhere else. Well, if I hear anything about that, I'll let you know. It's pretty striking to hear it. It was pretty striking to hear it. Thanks to our new member, Boogeyman Undertaker. Thanks also, Jody K. Jody, I haven't heard that report from BBC. I didn't see that. Was that now or was that an earlier report? cannot go look at the previous video. Molly Tahana said she thinks there's a tunnel blast on the previous video. Maybe there is. I can't go look at that because the previous video was longer than 12 hours long, so it's no longer there. If you try to play it, it'll just say live stream not available. Oh, and it actually is working. Usually it's not there. I guess it is there. Yeah, I don't know if this look, so Molly pointed out on our overnight stream, you know, we see a bunch of stuff. During the overnight stream, the daytime streams, we see a bunch of stuff like this. I've seen stuff like this before, where you where there's like a huge boom and it seems like maybe they're destroying a tunnel or something. Because I mean, this area of northern Gaza, I mean, the soldiers have been there for weeks and they're still blowing stuff up. So I don't know if it's tunnels. That's something from earlier today that Molly Tahana posted out. Maybe that's them blowing up a tunnel. But that wouldn't, something like that, when you see that, it's not booms for 3 minutes. So maybe there was some big version of that, I don't know. Again, I'm not sure that was them blowing up a tunnel. It certainly looks like it might have been. That happens pretty regularly, stuff like that on the overnight stream when it's daytime there. But I can't say specifically what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if they're blowing up some tunnels, because we see a lot of those explosions in an area where the troops have been, and a lot of the buildings seem to already destroyed. Thanks, Molly, for writing in about that. But yeah, I mean, I was looking at the overnight stream last night. There were a bunch of explosions with smoke. Thank you, Molly Tahana, for your support. I really appreciate that. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Thanks also to Farm Girl, our new member. I mean, that was like 3 minutes of like constant booms. Like, we never hear that.
Well, you give fucking Lugner booms and he'll talk about that shit for 10 minutes.
Jeff Manji said the explosions all sounded similar, like a specific targeted pattern. Ivan says maybe the booms are coming from the South Gaza
my
Strip.
doctor.
The weird thing is I don't see
My
much in
doctor
Palestine.
ordered a chest X-ray. It looks like it took a couple days, but it says, "Doctor placed an order for chest X-ray. You can go today or whenever you are free. As soon as the results come back, you will review it." Dude, the sharp pain is pretty much gone now, though. It was there this morning. I can breathe normally now, and it doesn't hurt. Man, this is such a weird illness, man. I thought I was like, it was bad. And 2 days later, it's non-existent. Like, the pain right there. Man, dude, it's like, I thought I had some serious thing going on in there. Because it just came out of nowhere all of a sudden. Boom, sharp pain right there. Man, our bodies are wild how they're able to heal, dude. I didn't even take any Tylenol today. It's sitting right there still. Apparently, I got Twitch back. Oh my gosh, dude, did they unpublish all my videos or what? Like, what is it, dude? Oh no, I already did that. What? No. What? Oh, I was about to say, dude. For a second, I thought all the fucking clips were deleted. I was like, "Are you serious?" I was about to like be gutted, dude. I thought every clip that was from my channel was all of a sudden just gone. That would have been it, dude, for Twitch. I think that would have fucking had me like, fuck you, Twitch, forever. If that would have been the case. I don't know, we're good over there. Oh, man. Man, that would have pissed me off. I thought if that happened just now, but none of them were there. It said you don't have any clips for your channel. And it's more than me, it's all the clips that everybody else created, you know? Kind of like whenever they took on monetization on the other YouTube channel that had memberships, it was more about the people that had paid for their memberships for the past 3 or 4 years, more so than losing the membership money for me. You know, it's like, dude, they just took that away. They took the people, like, it showed that those people had supported the channel for that long, and it just took it from them. Whack, man. Same with these clips, it is the same thing. Because it shows who clipped what. Thanks, Bobo. Thanks, man. It's not doing so well around here, though. I'm thinking I'm just shutting this bitch down and moving to Twitch right now. You know what I mean? Look at this. Why am I even over here? I bet we'd have more than 8 people on Twitch if I shut this bitch down and went over there. Probably. I think you're the only one here. Oh, maybe Miss Buggles there. 2 people here. 2 people. We got we got 3 people here. Oh, Mrs. T should have waited. I don't have anything turned on for Twitch. Yes, it's not gonna pop up. Thank you. I don't know. It's not there though. See what this says. So they got 0, I gotta go live for that to change. Yeah. Oh, dude, I have everything turned off for Twitch. There it is. Wait, no, where is it? Shows my last event being a follow. Oh. I'm not even gonna know where to put this shit, man. I'm definitely not dealing with it right now. But thanks, Sister D. I'm not turning it on right now. forgot all this shit's everywhere. I rearranged everything. Man, damn it. I feel like rearranging everything again. Because right now I got all the event lists or YouTube. Ugh. So let's do one side Twitch, one other side YouTube, so 2 and 2. I think he might have been the first resub though, I'm not sure. I really can't tell right now. And I'm out of it, man. I slept all afternoon, man. I'm still sick, dude. I'm really tired. Still not completely over with. I laid in bed for, I don't know, dude. I left straight out of here. Whenever I turned this off, I went straight to bed, dude. And y'all saw, I turned this on like a few minutes after, like I came back on here after I got up. I was still tired. Man, this illness is like, beat me up. I still don't feel right. I can't taste. I can't even smell the litter box, dude. Like, I can't smell. I think it needs to be changed, dude. This sucks. I want to be able to smell stinky shit again so that I know if stuff stinks. I can't even smell if I farted right now, probably. It's the weirdest thing, dude. How long does this take to go away? I can't smell very well. My tongue feels numb still. What if I never can smell right again, man? Like, I can't smell weed. I can't smell weed the same. I can't well, I can barely smell that. That's coming back a little bit, maybe. Barely, though. I can't taste this when I smoke it, though. I got some of the highest end concentrates that you can get, and I can't taste them. Yeah, I guess it'll be the only time it's ever this bad, though. So, hopefully it's like getting chicken pox, and now I won't die from it when I get older, because that was my main concern. Is, well, I'm not getting the COVID shot. What if when, 10, 15 years from now, I still haven't gotten the COVID shot, and then I get COVID, and boom, I can't take it because, I'm old now and shit. So now, hopefully, since I've got it, I don't have to worry so much about that. Because there are people out there maybe that are unvaccinated and still haven't gotten it, and the longer that goes by, it's actually kind of like worrisome for that person. Yeah, when you're young, you can take it. Like me, my body's still able to fight back. The longer you go without a vaccine, though, and you haven't gotten it, it starts getting kind of precarious. And it's something I worried about years ago, even when everybody was getting the vaccine. I was like, oh man, like maybe I should go ahead and get it. It's gonna watch this come back and bite me 10 years from now. Oh, I kind of appreciate that I got it naturally, though. God intended. They didn't put anything extra up in there with it. That's what I think they're doing with the virus. They're putting a little extra. They're tweaking it a little bit and making it a little different. They're man-making it even more, even though it's man-made, right? Ultra synthetic COVID. I'll have to shave pretty soon. I'm getting itchy. You know, itchy. Everything itches right here, right where my nose connects to my mustache for some reason. It's the most itchy. I can't smell anything, but my nose itches constantly now. Part of it. I'm serious. Yeah. The scent sensors have just gotten itchy. Twice. But the second time it wasn't as bad, right? Like the second time it's always, it's gonna be less, right? Or what was it about the same? See? Now we're getting somewhere. We have an experiment. How was his? Oh wait, only getting a what? No. So it's just like the flu? Really? Man, dude, really? Every year you have to get vaccinated for it, or you can get just as sick? Oh, he lost his taste for several months? Yeah, I can't taste this at all. Zero. And I used to have an extremely, like, sensitive sense of smell. Like, really, I could smell mildew in a towel if it was 3 days old. I can't smell anything now. I could smell that whiskey, but I'm able to drink whiskey like I'm a freaking whiskey taster now. It doesn't burn my tongue at all, but I can taste it. Like, I didn't used to be able to drink straight whiskey and taste it and be like, ooh, the nuances. Ooh, look at, ooh, no. It used to be like I had to add at least like a half a shot or a shot of water to it, or it would burn my tongue. Now my tongue literally feels numb all the time, and I'm able to put whiskey straight on it and taste it. Everyone's different. Yeah. An AI virus of sorts. It locks into your personal algorithm. Extrapolates the information it wants, sends it back to China. They know everything now. I don't really see how Luther can cover this the way he does, man. Another boom. Guys, I don't think we could actually see that boom. Doesn't he hear himself? It's bugging. BLM activist convicted for role inciting January 6th riot. Who? X? Oh, hold up. Was it the Jaden X dude? Hold up. Who is it?
Rallies. If they're going to talk about what's going on with TikTok, because this is a wild story that's been going off since yesterday. The first, the so is by prosecutors who. I'm here. Really interesting because he's a.
It is! Holy shit! Look, dude, they're indicting John Sullivan. That dude, that black dude that was inciting it the whole time. Holy shit! Yo, that was just a matter of time right there. If it didn't, that was weird. You know, remember? Because he was like, come on, guys, this way! He was keeping everybody all hyped up and shit. Crazy, dude. They actually indicted that dude. He was streaming it the whole time. He was, dude, and it was almost as if he knew or something, remember? Because he's like, oh, I gotta get up to the front so I can get the shot of. He was the one that got the shot of Babbitt getting shot. He was the one. Trippy, man. Sullivan said he was only at Capitol to document the event. Right. Yeah, he should have kept his mouth shut then. He was just there to document it. He was in there saying all kinds of shit, keeping people. He was acting like he was a patriot, pretty much. I remember. This Puffco fucks up 10 times while I'm using it every time. It's almost enough to make me throw it up against the fucking wall, dude. That's why you constantly see me tapping it and shit. It never works right anymore, actually. So I don't recommend these fucking things. Literally, every time I use it, it fucks up. And it's good. Yeah, Q Shaman's running for Congress already. Do people not know I'm fucking here or something? What is this shit? 9 viewers and 2 people talking. Or is it 3 people? What is this? Huh? Am I chopped liver on YouTube? Why don't you like liver? Good for you. The hair on your balls. I mean, Lookner's not even at home. Oh yeah, he's back. What's he saying? Oh,
Dave
we
Moss
got a
thinks
flare.
it might be drone surveying damage. We did hear about 45 minutes ago, we heard about 5 minutes of explosions. Look at all those flares now.
God damn, dude, like... I just don't understand how he's able to be that person. He's sick in the head. Dude! I saw a video earlier. Dude, you guys see this? This is crazy. Where is it? History. It was this morning before I got on. I forgot about this. It's really short, but it's like, are you serious right now, man? What are you thinking? Where is it in here? Where? I'm not gonna click on it. Oh, there it is. What shit?
perilous and potentially life-threatening incident captured on cell phone video on the 57 freeway in Anaheim. You can see a man clinging to the back of a big rig as it moves down the freeway. At one point, the man attempts to step off the bumper, but either loses his balance or jumps and tumbles onto the pavement. Details surrounding the incident are limited, and it remains unclear whether the man sustained any serious injuries.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, he's probably okay. It's unclear. I don't think it's very unclear at all. There's no way that unless that dude's fucking Jesus, he definitely sustained major injuries. Man. Can't even imagine, dude. He must have been on drugs or something. Like, either that or his hands just couldn't hold on anymore because it was such a small little thing to hold on to. I guess he wasn't expecting that truck to go that far or something. He just needed to go a couple miles. He was trying to save $1 on the bus, man. Crazy out here in LA. There's no telling how long he was on there. Surprised they don't have an interview with him by now. He said he was only observing. I followed the crowd. I'm there to document. Sullivan's testimony was followed up by prosecutors who played multiple videos of Sullivan urging on the mob, which included a self-declaration to make Trump supporters fuck shit up. I'm gonna side with anyone who's ready to rip this shit down, Sullivan said in one video. Oh my god, he really thought he was gonna get away with that, dude. He was inciting the whole thing. I was like, couldn't believe that he got away with all that, actually, because I was watching him incite shit. Telling people to fucking do shit. So yeah, it finally came back on him. You can't just say shit like that. It's just like, why did it take so long, though? He was literally the camera that caught Ashley Babbitt getting shot, and it took this long just to lock him up? It was like people didn't know who he was. Crazy. Like, why didn't he have to sit in fucking jail for 2 years waiting on his trial? Huh? Because he's black? Because his parents have money? Because his parents were into politics? In Utah or something, right? He was out there in Utah. Well-to-do political family or something, wasn't he? Fuck him. Time for Simon? 30 minutes, buddy. 30 minutes. He was a poser? I don't know, he always went to the... He was a protester before that, though. That's like he had that group that was like Black Panther wannabes or something like that. They call themselves the Black Panther wannabes. Catchy. It's a catchy name. Why the name again? So, oh, I brought my megaphone to instigate shit, he said in another video. Oh my gosh. Why don't you just lay their case out on a platter for them? His Wikipedia page even talks about how he was supporting the rioters inside, repeatedly shouted encouragement to fellow rioters. It says that on Wikipedia. Man, people were after this dude. They wanted him to go down. And they, man. He ain't writing that. He had to know, it's just a matter of time. Got Wikipedia page out and you. Oh yeah, he did accidentally break a window too, didn't he? What the heck? What's going on? That's quacking. Duck gang. I feel like I need just a smidgen of whiskey right now. Is that weird? It's COVID. No, stop itching so damn much. College professor now charged in death of Jewish demonstrator. Of course he is.
Sheriff just announced by the Ventura County District Attorney the suspect in this case will face 2 felony counts. It is involuntary manslaughter and also battery with the intent to cause great bodily harm. Also, a lot of people in the Jewish community now wondering why so far this is not being prosecuted as a hate crime.
Well, why not?
This is the man now under arrest for the death of Jewish protester Paul Kessler. 50-year-old Loé Abdel Fattah al-Naji shown sitting down just after the deadly confrontation in Thousand Oaks. It happened at a clash between pro-Palestinian and Israeli demonstrators on November 5th. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department previously searched al-Naji's Moore Park home. Investigators say he is cooperating with authorities and that he remained at the scene and called 911 after after the confrontation. Today, his family did not want to talk to our KTLA news crew.
No, we're not interested in commenting. Thank you.
Al-Najee now is charged with involuntary manslaughter and locked up on $1 million bail in connection with the death of 69-year-old Kessler. Kessler, who fell to the ground, died of a severe head injury.
A lot of anger, a lot of frustration. Nobody seems to be satisfied with the charges.
Rabbi Mark Blazer of Temple Beth Ami says many in the Jewish community do not think an involuntary manslaughter charge is severe enough, but express relief that there's been an arrest.
We're very concerned whether we're going to have justice. That there are people who are at least feel some sense of comfort that now at least someone's been arrested, because up until this moment, up until this morning, there was real fear.
Also today, the Jewish Federation of Greater Los Angeles said the arrest shows that violence toward our community will not be tolerated. We will continue to monitor the case to help ensure justice is served. And just moments ago, I talked to the victim's friend, Paul Kessler's friend, who was actually with him here on the day of that deadly confrontation. We'll have his reaction to the arrest and the charges coming up at 6 o'clock. For now, live in Thousand Oaks.
Anybody else think they were more itchy after they had COVID? I swear I itch constantly everywhere. No. I need to shave though. I need to shave everything, my head, my face, my neck. I'm looking pretty burly right now, but I think it's helping to collect cat hair all over me or something. Kind of like it's collecting on the yarn over there. Those things. It makes me have more static electricity on my face or something. It kind of like floats near me and then it goes ping. That's what it feels like, dude. It does something to your face when you have a bunch of hair on it. On. I don't know what that means. On top of protest? I don't understand that either, though. That does make sense. Sorry. You know what Lugner never does? He never tells what he's eating. Ever. Ever. Fuck, man. It's his problem. You know what I mean? It's kind of rude. Punk. It's a little bit rude that he does that like that. Every day. He should put on the screen instead, on meal break, back shortly, eating tendies. See you soon. Eating my tendies. He's got a bunch of McDonald's packets that he uses for flavoring. He's got a bag of them. His mom collects them for him all over the world. He has so many different flavors of McDonald's dipping sauce from like Thailand, Philippines, Africa, India, Russia. He's like, he's got a storage locker. I wasn't telling anybody. It's full of McDonald's dipping packets from everywhere. That's what he eats every meal. Chicken tendies and McDonald's dipping packets. I wonder what kind he's having now. A flavor packet. He's such a weird dude. I respect it. It's just weird enough. I want to know what packet he's dipping. I always want to know. It's a mystery. He doesn't want everybody knowing about that. So that's why he can't really tell us, because then everybody would know that that's all he eats. Someone out there does that, dude. So there's someone in the world that does that. Yep. One person, at least. There's somebody that, check this out. There's a documentary about a guy that all he eats is Big Macs. He stocks his freezer with them to make sure that he always has them on hand, dude. That's all he eats. Literally every meal, all day long, Big Macs. So there's somebody that does that sauce thing out there. They got like all these McDonald's sauces and all these chicken nuggets all day. The McDonald's chicken nuggets. They have a freezer full of them. They reheat them. You can't get chicken nuggets like that on the streets. You gotta get them from McDonald's, man. Have you ever seen those? That specific chicken nugget is nowhere to be found, dude. Is it? You can't even get a big old bag of them at Costco. No, they don't. Bro, if you could, best believe I'd have a bag of them in the freezer right now. Shit. They already know. Those things are special. They got like this special flavor to them that takes you way back to your childhood almost. Like, whoa, that's a McDonald's chicken nugget, alright. You know what I'm saying? There are definitely people that only eat those. We're gonna have to find that person. You know, we're gonna go on a quest. I bet if you just type in, I only eat McDonald's chicken nuggets. The only thing I eat is McDonald's chicken nuggets. I bet you'll find the person that quickly. Nowadays, somebody's probably doing it just to be famous. Hey, if I found my thing, guys, should I just start doing that? I'm gonna be the guy. All I eat is chicken nuggets. Have you heard about the guy that always chicken nuggets all day on stream, man? He's got even got proof of it. He never eats anything else. Dude, I can't do that. That's too much. I need some variety, dude. That's hardcore. You might get something wrong with you if you do that. Too much of the same thing. Turn into a chicken nugget. No name. Your body's composition would turn into that of whatever. It's like 60% fat, 20% protein, 80% salt. I don't know. I'm just being stupid. You a salty motherfucker. I'm already salty though. Man, I wish we could get a better camera in this, but dude, that Austin Ayers dude really fell off. He don't ever even get on camera anymore, does he? The hell, man. No Name Pizza and home built apple crumble. Is that an accomplishment? I don't know what No Name Pizza is. Every pizza has a name. If you bought it somewhere, it's gonna be some kind of brand. If that's the case, they've been doing it longer than I have. So they'll probably make a better pizza than I would. I don't know. I used to make pizza, but I couldn't do it I couldn't do it very well, probably. Not without the right equipment. The oven makes a huge difference in a pizza shop. Oven. For some reason, it's hard to do at home without that special oven. I wonder if an air fryer makes it really easy to do a pizza, though. Is an air fryer more like that oven? It seems like it. Actually, have air fryers made home pizza making like a bunch easier? Because it was kind of like an air fryer, wasn't it? Or was it just super hot? Like, we had a conveyor belt. Oh, the brand is actually No Name. Yo, you so put a capital N and a capital, the two capital N's then, Broham. Proper noun. Come on, dude. Fucking grammar. Slacking. Oh, so this is actually a known place here because they came right up. Big Bear City, California. Also, it's probably a bomb-ass pizza. It's talking about 4.7 out of 5 on Facebook. It's for the restaurant itself. One thing about pizza though, it's just so salty. Dang it, they put some salt in pizza. Why is it? Does it have to be that salty? You know what I mean? Like I always can easily eat like a whole pizza, but that's like 150% of the sodium intake for a day or something, or more. Need some water, man. Just thinking about all that salt. I really don't like this numb feeling that I get from COVID, dude. It's definitely like I already can't taste the weed, so that's really weird. But the dabbing is making the numbing effect stronger somehow. My tongue feels numb. Yeah. I can't taste it. Like usually I'd be able to taste what I just dabbed. Something. Man. It's fucking weird illness, man. Never experienced anything like this. It's fucked up. Like, man, am I gonna get my sense of taste back? What if I don't? What if some people don't? Probably. This fucking thing is like one of them. Like, I was already super like anxious when COVID-19 first hit, and now then once you get it, it makes you freak out because you don't know if you're gonna go back to normal, dude. You don't know. It reminds me of this time I did air duster. I don't recommend it. Now they put stuff in air duster to make you not want to inhale it. They put shit that tastes bad in it. Back in the day, they didn't put stuff in it because they didn't know people were going to want to inhale it. You know, tetrafluoroethane-4. It was the same chemical compound as Freon, but it was like, I had done nitrous before that, but it was like nitrous times 10 or something. It didn't seem like it was going to go away. The wah-wahs, remember we were in the bathroom and the shower was going. For some reason, they knew that would be a good idea to have me do it with the shower going, or we were trying to hide the sound of it. I can't remember what. But dude, all the little drops were doing that echoey thing that happens with nitrous. Quicker, louder, and it, like for minutes, not for like 20 seconds. That's what COVID's kind of like. You don't know how long it's gonna last. It's like, oh shit, is this just gonna keep on going like this? Oh, fuck, my brain's broken now. By the way, my pinkies were numb for like weeks after that, from that experience. Don't ever inhale that shit. Not a good idea. I was a dumbass. Really stupid. Unbelievably fucking stupid. Some other kid had it though. Said he had done it before. One of those situations. Yeah, man, it's fine. Yeah. My girlfriend, we were restricted, right? We were actually like in jail, and his girlfriend had smuggled it into him. Actually, it wasn't jail, but I'm not gonna get any more into it than that. food and beer. Free food and beer. Oh, probably once a day, yeah, it'd be easy. Used to make them and deliver them. Yeah. It's easy to do at a shop though, man. Everything's all ready. I mean, the dough's prepped beforehand. It's proofed in the cooler overnight, and then that's already ready in the little blobs, different sizes for different size pizzas. For that, it's nothing. The dough's hardest part. The assistant manager would do the dough the day before, so we never really had to worry about that. And all the vegetable prep was done beforehand too. Like we would do the onions or whatever, the bell peppers, and just it was all. Pizzas are actually extremely easy to make, dude. Once you have the sauce, the sauce will come in a pack, dude. And that's most pizza places. Sauce comes in a bag and they just put it in the thing. They don't actually make that stuff there. Sauce can take all day, you know. My mom's done pizzas from scratch like that, where she could cook the sauce all day. Pizza stones. They heat it up before you put the pizza on it. I got a Kenwood blender mixer. I can make all kinds of bread with that thing. I used to make bread with it before I started streaming. There's a picture of some of it on the Instagram. My bread's beautiful. I didn't even know what the hell I was doing. That shit is professional though. Bread's so easy to make. I mean, as long as you have the right stuff to measure the temperature of it. I don't know, dude, back in the day, before they had digital thermometers, bread was a bitch, a little bit. Much more so than having, like, being able to know exactly how hot your oven is. That's a fairly new invention. Is it the thermocoupler? What is it called? That senses heat. That's a fairly new invention, though. And even, like, especially the precision that we're able to do it now, but even like a basic dial and having, like, that's still fairly new. Like, maybe 100 years? 200 years ago, they definitely didn't have it. They were just having to judge it by what the fire looked like, how it felt. We're kind of spoiled now when it comes to cooking. It's way easier. Anybody could be a chef. It's all science. But we have the instruments to measure the different things. pH, salinity, temperature. Obviously, it's going to be measured with different things if you really wanted to get scientific with your cooking. Yo, look at this other outfit this guy had on. He had the blue stuff yesterday, but look at that. Yo! God dang, it's Denari. He's gonna make me buy some Denaris pretty soon. Did he go straight into talking about him or what? Why doesn't he have an Iraqi flag behind him though? This is how he starts the stream off.
Look at this. Do you know how to get rid of this? I just did. That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
You're good. You're good, Jen. Oh, what's
Tilt
up?
the camera down a little because it's pretty high.
It's what?
It's pretty high up
Tilt it down a little bit? Okay. Say when. Is that okay? That better?
there. I'll tell you in a minute. Mine's,
It just chopped my head off. No, is that better or you want it more?
I can't tell yet.
Oh man, this is weird.
Technical difficulties. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's okay?
Much better.
Much better. All right, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
The recording has started.
Greetings, family. How you doing?
What?
Welcome to another one of your KTFalways.com UB2Bs.
What the fuck was
Oh,
that?
boy, are you in for
You just turned on or
a
something?
good one tonight. Yes, who's that Galway girl says, let's put those thumbs up. Yeah, you know those thumbs up gives me a cookie at the end, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. Today is the 13th of November, 2023. God bless you, all of you. Monica, thank you for your financial contributions.
This
Anybody
is
wants to
a
help,
few
we
days ago.
appreciate you. Doris, thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Family, we're going to study the Iraqi dinar.
Okay, it goes right into the
I want to tell you
dinar.
something. We don't have much more study. There's really, I don't know what else to bring to you.
But then he came back
because
with
what we do
another
have,
episode.
We cannot bring to you. The CBI has to bring it to you. So with that in mind, tonight, my teams have given me permission to go full throttle. I'm going to surprise you tonight with a lot of things.
His teams?
But it is important
Multiple?
that I state right now, at the very beginning, everything that I say on this call tonight is strictly in my opinion.
This call?
Nothing is factual. It is all an
YouTube.
opinion.
This isn't a phone,
okay?
buddy. He's
just,
is he? He's
it's
got
just
to be
an opinion.
scamming.
It's a fact.
He's got to be scamming, dude. He's trying to get people's dinar here or something, right? Look at him. Why is he so weird? Bro, we came across that guy. He's definitely up to something, right? I don't know why YouTube showed me him and why so many people are investing on Iraqi money. What is really going on? Because look at this shit. He's got so many people commenting on his video, dude. It's something going on over here. Dude, I need to start dressing up and some get up and sell Slovakian crones or whatever the hell they have. Make it my guys, you guys, this is what you gotta do. You gotta buy the crones, you gotta put them in your pocket, take it with your friends, and you take it to the bank and you tell the guy I got 1 million of them. You look at him like this. You know, it's like, what? Yeah, I'm telling you, you gotta get the crones. And I'll have my suit. I mean, it's fucking believable shit. I have my suit on. And I'll have some lady over here that's telling me that my camera's not good enough. Oh, gee. 1 second, y'all. Is that better? Thanks. Okay, are you ready? Record. Hi guys, do I have a call for you today? Tell you what, I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you something. The Slovakian krone, I got a little more information on that one. Not too much though, just enough. If you got some though, You're already in the game. You like my suit? He never talks about his suit, actually. It's like it doesn't even exist. He's too good. I don't know if I can do it like that. 3, 2, 1. Record. I love it. I love how weird it is. I want to catch his next show. I haven't even hit the bell yet. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. I gotta get Simon's food and medicine. timing. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Why is he still eating? Doesn't take that long to eat chicken tendies. OC law enforcement warning motorists of crash and grab robberies. Yeah, that's why I don't leave the house anymore. That's the reason why. That's it. I have another reason to never leave my house. Ms. Bungle knows. Well, would you look at that? Would you just look at that coin right there? It's an error coin, 1968, 1970. Yes, good $5 double die adjustment strike.
All right.
2,500 open, $250.
What do we want to go to? We want to go this next coin, or do we want to skip ahead at all?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, 50C.
All right.
C.
This one is
50 cent. What's going on, baby? Gotta get a 3,500 to start it. Can we get 3,500 to start it? 35 over here, 35 over here, 3,500 over here. 35. Where's my money at? Open the fucking bid up. Somebody buy this damn coin. Fuck it. Next coin. Bring the next coin up. Nobody wants it. My neighbors don't know what the fuck I do over here, probably.
She needs your mic on so that he can. Okay.
They can hear me sometimes, but not others.
All right, let's try something here. I have a pair of coins here. This is a really affordable error. This is for anybody who just wants to jump in on collecting.
I gotta get Israel
This is
up.
going to start
at
just $125. This is a pair of major
I don't want them to
Lincoln
get me
cent
again. I gotta
errors.
get Israel up.
We have a
That was
1992
a commercial break.
that is broad struck, as you can see here. And then we've got one that's struck off center. So you can see these two Lincoln cents. This is a pair. We're going to have this set of two. These are major Lincoln cent errors, gem quality, meaning MS65 or better. The first coin is broad struck, and what that means is, I talked about when coins are struck, they're struck within a collar, which kind of, think of it as the third side of the coin. You have the obverse and the reverse, heads and tails. That third side is the edge. So there's a collar that holds the coin in place. A broad struck coin is a coin that somehow was struck outside of that collar. So that collar isn't there to hold the metal from flowing out. So basically, it's just gets struck and the metal kind of just flows out and mushes out the sides. That's what that broad struck error is. And the second coin there is off center, which is kind of self-explanatory. When you look at it, that blank disc went into the die press, the coining machine, struck that coin, but the coin wasn't in properly, wasn't in all the way, and it gets struck off center. In that case, it looks like about 30% off center.
But is
we do
the
have
date on it?
$125.
Oh, the date's not on it completely,
increments.
is it?
This is one to get everyone excited and get involved.
Off-strucks
$125,
are
$10
always
increments
more
for this pair.
worth more if the date's
certified
on
by
it.
NGC, gem condition.
full
You've got
date.
that broad struck error where it's
That goes for any of them.
mushed, panned out. It's pancaked out, much wider than a normal coin.
Oh, that one's
You
got the
see that
date.
circle of silver color, that
Bill.
discoloration.
Oh, it would have
That's
it,
because
though. What about
our
the other
current
one,
Lincoln cents have a zinc core. So they're copper plated, but they have zinc in the center. Normally you don't see that zinc, but in this case, because of this error, the way the coin was kind of struck wider and thinner than usual, it kind of got mushed to the point
Subdive.
where you can see that zinc core showing through here. Really fascinating error. You can see really well struck too. You see all Lincoln's hair detail. $125
Yeah, I don't think
going
the
once.
date's showing, or they would be saying it on the other one. It's like showing part of it, but not the last year, possibly.
There's the reverse, same effect. $125. Looking for a bid of $135. We've got $125. Going twice. 2 error coins for just $125. You've got that gem quality broad struck coin and that gem quality off center coin. 2 certified coins. We're verifying callers for just $125 right now. Looking for $135.
I've never watched a what are these? Like this
$125.
This one normally would have like new coins on it, wouldn't it?
Verifying a couple callers
It was
here
a
now.
different dude before.
Gem quality, as you can see, mint error broad struck. Like I said, broad struck is we have $135. Thank you. Have $135. Looking for $145.
The new.
Again, broad struck is a type of error where the coin is struck without that outer collar that holds it in place. That third side of the coin, if you will.
Is NGC the one that you
looking for
want?
$145.
Is that the?
We have $145.
Is that the?
$145
the
is
good
in bid.
one?
Looking for $155. We have $145. 165. We have a jump bid to 165. Looking for
Oh
175.
shit! We got ourselves an auction,
And then,
boys.
like I said, you have the broad struck era, and then you have
He's
the
not
off-center
making it very
era.
exciting though.
Which, again, that one's kind of easy to understand, even if you're new to collecting.
If he sounded like he was at a
Kinda
rodeo, I'd
self-explanatory.
want to buy one.
This is the blank
Gonna get a
planchet,
one.
the black disc of metal,
You know
known
what I
as a
mean?
planchet, or in
I
Europe
want
they
a
call it a
penny now.
flan. Went
It's
into
getting in my
that
head.
coining press in between the dies.
Gotta go, gotta
but
go,
it
gotta
didn't make it all the way in.
go.
Kind of got partially in the
He's just
dies,
like,
partially
we
out
gotta-
of the dies, and struck on the side. 175 has been bid. We have 175, looking for 185, and we are verifying more bidders.
At least the number's
as
still
we
going
speak.
up. All right. Do you see how they're not showing you? You can't tell it that doesn't have the date.
185 has been bid, looking for
Why
195.
can't I see
we have
the
185,
other-
looking for 195.
Do the camera like this at it, man. They're not. They're doing it intentionally. I know you're gonna get that at home and be like, "Oh man, God dang it, it doesn't have the whole date on it." Oh, but it does say
185 going
2001.
once.
They must have it on there, right? If they're able to tell you it's 2001. Well, it's uncirculated though, so not necessarily. The bank teller might have gotten out of a roll and known that that's what it was.
185 going twice.
A lot of bank tellers are coin collectors, dude. They get them out of the stack.
185, 185,
The
fair and
bills,
final
too.
warning.
Those two I've been noticing because I follow a subreddit on paper collecting or paper money collecting and coin collecting.
Sold $185.
Bankers, man, get a lot of this stuff.
Mr. S in California, congratulations on that pair of gem major Lincoln cent errors. All right, get my notes together here. Here we have a set of 7 error coins in mint state 67. So these are superb gem coins.
$1,200 for
error
those?
coins.
Oh, they're all error.
And what these are,
shit.
so you see it says on the screen here, missing edge lettering. And what that means is,
that's it.
For these
All of them?
presidential
Oh,
dollars, for
man.
this series,
The lettering was the coolest
edge
part.
I talked about that collar.
I took
the
a bunch
third
of those
side the
to
coin.
Europe and was
These
giving
coins
them away
have
to
a
people
lettered edge.
because I think
They're
these
supposed to have
really
the
cool
date and the
coins.
mint mark and some lettering on the
It's
edge
the
of
only
the
coin we
coins.
got that's got the
But
edge
somehow these
lettering.
coins completely miss that step. So these coins have a plain edge. They're not supposed to. You can see how these could escape the mint. That's a little less obvious, right? But somehow for these to be caught and put away, still in mint state 67 gem quality. And we have a set of 7 different examples here. You have the 2007 Madison, Adams, Jackson, 2007 Madison, 2008 Adams and Jackson, 2009 Tyler. Those are all from the SMS sets. So there were special mint sets that these came out of. So it's got a special like burnish finish. Then we have a 2010 Buchanan and Fillmore, and then we have a 2009 Polk. So those are the regular mint state without that special mint set finish. 7 coin set, we have the open at $1,200.
Here's Landon. I need
We're
him to
looking for
eat.
a bid of $1,300. Actually, I have a bunch of comps. Look at what some of these plain edge, missing edge lettering coins have brought in the past. We've got a few different ones here. We've got a bunch of comps here. Let's show you. In mint state 67, same grade we have here. We've got a bunch of comps here. There's a James Madison, $3,000 for that example. Here's a John Tyler, $960. That coin's in this set. Here we go. Here's a Tyler. Here's another Tyler for $400. Let's see, what else do we have? Polk. Here's the Polk, $400 there. Here's another Polk. This one's $400, $399. Let's see. Oh, here we have a Millard Fillmore. We have a Millard Fillmore in this set. Here's one for $550.
Not eating. Fuck.
Here's another
I got to pull this food up in 40 minutes.
$499. So you get the idea. A lot of these coins are being offered, you know, $400 and up. You know, some of them as much as $3,000. We've got the set of 7 here right now for, right now, just $1,200. We have that bid looking for $1,300, $1,300. Here's a stack of these coins to demonstrate the plain edge. Like I said, these coins are supposed to have lettering on them. They're supposed to have the date and the mint mark and "In God We Trust" all struck on that edge of that coin. As this coin is rotating on the screen, you should be able to read the date and the mint mark and "In God We Trust." But somehow these coins have missed that step of the process. Now, the coins on your screen are not certified that you saw in that stack.
Some of
there.
the regular
That's
ones
an
to
image we
show
have,
us
some
at least.
ungraded
You know
coins.
what I mean?
The set you're getting here are superb gem, mint state 67. You're getting 7 different
Like it's a coin set. They don't have any
all
of
with this
those regular
very
to show
unique
us.
Error with that plain edge.
Got me trying to figure out where
now,
mine are.
We're at
I got a stack of them
$1,200.
still.
Looking for
Regular
$1,300. $1,200. Going once.
Stack because I went with a stack. Simon, you got food. What are you doing, man? Fuck. Stop acting weird. He keeps coming down here and laying next to my feet, facing the trash can as if he wants to eat something out of it.
And there you can see, again, in the holder. NGC does a great job with those holders that have those prongs, so you can still see the edge of the coin. That's why they make these holders in this way. You can see the edge clearly, plain edge. No lettering there, no writing, no text. So that is a plain edge coin. You can see right there. It's highlighted by that squiggly line. Again, very unique. We're at $1,200. Going once. Unless I already said that. We're at $1,200. Going twice on the set of 7. And there's a stack of some plain edge coins so you can see what we're talking about.
Look,
again, these coins
and like. But things
I'm
in
gonna
southern
leave
Gaza
this
are
up
already
here.
so bad. The article, the reporting in The Economist is that most
keep my eye
people
on it.
left northern Gaza and went to the south, which is crazy when you think about it, because Gaza is so
wait, I
crowded
need
as
more
it is. So having, almost
up.
around a million people just go to the south when they're not prepared to house and feed all these people and everything
Police chase.
suggests how bad it is.
Shut up, Luckner. Alright, police chase.
So 5 freeway, and that carpool lane is moving a little bit quicker than the rest of the main lanes there. You can see the traffic next to her is much slower, but that carpool lane is doing okay, and that is allowing her some room to play with here. Again, law enforcement falling back here, but the LA Sheriff's Department maintaining a solid visual from their helicopter, and we'll see if they're able to get units into position here when she gets off the freeway, or the other possibility is maybe California Highway Patrol out here in the San Gabriel Valley decides to engage with this suspect. Right now, the only charge that we are aware of is grand theft auto. This is apparently a stolen vehicle. If there are any other crimes associated with this pursuit, we are not aware at this point. So depending on the severity of the charges here, that will also play a big part into the decision as to how far they want to take this. But with the helicopter at their disposal, of course, they could take it quite a distance if she does eventually get off the freeway here in LA County. It's just wild. It's just incredible to me. I mean, we were just showing you the traffic downtown not more than 15 minutes ago, and every freeway out here was bumper to bumper. But as she's made her way out here, she has managed to find a wide open 605 freeway. In fact, north of the 10, you can see now she's got the whole freeway to play with, doing upwards of 80 miles per hour. So she's doubled her speed here just in the last 30 seconds. And her next major interchange is going to be the 210 freeway. But as long as the freeway is wide open for her, why not stay on it? Again, unless she has a clear destination in mind, we don't know where she resides, where this pursuit originated from. We know they picked it up in East LA, but we don't know where this suspect intends to go. So as long as she's here on the 605, coming up on the 210 freeway here in the next few minutes, as I look out off the nose here, she pretty much has the 605 all to herself. As she gets closer to the 210, it does jam up slightly, but now you see her making her way over to the right lane, getting ready for a possible exit, but no signal yet, so we'll see if she does get off the freeway here. Yeah, right now, just the helicopter. LAPD basically waving their hands. They have basically pulled way back. They're out of their jurisdiction. They've gone back to Hollenbeck, and now you have LA County Sheriff basically tracking this truck from above. Again, California Highway Patrol, they're going to be a little more aggressive. They have been lately, but they may or may not take the opportunity to adopt this pursuit if they are, you know, if they're not too busy. They will send units out here. If they're preoccupied, then they may let this one go. But right now, LA County Sheriff tracking their movements as she continues up towards the Azusa area. We'll see if maybe they start alerting some of the other jurisdictions along the 210 freeway. But right now, still pushing about 70 miles per hour here on the 605 freeway, getting closer and closer to that 210. There'll be a little more volume there, but again, overall, she still has plenty of freeway to play with.
Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the pump up the pump up the pump up. Heck yeah. I'm ready for that.
Sorry, guys, I lost you for just a bit there. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we'll continue here as she continues northbound on the 605 freeway, hugging that number 4 lane there at about 70 miles per hour, refusing to pull over for LAPD. Now she has much less pressure on her, but everybody is well aware that something is going on with that bright night sun shining a light on this stolen pickup truck. It's a red stolen truck. Not sure where it was stolen from, what other crimes may be associated here.
Got her blinker on.
To be
oh,
whoa,
whoa, baby! What are you doing?
Is desperate enough to use
Holy
that shoulder
shit.
If she sees an opportunity. If she has any kind
I'm surprised he didn't freak out on that one.
Over the shoulder and is showing limited competence behind the wheel here, but still managing to keep up her speed.
Thought that was a lane or something, man. But... Is it a lane? Or is it?
That's right. There's no word on whether there's anybody else inside that truck, but it does sound like California Highway Patrol is now going to take over this pursuit. So we should see CHP units pulled into position behind her here any minute. It may take a couple minutes to get out here, but it's still, she's getting much closer to the 210 here, so we'll see what happens. Yep.
Can't say I'm a fan of the larceny.
Copy.
Gotta get rid of it.
Westbound 210.
I haven't really been buying much new whiskey.
So we're back over the 210 freeway. If you're joining us live on ABC7.com, our 24/7 streaming channels. Chris
LA,
but Air 7 HD as we continue our coverage of this GTA suspect who is refusing to pull over. LAPD chasing the suspect out of the city into LA County's jurisdiction. They sheriff's helicopter overhead here as California Highway Patrol now attempts to get onto the 210 freeway here and try and pull her over. She's now transitioned onto the westbound 210 freeway, heading back towards Pasadena, back towards the metro area where traffic is going to bunch up on her the further west she gets. Now, right now, the eastbound or the westbound side is actually the faster side of the 210 freeway. The eastbound side is all jammed up with folks trying to get home on a Thursday night. Westbound traffic is a little bit better, but again, that's going to change once she gets closer to the 710 here. So that red stolen pickup truck with a female driver behind the wheel, unclear whether anybody else is inside
Where's everybody
the truck
going,
with her,
man?
but she is
5
continuing
people
to drive
here.
very aggressively
Y'all
now
hate
over the Gore Point
stew
and
or
an
what?
exit here. This is going to be Central Avenue. She's getting off of
Oh,
the
I hate
210
listening
freeway,
to
off of the
Stu.
freeway, and this will put her potentially onto Central.
Interesting. Usually I put a chase on and people want to
freeway
watch
now on
it.
Central Avenue, paralleling the freeway here
Oh, man.
with
Okay, sister, I don't need y'all to tell me
she
you're
had the
here when
green
you're
light
here,
there, but
honestly.
didn't even
I'm
bother to
not
slow
wondering
down.
why the
Picked
people
up a
are
little
here
air,
that
a
are
little dip in
here.
the road
I'm
there,
wondering why the
and
fuck
now you
everybody
can
just
see
left. You
she
tell me you're
is,
here
coming
doesn't
up
let me know why they
on,
left. You know what I mean?
some more intersections
It doesn't
here,
help
so
me.
we'll see if she
Sorry.
shows any attempt whatsoever at slowing down for these, or if she starts blowing through red lights. That is going to attract the attention
Dinner. It's
of law enforcement
9:30.
much faster.
On
This
the
is
East Coast. I guess
Shamrock
people are just
Avenue
leaving, going to
as she
bed.
pauses there slightly to make a left turn. A left
And this
turn
isn't
now
exciting
under the
enough for
210
them.
freeway southbound on
They'd rather
Shamrock
listen to a
Avenue.
fucking
Under
drone.
the 210, she's going to dump the vehicle. She's going to dump the vehicle
guess,
under the 210. She's
probably.
under the freeway. Under the freeway, and the vehicle, is that it? That's not it. That's not it. Okay. Yep. One of the oldest tricks in the book, Colleen, pulled up under the freeway. Now you see her peeking out the other side of the freeway.
Oh, she
at a
fucked
snail's
up.
pace, and she did not dump the vehicle. She's still in the
you
vehicle, deciding it
well,
looks like
that was
she
stupid.
wants to get back on the freeway. This time,
She could have just
she's
gotten away.
potentially going to get back onto the eastbound side of the 210 freeway.
She doesn't
Colleen,
even
I
know
thought
it.
almost for sure she was going to dump the vehicle. You know how often we see that happen.
What? She didn't even know it. Now she's fucked. Now she's going right back into the lair. Because it's a stolen vehicle, so they might not be able to trace her back to it if she's never had her fingerprints taken.
No, we haven't seen any flashing lights in quite a while. Again, LAPD did have a couple of units dedicated to this pursuit when we first picked it up off the top, but they have since pulled back completely. LA County Sheriff doing a bulk of the work here until CHP can get into position. They are tracking this from above. They are probably almost guaranteed watching our stream right now, and so they are attempting to get into position here any minute. I think we will start to see some CHP units eventually. It's just a matter of those guys working their way through traffic as well. Coming up on the entrance ramp there, now getting back on to the 210 freeway, and this will put her onto the eastbound side, Colleen.
He's eating. He's eating. The boy.
Yeah, it's surprising to say the least, especially on a night like tonight. You know, we're on the eve of a very busy travel day tomorrow. I could tell you that tonight has seen more traffic than we have
Who's
seen
traveling
all
tomorrow?
week
I'm not.
since that fire happened
Are
on the
you?
10 freeway. And as a result, all of the surrounding freeways have been bumper to bumper as far as the eye could see tonight. And now she is joining the rest of those folks leaving downtown LA, heading home through Pasadena, through the through the San Gabriel Valley on the 210 freeway, now over the Gore Point, back on the 605, taking the 605 southbound. So starting to retrace some of her steps here because traffic was just going to slow down on her. She was really going to be bumper to bumper in just another quarter mile because of all that get-home traffic. So now decided to get onto the 605 freeway, a clear indication that she may be making this up on the fly here. I just don't get the feeling that she has a clear idea on where she wants to take this. In any event, though, CHP has now pulled into position from above. We do have a CHP helicopter entering the picture here. LA County Sheriff still right overhead, providing that night sun, and we'll start to look for more of those ground units here again in the next couple of minutes. It takes time to triangulate those units through all that busy traffic to get them into the area. So we'll see if they pop up behind her here in just a minute, and we'll see what the driving looks like over the next several miles, if she slows down at all, if she acts more agitated, less agitated, or if she hits anybody else. Again, to recap, we've already seen one minor collision that we're aware of early on in this pursuit. She basically ran up against somebody's fender bender, another pickup truck actually, that she slid into, and now she has slowed down a little bit, basically going with the flow of traffic here on the 605. No, we don't know. We really don't know a lot other than the fact that this is a stolen vehicle, but something tells me there's more to it. However, we're still only seeing limited resources dedicated to this pursuit, so we already know that LAPD was fine enough just letting it go, handing it off to the LA County Sheriff's Department, so it wasn't serious enough for LAPD to continue it out of their jurisdiction, but still, we'll see. Here comes that CHP unit. Here comes that CHP unit, the first primary unit to join the pursuit here since we have hit the bottom of the hour here, and now she'll have a little bit of pressure coming up from her rear left flank. There is California Highway Patrol with the lights and sirens on, code 3. Back in pursuit mode as that unit, ooh, look at that. They've turned the lights off. They've turned the lights off, so this is not a pursuit technically, but they are now following the suspect with the lights and sirens off. No longer code 3. This is now firmly in tracking mode, but they're going to continue to track as to not agitate her further. I think the driving was slowing down to a comfortable speed that they don't want to spook her too much. Right now, if she gets off the freeway, they can safely follow from a distance and eventually execute a felony stop if they can get units into position here. But she has now exited the freeway at Lower Azusa Road, just off of the 605. The sheriff, or the CHP helicopter now providing the light from above. One unit right behind her. They will almost certainly call for backup before they light her up again. But right now, it does look like the driving is slowing down ever so slightly here. The composure is a little bit better behaved. You can see she's not really attempting some of those wackier moves that she was earlier on, where she was just weaving across all lanes and just driving very erratically. Now it looks like she's just a little bit more under control here. So we'll see how close that primary unit gets. He's about maybe a couple hundred feet back, I would say. Still continuing. That was a red light, I think, that she just ran, if I'm not mistaken. We have to re-rack that. It looked like a red light that she ran. That CHP unit made it as well. He actually ran it, I think, unless it was just turned green. I'm really not sure.
The real,
it looked like it was red
dude,
by
Moises
my eye.
has a
Now
bunch
it
of
looks
his
like maybe
fucking
she's attempting
people
to to get off of Lower Azusa
in
Road.
this chat
in that
saying
turn lane.
that
No, she's just
it's
using the
him
wrong way,
driving
going the wrong way
and that he's
Lower
streaming
Azusa
on
Road.
Kick.
So she's just going around this traffic using that median, going the
There's
opposite
13,000
direction
people
over the double
watching.
yellow lines,
And a bunch of people
where
are
there is
putting
now
that.
a little bit of
I
traffic
can't
ahead of
believe
her
the real
on Lower
Moises is
Azusa
streaming
Road.
this
Once
live
again,
on
you
Kick.
see her pushing
Like-
the pedal to the metal on the oncoming lanes of traffic.
look at
That is
IP2
certainly
people instead
going to
of-
attract the attention of CHP as they try and get more units in position.
Something else, dude. It's the CX people too, though. I saw someone say CX in the chat earlier today somewhere. I'm like, what? And they started saying Paul Danino. It was a battle cam something was his name. That took me back. Yeah, I can't believe. So, now the people are starting to see IP2 always wins.
Yeah, we can't
They're
really
in
tell.
all
I mean,
these
it does
chases.
look like it's not necessarily a work truck. There is some stuff in the back. I saw a spare wheel and maybe some other tools, maybe a cooler as well. So it was hard to tell, but there are several items in the back there that she's hauling off of Peck Road, now onto surface streets here, again off of Peck, now coming up on Peck Road off of Mulhall. So she did a little circle there. CHP lighting her up now, and I expect that they'll pull up much closer on her, close up behind her, because now that she's really ramped things up, especially once she went into those oncoming lanes of traffic, it really it makes it all the more urgent for them to get her off the road. So I think that's going to really change the tactic of that primary officer, probably just waiting for more backup before they pull up closer.
Yeah, a little better,
closer behind her, I should say, Colleen, here on Peck Road.
Whiskey still makes me want to cough a little bit.
Traffic along Peck Road, and now you see that primary unit only a few car lengths behind. Lights and sirens blaring. Night sun overhead. CHP now desperate to get her off the road.
I like to get my sense of smell back.
Another red light through the red. Light just turned green. Now that 2 CHP units will go through that intersection with her, and now with 2 units behind her,
maybe it's not like larceny.
See an attempt at a pit, or if they give the go-ahead, or something else. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But certainly, the pit maneuver is an option if there is a wide open enough stretch of Peck Road. We're not seeing that just yet. You see a lot of traffic ahead of her. But if there's an open stretch and they give the go-ahead at one of these empty intersections,
tell them. People need to know, Mark. That's good. Public service announcement.
Here. You see that primary unit now joined with company here, back up, joining the pursuit.
People need
Here's
to know.
A third unit, potentially CHP as well, about to execute a felony stop. At least
China.
I think they will try and pull up much closer behind her here. We'll see what happens here in the next few seconds.
Everybody knows that Chinese people have small penises. And then what they're trying to do is bring us down to their level. The whole world, man. That was incorporated into the virus's effects intentionally. It was one of the main effects.
Getting back on the freeway.
It's
the
the
transition
main
road.
effect.
Back onto the freeway
Everything
now.
else is
It's going to put her on the
secondary.
10 freeway.
The penis
So
shrinkage.
2 black and whites following her onto the 10 freeway off of Peck Road, now onto the westbound side.
The thing is, it actually makes Chinese penises
freeway.
grow.
Now, obviously, we know the 10 freeway is shut down much further west
Molecularly,
of here,
it's
but
different
we've got about
genetically
10 to 15
with them.
miles before that comes into play.
Unlocks
so
a
we'll see
different
what
sequence.
traffic does here. The eastbound traffic is much heavier on the 10 freeway, but quite frankly, Colleen, once we get closer to downtown, all bets are off because everything
You should see them now. They're packing mad heat.
red brake lights as we made our way out to the east.
They're
here.
slinging meat
she'll
like it
start
ain't
to see
nothing
some
out there now.
slowdowns if she
Hey,
continues
Costco.
westbound on the 10 freeway or
Love you,
freeway.
Costco.
But of course, as her luck would have it, right now she's got plenty of pavement at her disposal.
Their dicks are different. Are you sure? Are you sure? Hmm?
Yeah.
No Shave November,
Yeah, she's
bro.
pushing it now upwards of 80 miles per hour with really nobody in her way here. She's got those carpool lanes to herself
forgot about
now,
that.
and she's using them to full advantage. She could go faster, but she's already doing about 80, and now we're going to see some more aggressive tactics by that primary unit. Not too aggressive because there are still lots of other motorists around her, but we are going to see some more pressure applied here, I think, by CHP. So Night Sun has gone away temporarily.
Yo, I just saw Doe in
they're still
chat.
there.
What the fuck was
just trying
that?
to keep it on her. You know, it's so. By the way, I got to tell you, Colleen, keeping that Night Sun on the suspect vehicle is much easier, or is much harder, I should say, than it looks on television. Controlling that Night Sun is really a skill, and it does take a certain amount of talent to keep that light on a fast-moving truck like this. So you'll occasionally see her dip into the darkness here, but right now they do have the Night Sun on her. It's providing tremendous assistance to those primary units, but it's also letting the other drivers around her know that something is going on. There is something that they need to be on the lookout for. Maybe start bearing to the right as they see those sirens coming up.
Looks
from
like she's
behind.
one of those people that you're like, turn your brights off.
On.
What
Of
the
course,
fuck, you're blinding me.
Typical LA fashion, it is, of course, a high-speed pursuit.
You got her brights on or what? What? You didn't eat all of it. You only ate a little of it. Now you're meowing at me. Why?
That's right. Yeah, it's a somewhat, I think, a newer model vehicle. It's been through a little wear and tear, but you see she is accelerating here. You know, it always depends, too. If it's a stolen vehicle, the details of that theft matter because it always, of course, depends on how much fuel was in the tank when it was stolen, but it also depends on when it was stolen. Has she been driving the stolen vehicle around town for the past few days, for a week? Has it been stolen for a while? Or did that theft just happen this afternoon? We just don't know the answer to those questions. Presumably, law enforcement may have more details than we do. Certainly, it's simple enough to run the plates and find out who the proper owner of the vehicle is and what the situation is. But in any event, you now see two primary units, a primary unit and a secondary unit, I should say, as well as California Highway Patrol's helicopter pursuing from above there. So a very, very precarious situation around all of this other traffic here on the 10 freeway. And again, it's worth reiterating, the further west we go, she will eventually run into a detour, which we are well aware of.
Oh, because it's, yeah, the 10 freeway is going to shut down. Closed. It's closed currently.
Yeah, and it also makes you wonder, you know, this all started in East LA. This has turned into basically a joyride, Colleen, to take it all the way out into, you know, out to the 605 and play those games in El Monte, trying to, you know, run from CHP up there on Peck
you usually would get the 10 freeway in rush hour traffic, but that is some good news, although 10 is moving pretty well where this driver is currently in the San Gabriel Valley. Jonathan Novak, this thing, you see CHP now on this driver's and it's a reminder that rush hour means different things in different places. Some areas it can be horrible, but other places can move pretty fast.
Yeah, it looks like they are starting to enter where there's at least a little bit more traffic, but definitely a different look from earlier when the CHP was hanging back quite a ways. Now they're definitely taking a different tactic, and maybe they're anticipating that the driver will hit some traffic and slow down or be forced to go onto the side streets where they could possibly do something like a pit maneuver.
We're coming up to the 710 split here.
Yeah.
It looks like. So it looks like we're going to pass through the 710 here. We're going to get into the Boyle Heights area. You can see how much traffic is on the other side, on the eastbound direction there. But so we're going to pass under the 710 here, continue westbound. And it's going to start putting us into the downtown area, transition either to the 1, or you have to do that kind of S-turn through the 10, the 5, the 60. So, and since the west is closed, you're going to have to get to either take that 60 east, or we're going to go here and on the surface streets. But
yeah, they're going to slow down.
We're continuing here.
They're going to slow down any moment.
Yeah, we got to go. So we got to wait. It keeps glitching out, though. It's annoying. Rather not have that. That thing's low. She's never gonna get away now, dude. She got the highway patrol on her ass.
Right.
They'll stay on her forever.
Exactly. It's one of those two. Presumably, she does not want to give herself up here. Now we have a third unit joining the pursuit. That's going to give them more options. But you're right. It really is one of those two things. Most likely, either there's another crime here that she's running from, or potentially in a not so great state of mind, and that could be why she's refusing to pull over here. If she's experienced at this, she may know. You know, if she, in other words, if she's a career criminal, for example. I'm not saying she is, but if she is, then you know, she knows the drill. She knows what's awaiting
far
her,
enough north,
which could be a night in jail. But then again, it might not even be a night in jail. It may be a few hours in jail, and she could be right back on the street. So she doesn't see the need to pull over right away. She's calculating her risk, and she thinks maybe it's worth taking her chances. Maybe she can get away and avoid the arrest altogether. Already, worth reiterating, LAPD was willing enough to let this go. She tested their patience. Now she's back in their jurisdiction. So she's taking the 10 freeway back into LAPD's jurisdiction where this began. If she gets off the freeway, LAPD will be involved, and they probably won't be as gentle this time around. They won't be as willing to let her go. But right now, we should say California Highway Patrol, the primary agency here,
supposed to go north and not stop.
That heavy
always do.
Here on the 10 freeway.
They chop her. For some reason can't keep going past north of Malibu.
As
they usually pull off on
bumper-to-bumper traffic as she navigates the East LA interchange.
But she could get near
getting off
the airport. If she gets near the airport, it always screws with the chopper too. So, but her chance, dude, she already missed her. No, she missed her chance, dude, because they're on her ass. Dude, she was underneath the overpass like 20 minutes ago or whatever.
We don't know, but look at that. Chance. She really just picked up speed there. Get off the freeway now on Mission Road at a high rate of speed. Throw up the real-time speed tracker. We see her at 50 miles per hour. She was going much faster a second ago as she tried to outrun that cop at the intersection. Again, CHP, the primary agency here. To answer your question, Colleen, we don't know who else is in the vehicle, but I sense a lot more aggression just in the last few seconds that she got off the freeway. She felt the pressure from all of that traffic. The 10 freeway was at a standstill if she stayed on it. A spike strip was not an option. A pit maneuver was not an option. And so now California Highway Patrol finds themselves back on surface streets as she navigates the LA River here. She's over the river at First Street, the First Street Bridge, heading into downtown LA. Using that shoulder. Yep. Look at this.
Oh no, she's getting kind of crazy.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary because you hear the sirens and you instinctively want to pull over to the right, but she's passing to your right, and so it just increases the risk for more collisions here. Now she's back to their left. They hear the sirens. They're pulling over to the right. You've got 3 units right behind her here, and she is in another major intersection coming up here at 1st Street and Hewitt Street. That's going to be another red light that she just blew through. Those 3 units going through the red with her, lights and sirens on. Pedestrians crossing the street as she makes a wild left southbound turn.
Yeah, he was
Central
fine.
Avenue, now in downtown LA, where the streets are much narrower, the buildings are much taller, and the pedestrian traffic is much heavier. We will see if they continue this pursuit. If the speeds continue at this rate, they may let the helicopter do the work here, but right now she is really pushing it down a pretty empty Central Avenue, but you never know when somebody's crossing
Central
the street
Ave.
through this part of town. We're just entering Skid Row.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Wasn't too bad.
Right, so that would be surveillance mode, and that is another possibility.
Another
that is an
red light.
option at their disposal if they just want to not spook the person and take some of the pressure off, but continue to keep an eye on her. Many of these helicopters are equipped with infrared technology, so even though they don't have the night sun on her for our advantage, they still see a very
the
clear
red
image
light.
on
Wait,
their
yep.
screens inside the cockpit of her movements. California Highway Patrol does have
Man,
that
LA's
technology
dead
at their
right
disposal. Right now, those 3 pursuing officers still able to keep a solid visual. Rob, help me out really quick. Are
Look
the
at that
lights
bus. How
still
those
on, or
wild
did they turn
looking?
them off? I think they're off. So now they're
Double
following.
length buses.
They backed way off.
We don't have those in
They're
Long
still
Beach.
following, but from a distance.
I can't imagine driving one of those. I wouldn't like it for sure. Be stressed every day driving that
Go
thing.
the wrong way. Ooh, threading the needle here on Central Avenue, Colleen. This is scary. A lot of rush hour traffic
Was that
here
a
on
cop?
a busy
She's got a
Central
cop in
Avenue.
front.
Another intersection finally coming to a stop for the first time.
That cop doesn't even know.
She's behind another patrol car. Look at that. He doesn't even know. That's an LAPD officer. He doesn't even know.
He should have
He's
just
not even aware, I don't think.
stayed and stopped there and turned his lights on. What is she doing? Oh my god, what is she doing?
Well,
what?
Look, passenger door, front and rear door
No.
popping open. A passenger stepping out of the vehicle.
Oh,
the driver
there's
coming
multiple
out the other
people.
side.
Okay,
We're
this
in
could be-
Central
this
Avenue
could get
and
crazy.
Olympic Boulevard. They
What the
have
fuck are they
lots of
getting?
backpacks.
Dogs?
Another dog
Oh,
involved in this
no.
pursuit. And now
This
CHP
isn't
is
good.
probably, look at this, they're running through traffic with the dog. They're running through traffic with those belongings, dumping the vehicle in the middle of Central Avenue, now running for it along
Do they
Olympic
really
Boulevard
think that they're
at Central, continuing
not
now
being
down
watched?
the sidewalk where we know for a fact law enforcement is
Dude,
close
the
by.
dog being there
We
is
have
really bad,
helicopters in
dude.
the air. There are
'Cause
plenty of
man,
eyeballs on
it's
these
a
2
pit,
suspects.
too.
They will be taken down here one way or another
The dog
in
might
short
die right
order.
now.
But that dog, as you know, Colleen, is going to come into play here as they approach these 2 individuals. I suspect
It's
they
not
probably
good,
would have
man.
already done it, but now that decision making is made all the more complicated by that large dog.
Damn, that sucks. You know, regardless, that dog's gonna have to go to a pound tonight.
Front.
The best case scenario. So, RIP to the dog. Just fucking have to go to jail tonight. Because these fucking owners are assholes.
Yeah. Yeah. No, here they
Yep,
come. Here they
there
come.
he
Here
goes.
come those units, and we will see how this plays out. They're coming up ahead of her. I think they're well aware. I believe my money. Yes, that was the driver. That is the driver. It looked like, hard to tell, but it looked like a male passenger. Female driver, male passenger, both grabbed their belongings, a couple of pretty hefty backpacks and duffel bags, and I've lost a visual of the passenger, but we're going to stay right behind. Over to the left, Rob. I think she's in front of the truck. Is she under the tree? Under the tree. Okay, behind the truck, under the tree. Behind the truck, under the tree with the dog. Here comes CHP. They're in front of her, and I don't have a good here. Is that an officer? I can't tell. That's the girl. Okay, that's the girl. She's on the phone. There's the dog. Passenger and driver together with the dog behind that truck. Here comes another black and white under the tree here.
God damn fucking tree.
Guns drawn. No guns. Oh, here's the gun. Okay, weapons out, pointed directly at those suspects.
Of course, this is how it
we'll
plays
try
out.
and get a better vantage point
All right, now
underneath
we're good.
this
We
tree.
see.
They're running. They're running.
Where's the dog at?
Running without the dog. Running
Good.
without the dog. 2 officers in foot pursuit through traffic here on Olympic Boulevard, a very busy Olympic
Oh,
Boulevard.
she about to eat
a city
it.
bus right there, and now she's being
Bink.
taken down to the ground. Look at this. The driver being taken out of the ground by 2 officers, and we still have to look out for that passenger and the dog as soon as we... Okay, she's detained. Let's go ahead and just tilt up and see if we have any other activity behind that truck. I suspect they may have caught up with him as well. It was right near that tree in front of the truck. I'm not sure if there were enough units to converge there. Only those 2 patrol cars, and they may not have...
Oh, there's the dog.
The cops have the dog.
Okay.
An officer with the dog, for sure. Okay. We believe.
Sorry. Whiskey makes me cough now.
So we can. Yeah.
A dog seems cool.
There is the passenger. Oh, it's the passenger without the. Okay, we thought it was an officer. Okay, it was this is the passenger.
So they don't
Another
have him
female.
yet.
Is that a female?
Maybe.
It's another female. So 2 females. This is the passenger.
Maybe they want to arrest the passenger.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a little bit of confusion up here.
She's not
That
running.
is the passenger with the dog. She's now on the phone, and now those 2 patrol cars are right next to
They
her.
might
So
not,
presumably,
if she doesn't
may
run.
be willing to give up. Something tells me
Because
she
she
may have had
wasn't
enough,
driving.
and she is
was
ready
she
and
supposed to
willing
do?
to give herself up here.
Oh, not as worse. It's different when you're not the driver.
I mean, she has plenty of opportunity to walk away.
Oh no! Don't do that though.
I mean, now
Oh,
she's walking away.
That's not good.
But
now you might be fucking up, lady. You definitely need to stay there.
It's also worth mentioning we don't know if that person was being held against their will, if they were a willing participant in that pursuit. Those variables matter as well. But now she is indeed walking away from the scene here.
That's going to complicate things.
Police are making their way over here. Not quite fast enough, but they are making their way over here. I can confirm that there are officers making their way back over to this area. Do you see them, Rob? I don't. Yeah, so somebody's near that patrol car. That would be one of the officers who will likely make their way down the sidewalk here. She appears to be relatively composed here with the dog, just kind of standing by and ready to cooperate. She appears willing to cooperate. She is guilty by association. However, she has not committed any crimes that we have seen. This is, again, the passenger in that pursuit. It's possible. Yeah, you mean just let the passenger go. It's possible. It's possible. We heard them making their way over towards her on the radio, but they have had plenty of opportunity now, and I have not seen any officers as she approaches Central and Olympic again. Those two officers are staying put with the driver, and
go home then.
that would coincide with what you were saying, Colleen.
That's just what I'll do next time. If I'm ever in that situation, I'll just walk home. I was like, I'm going home now. My dog. See y'all. That's not her. Oh, it is her. Oh, good job, Chopper Pilot. Damn. She crossed the street fast.
Yeah.
I mean, this dude's low-key a snitch, so.
They don't, but at the same time, you know, there's a lot of other factors here. We just don't know. We don't know, for example, is that stolen property that she's carrying? Are there any other crimes associated with this? Now, you would think by now they would have already approached her.
But dude, did you see the new McDonald's Crocs?
But in any event, you can see her now.
Get them. They don't make them my size.
Just kind of
I want the
waiting by.
hamburger
We
ones.
still hear them on the radio trying to
small.
find their way over towards her. Here's an LAPD unit now turning the lights and sirens
he's
on
going for
in
her.
front of the McDonald's,
Yep.
and maybe
She's done.
maybe they're going to try and
He's so
approach her now.
done.
We're going to stick with this because I
Oh
feel
my
like
gosh, now I
she's
kind
going
of
to
feel bad
cooperate,
for
but
her.
I do think they do want to talk to her at the very least. You're right. She hasn't committed any major crimes that we are aware of as a passenger. She is not the driver that was breaking all those road rules. However, she still
sees that cop there now,
is a
though.
witness to all of this, and even if an arrest on her part is just more paperwork for those officers, she still has information at the very least to provide and help them prosecute the case against the driver.
What the
So
fuck is
they've gotta
going
find
on?
out
They're
at
actually
least
not
what
going
the
after
situation
her
is
right
if
now.
they can. And you know, even the dog, we don't even know if that's her dog. Even I mean, we really don't know. Most likely her pit bull, but yeah.
Oh, it's pooping time, baby. No. Oh, here we go.
Here they come. LAPD now pulling up next to her. They're
That's a
going to
bummer.
approach, and she's going to drop the leash. Did she drop the? She did drop the leash for a second. This is delicate. Let's hope she cooperates here. You see, they haven't even drawn their weapons yet, so that shows you we're back into another situation, not dissimilar to the pursuit last week up in Ventura County, where there was a large dog that they had to negotiate with. Now it's a pit bull.
Dude, that
who is
CHP
standing
car looking
right next to
clean.
what appears to be the owner, we are presuming, and those officers trying to negotiate. There are weapons drawn, but they're approaching delicately, and now she's walking away. This is not good. This is not good, because now they can't see her hands. This is not.
She's tying it up. She's tying the dog up for him. They told her to.
Tie it up to the pole. Maybe they're asking her to do that, or maybe she's volunteering to do that.
He just
Yeah.
farted.
Again,
He just farted. Did you hear that?
okay. Tie it up to the pole. Maybe they're asking her to do that, or volunteering to do that.
He definitely
Yeah.
just farted,
Again.
dude. Fucking guy. You heard it.
And they may just talk to her. They may not even execute an arrest. They may just take her in for questioning temporarily and see what her involvement is. Unlikely, but in any event, you know, you just don't know. You just don't know, because the fact of the matter is now, if she is taken in, now they have to call animal control or a relative
Should
and
clip that.
and handle the animal. So
Clip
at
that
least
part.
the dog is safely tied up to the pole, and they can now talk to the owner and figure out the rest.
I already got Giuliani's fart. I gotta clip everybody's farts.
Yeah. Right, yeah, it's a good analogy.
Hey, look, patrol car 123. That's pretty sweet. That's a collectible.
Potentially, I think you might be right here. Again, they may just talk to her as long as she's cooperating and has a reasonable story, I guess you'd say. But, you know, it's not lost upon these officers, though, that these two, especially the driver, albeit, but these two put a lot of lives in danger over the course of this pursuit here. So this is not something that should be taken lightly, and they certainly don't want to make the wrong example out of them either. It's not the best practice to let suspects go, especially on live television.
Yeah, that's why you're kind of a fucking snitch,
something that
bro.
requires some follow through, even if I said,
You know what I mean?
as I said, even if it's just collecting a witness
Fucking
statement.
asshole.
And
He stayed on her. He's the reason why she got arrested.
To appear in court.
Actually,
to appear in court, it could be as simple as that.
he's all proud of it. They had to arrest her because this dude was filming her. Well, probably the other this news agency might have been on her too. I don't know when they ended. Oh no, actually, it was all him. Hold up. Oh wait, was it? Yeah, it was all him, dude. No. This one was on her in the McDonald's parking lot too, though. Yeah, no, they were on her too. Right before, yeah, because this is right before she got arrested. So it was both news agencies. Motherfuckers, they don't give a shit about us.
A lot of resources.
They just want us arrested
you
for
know,
views.
They want to get to the bottom of this. It was their pursuit to begin with. Now you have California Highway Patrol handling the driver over here, but this is a mutual effort between LAPD and California
But the
Highway
other
Patrol.
one cut it
Plenty of
off
paperwork
right
for both
before
agencies
she
to
got
complete
arrested,
tonight,
which is
and eventually they
interesting.
will sort this out and decide to hand this over to a prosecutor at some point. Now,
Fox didn't show her arrest.
what the future holds for her is quite honestly an open question.
ABC.
Does she spend the night in jail, or is she basically released in short order? It really is an open question, and it's part of what motivates some of these folks who refuse to pull over for law enforcement.
Oh, sweet puppy. Over there tired. Not barking at all.
You got it. That's true, and it might only be my fourth pursuit with a dog. Good to know. Are you a dog person? Good to know. It's terrible. Yeah, it is terrifying.
Come over. talking
the
about.
peace dollars known. There has never been a ultra cameo peace dollar like you see in the set here today. So besides the reverse proof, the normal proof, there's never been a peace dollar with that ultra cameo.
Look at the cameo.
These coins
look
are
at that cameo.
so
Popping,
rare.
popping.
The peace dollar, the Morgan dollar, and proof. I mean,
look at that pop. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that fucking
Morgan dollar that sold for $269,500.
that fucking reverse? The fucking reverse on that shit?
And then a proof peace dollar.
Popping.
So here, going back to that.
In the southern Israel battles. But if Hamas has 30,000 fighters, as the IDF recently said, the vast majority of Hamas's forces have not been touched.
Your device will restart the update.
A week or so ago, the IDF could more credibly argue that it would find most of them in tunnels in northern Gaza. But at this point, after Hamas escaped the Rantisi and Shifa hospital raids, are they all in southern Gaza? Blended into the civilian population in both the north and south? Is it possible some have even escaped Gaza to other territories? Did the IDF just miss the ball on this, or was it hoping to scare most of Hamas out of the north without too much fighting, or to focus more on breaking the symbols of its rule? If the vast majority of Hamas is still out there and hard to discern among the civilian population, maybe Hamas just decided to switch from war to insurgency, hit and run tactics, even before the Great War happened? Maybe it's just waiting until Israel lets its guard down, starts withdrawing its heavy weapons, and starts planting soldiers in stationary positions before it starts to strike back? The article says, taking control of Shifa raised more questions about whether Israel can achieve its primary objective of keeping Hamas down long term.
Restart on me.
So, again, this is an article from the Jerusalem Post. Makes some interesting points.
Good sound. Good sound of mine.
Now, maybe the Israeli military has good answers to all those concerns, which I'm guessing they wouldn't share publicly because they're going to keep their plans private.
Should I restart the YouTube stream or what? Or should I just end it?
Camouflage Peacock says many Hamas probably headed south with all the other Palestinians.
Shut up. You're bothering me. I'm not a sir, dude. You're a sir. I forgot that was my thumbnail today. Just a white bar in the middle of the thing. I care so much. I care so much about everything. In the morning for sure if I let it stay on. Like lowish shit right now. Oh, I'll make this my thumbnail. Totally unrelated. Fuck yeah. Look at this shit.